Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. One day, you get Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba, o we budike. Aga ni lu le budilo wa ne mo. Ata ga wa ke ya di ba ya jomwa.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes. However, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
Don't turn, it be look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emiloko, OTD, Emiloko, Baba, Emiloko, Edaku, Edi power. Emiloko, OTD, Emiloko, Baba, Emiloko, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period.
Oh, that's still there. So let's play you something else. Let's play you this. And there it is right there. That was a blast from the past. And yes, we're still straddling two screens, I'm afraid. We're still straddling two screens for reasons that I've not yet been able to fully migrate my system from one screen to another. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we started off with that. The usual process, the protocol. Click on the like button. We ask you never do it, but we'll continue asking anyway. Click on the like button. Pardon me.
If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. Click on like and then click on subscribe. Please do those. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to join. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. So that's how it works. It's a very simple process. It's as easy as ABC. So you click on that hyperlink, especially if you've not been here before. We're always forever looking for new voices. So you'll be that new voice for the day. So, and click on the dollar sign as well. Super chat, super sticker towards the stream. That's at your discretion. That's entirely at your behest. So, under no obligations, but we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 of those. So, super chat, super sticker, super whatever it is towards the stream. So, do all those. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. And then click on the dollar sign super chat towards the stream. So let's just launch into it. Let's get the videos out of the way because we'll get the headline piece out of the way, but there's a storyline that actually builds up to that headline piece. So you all know what the storyline is, but let's pick it up. Actually, where are we picking it up from? Let's pick it up from. Let's pick it up from here. You've all seen this before, but let's pick it up from here.
Yeah, record me very, very well. Record
Exactly.
me.
We are going to give them what
time to start poisoning the Yoruba and the Benin. Put poison for all una food for work. Put poison for una water. Make una dey buy one by one. Una go buy one day. Una go sick. I go put ota pia for inside una water, inside una food. Una no go see better. This guy hate when I get for una so. It go last forever. For all of una food. Ota pia. What do they call that one? What do they call that rat?
Ota pia.
Eat and die.
All right, so you've all already seen that before, the Otapia tape. Patience Amaka Sternberger, that's the name of the woman now, who, by the way, the Toronto authorities have in their clutches now. So she's under the clutches of the Toronto authorities. So you heard what she said. She said, we're going to pie them, the Edos and the Yorubas. We will put Otapia in their food and pie them slowly. So that's what she said. So now you could say she was just... you could say she was, pardon me. You could say she was just blowing hard amongst a group of extreme sort of elements. You could say she was blowing hard, and they were trying to outdo each other as to who could say the most outlandish thing. You could say that, and if you do say that, you may well not be far from the truth. I'm not sure that deep within her she has any intention of either putting a tapia in anybody's food or inviting anybody to do it. So she was just trying to outdo in just the feather flapping that was going on within that space. So again, so that's what she's doing. I'm going to play you that clip again because you see, you have to be very careful what you say on social media. You have to be very careful because I used to be like this as well when I was 14 because very quickly I grew out of it. So maybe you're still in that space. I used to be of that mindset as well, that when I'm talking to people, I used to be of the mindset that they are understanding me at the frequency that I am speaking to them. That's never the case. That is never the case. So people don't understand you. People don't listen to you. People don't digest what you say at the frequency that you are operating. This is what a lot of people don't realize. Because when you speak, you are speaking to your understanding because the conversation takes place as much in your head as with whoever you're conversing with. And people don't have that realization that when they are conversing to different myriads of perceptions, a myriad of perceptions. So a myriad of perceptions. So when she's inviting people to go and put a tapia in people's food, I'm hopeful that she's not literal in that invitation, and I'm hopeful that she's not intentional in that intent. So I am hopeful in those two spaces, but whatever I hope for, people that are subsumed with the currency of the political space that is going on at this moment, they are so charged up that they are easily led. So we'll pick it up from it again. We'll pick it up from that woman, and I'll sequence 4 videos to tell you then how people should be careful of their utterances, one, and then why this woman should pay a consequence for it too.
I say so at Mubarak. For now, Emma Ronjelo Chuku do Abichuke Mekao. Emma Ronjelo.
Actually, that's the last one. So let me
Yeah, record me very, very well. Record
exactly.
me.
We are going to give them water.
Time to start poisoning the Yoruba and the Benin. Put poison for all una food for work. Put poison for una water. Make una dey buy one by one. Una go buy one day. Una go sick. I go put a pia for inside una water, inside una food. Una go see better.
So that was what she said. So now, bear in mind what I just said, and then look at how what she has said is now already being consequenced. There's now actions taking place now, immediately traceable to what that woman said just there. Where is that clip? I had it just there. So there are consequences now taking place as a result of what that woman just said. So I'll play you 2 consequences. This is a girl that attempted to put, I'll let the video actually speak for itself because I cannot utter the words of what she attempted to do.
You now video the and the oil.
Wait, put it so not even 1 tear. Let's do it like
red oil.
Yeah.
Red oil that is inside. And what she is holding is not red oil, it's urine that she is holding.
Menstruation.
Menstruation urine.
Yeah, she's asking. Yeah. Talk now. You, I said. She starts to pour.
Oh, okay, she was asked to pour this oil. As you can see, this is a bigger container of the red oil. And she was asked to pour from this to this other one so that it can be easily.
All right. So that's a direct consequence of what that woman said. So that was a direct consequence of what the Otapia woman, that's a direct consequence of what she invited. So let me, so that's a direct consequence of what she invited. Let me play you, let me play you, I'll play you, so that's a direct consequence, as I said, of what she invited. I'm just trying to get to the next video now. Let me play you this. So that's a direct consequence.
Yeah, record me very, very well. Record
exactly.
me.
We are going to give them water.
Time to start poisoning the Yoruba and the Benin. Put poison for all una food for work. Put poison for una water. Make una dey buy one by one. Una go buy one day. Una go sick. I go put a pia for inside una water, inside una food. Una go see better. This guy hates when I get for una.
All right, so we've already seen that young girl that was led astray. But now, let me now show you this one now to now tell you that this woman now must pay the full consequence of misguided utterances. So she invited that they should put otapia in people's food, and this is what happened.
I beg at the beg now. Even I won't buy anything like food stores or anything for markets. Make una dey watch. Maybe not from Abukimio or from all those people where they sell beans, rice. Make una dey watch, they observe, because this man in boy was arrested because he put sniper for inside beans where he won't sell for people where they won't eat. Which kind of life be this one?
Faith.
Ubonna.
From where, sir?
From Ebonyi State.
From Ebonyi State?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about you. How old?
I am 41.
Okay. Tell us about this your shop. Why you dey use sniper for beans where you dey sell to people?
And The reason why I wasn't around why my boy was caught putting snapper in beans. So they called me that they caught my boy putting sniper, and I quickly run to the station because I was for prayer at Ibadan. So I quickly run back to Lagos, and I got there to see that they have arrested the boy.
So yes, so that's another consequence of what that woman said. There are more consequences. Listen to this. This is in Yoruba language, but I'll interpret it after the clip.
Asiso at Mubarak for now. Ẹ má ronjẹ lọ́wọ́ Chukwudi àbí Chukwemeka o. Ẹ má ronjẹ lọ́wọ́ wọn o. Tẹ́ bá gbọ́ fídíò yẹn sìn, ẹni yẹn sọ pé wọ́n máa fòtà fìyàfìyà sínú oúnjẹ so that àwọn èèyàn máa síkì. Kọ́ máa sí àwọn Yorùbá máa síkì díẹ̀díẹ̀. Wọ́n fẹ́ máa pa wọ́n díẹ̀díẹ̀. For now, ẹ má ra títí tí gbogbo rògbòdìyàn yìí tó máa fi lọlẹ̀. Ẹ má ra oúnjẹ lọ́wọ́ Chukwemeka àbí Chukwudi. Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra foodstuff ẹ lọ sí Kọ̀tún kẹ́ lọ ra foodstuff kẹ́dẹ̀ mọ ẹ má ronjẹ lọ́wọ́ anybody tó bá jọ mọ́ Chukwemeka àbí tó bá jọ mọ́ Chukwudi o ẹ jẹ́ kó yín pé.
So there it is right there. So that was in Yoruba language. A lot of you would have understood it. Some of you may not have. What that lady was saying, this is a voice note that people are circulating. What that lady was saying is that for now, don't buy food from Chukwemeka or Chukwudi that they are saying they are going to put otapia in food and see off Yoruba people. So those are the consequences. There are several more, but I think the picture already painted. So there it is right there. That woman must be consequenced, of course. She must be consequenced. But it is wider than that woman, by the way, because the climate for that to happen was created by narratives that preceded that clip. So do you understand? Do you get it? Do you? You don't get it? No. The climate for that woman to say people should put otapia in other human beings' food and see them off the surface of this planet, of this earth, the climate for that to happen was created by narratives that preceded that. So it's the dog whistles, the jingoisms, the inferred meanings, all of it culminating into this. So it must not cap off. It must now. This has to be the end of that. So once this woman has been consequenced, people have to be guarded now. I could play you another clip, because people are enraged, and not just everybody's enraged. Right across the four corners of that country, and they are all pointing in the direction of the hypocrisy that we're seeing. Who's this woman on your avatar, Niger man? Are you ambitious towards? Look at this guy. They put image way past your. Look at the image on this Niger man's avatar. Your budget reached this one. You must be joking. All right, well, thank you for that. But no, so there's a lot more to be said. But we just have to be guarded in the language. Of course, we've had conversations around this before. And I make no equivocation that this is an offshoot of the Peter Obi narrative, the way he ethnicizes politics within Nigeria. So, like I was saying, the people that may be digesting him, they may not be functioning, they're clearly not functioning at the frequency of his communication, or maybe they are. But certainly people have to be guarded now in the language that they used to engage the space. So people have to be guarded in the language that they used to engage the space. Let's go on to other matters. Still more clips, but not, thankfully, otapia style clips. List of, hold on. List of major bills pending approval at the National Assembly. So what sort of seismic change is taking place within the Nigerian space? It's quite a lengthy one, but is it? We see how far we can go into it. Right, list of major bills pending approval by the 10th National Assembly. So it's always important to know this, so then we know what's to come. The 10th National Assembly has enacted numerous bills since its official inauguration in June 2023. Nevertheless, specific sensitive or contentious bills remain in limbo pending public hearing and legislative approval. Correspondence reports that the National Assembly has had to intervene in a recent controversy regarding the federal government's proposal to impose an age limit of 18 years for students wishing to take the WAEC examination. This proposal, introduced by the Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, has elicited significant backlash from various stakeholders, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and numerous civil society organizations. Notable individuals and political stakeholders have characterized the policy as outdated and oppressive, calling on the government to suspend its implementation and engage in discussions with stakeholders in the education sector to consider the implications. So let me actually pause there. I forgot to tell you something. We'll be having a guest on Thursday. Is Wale Okunniyi, his name is the secretary to the Patriot Group, a former gubernatorial candidate for Ogun State. So he'll be coming to share thoughts with us. But let me carry on. I've not done the thumbnail. I was even speaking to him earlier on before we came on. So I just wanted to farm it up. But I'll be doing the thumbnail, then telling you more about it tomorrow. But we'll certainly be having a guest on Thursday. We might even be having one at the weekend. The 10th National Assembly has enacted numerous bills since its official inauguration in June 2023. Nevertheless, specific sensitive or contentious bills remain in limbo pending public hearings and legislative approval. Correspondence reports that the National Assembly has had to intervene in a recent controversy regarding the federal government's proposal to impose an age limit of 18 years for students wishing to take the WAEC examination. This proposal, introduced by the Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, has elicited significant backlash from various stakeholders, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, numerous civil society organizations. Notable individuals and political stakeholders have characterized the policy as outdated or oppressive, calling on the government to suspend its implementation and engage in discussions with stakeholders in the education sector to consider the implication. In light of the public dissent, the Senate has announced its intention to conduct a public hearing when it is presented to senators. This report outlines the pertinent bills as federal lawmakers reconvene following their recess on September the 17th. Below are the major bills before the 10th National Assembly as of this report filing. So now, these are key bills that are passing through the Senate, by the way. Bill on 6 years single term for presidents and governors. So that's certainly something we'd like to see. So once you have voted in, then you know you have your complement of 6 years, and then you can just go for it. Bill on parliamentary system. So I don't even know how that fits within the Nigerian space. Police Act Amendment Bill. So does that include state policing? We have to find that out. Ranches Commission Bill, NIMC Act Repeal Bill, bill seeking special seats for female legislators. So that's just daft, isn't it? Bill on diaspora voting. So of all of them, those are I think only 3 really has any sense. So let's just say, let's go to the Police Amendment Act, see what it has to offer. A significant piece of legislation currently under consideration in the House is the Nigeria Police Act Amendment Bill, which proposes amendments to the Nigeria Police Act 2020. This bill, introduced by the Speaker, Abbas Tajuddin, and Representative Abubakar Maki Yaleman, aims to extend the tenure of police personnel, thereby enhancing their experience and mitigating the expenses relating to the training and recruitment of new officers. So it's nothing to do with state police. So that doesn't offer anything. Ranches Commission Bill. Correspondents understand that the National Ranches Commission Establishment Bill 2024 is currently one of the more contentious legislative proposals pending a public hearing. Introduced by Senators Titus Zam, APC Benue Northwest, the bill seeks to create ranches for herders within their respective states of origin, necessitating their relocation. It outlines stringent regulations, including a potential 5 years imprisonment or 50,000 and a fine of 50,000 for non-compliance. Furthermore, the bill stipulates that the movement of cattle must occur solely via vehicles, prohibiting livestock from straying or grazing outside the designated ranch areas. The bill has encountered significant resistance from northern senators who contend that it may disrupt the traditional nomad practices of herders. Nevertheless, it passed the second reading in the Senate on June the 5th. The bill's proponents assert that the establishment of ranches will mitigate the ongoing conflict between herders and farmers, which have resulted in numerous deaths, etc., etc. So there's that one. So there's that one. So those are some of the bills that Godswill Akpabio will be rubber stamping. So those are some of the bills that Godswill Akpabio will be rubber stamping. Why we celebrated Beach's exit. So we also saw the clip of the DSS personnel cheering the recent resignation of Yusuf Bichi as the Director General of the Department of State Services has stirred reactions within the agency. Many DSS officers who requested anonymity expressed relief, describing Bichi's exit as a freedom from unprofessionalism. These DSS officers highlighted several allegations of misconduct during Bichi's tenure, particularly pointing to undue interference in the services operations by his family members, specifically his wife and son, Yusuf Bichi Jr. The officers claimed that this interference compromised the professional integrity of the agency. In the wake of Bichi's resignation, blah, blah, blah. So there it is right there. We believe that his regime was a punishment for us. He impeded the career advancement of many officers by extending the service years of those due to retire. Some senior officers who were due for retirement 21-22 were retained in the service. So the federal government increased our salary by 40%, but there was no implementation. We were earning more than the police before, but the police are now earning more than us because they implemented their 40% increment. So what happened to the increment is totally tabi. British recruitment was arbitrary and lopsided. 3 different training sessions have been conducted for some people. We didn't know when they were recruited this year alone. Most of the newly recruited personnel, of course, are northerners. His first recruitment in 2019 brought in either 420 or 450 persons from Beach's local government area in Kano alone. In the history of the service, 450 was the maximum recruitment we ever had before Beachy, but he recruited 1,000 personnel at once. There was no southerner amongst the national directors and deputy directors at the headquarters until January this year, when he was directed by the presidency following a petition. His wife is another issue. She abused her husband's office. His son, too, was power drunk. Just 2 weeks ago, the wife slapped a DSS director in a northern state. She also slapped at least 2 deputy directors at airports. So this is just the way. This is the thing now. They just they've debased and just rubbished everything. No professionalism. No, this is why when you're too clannish, it's just there are talented people in the north, don't get me wrong, but there are not sufficient enough talented people in the north for the level of clannishness and nepotism that Buhari practiced. So he had to scrape the bottom of the barrel. And when you scrape the bottom of the barrel, you get this. According to, he said, I am not saying the former DG is good. He said, I'm not saying the former DG is good, because we could see a lot of loopholes in the intelligence gathering and security issues. That staff and colleagues were celebrating his exit is neither here nor there. It could be that he is very, very strict, or could be that he has not been taking care of their welfare. So there it is right there. Either way, the DSS personnel started, and I saw Ajayi coming out now to tell us that a new dawn. I would disgrace you people if this happens again. So we've seen her do it once before. Is Uju Kennedy, our favorite minister, a minister of women affairs, Uju Kennedy. So he's at yet another event, giving people hell. Okay, I think we got the clip. So yes, the Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, has furiously lamented the structure of an event that was organized for the ministry without her consent. In a video making the rounds on social media, Kennedy warned that she would disgrace the organizers if the situation repeats itself. She explained that she is not against organizing workshops and seminars, but that organizers of such programs must ensure they infuse empowerment of women in their activities. The minister lamented that a huge amount of money should not be spent on organizing seminars whilst people are hungry. She stated that she does not care if people resort to name calling, but she will ensure that she changes the narrative according to her. So let's not listen. Let me not read it out. Let's hear it in our own words. So let's pop this up and play it. Is that playing? That's not playing, is it? Oh, all right. So that's not playing. So let's go. Will it download? Oh, all right. Let's see. Will it download? I don't think it will. So let me just I'm forced to read her. According to her, let this be the last time the women affairs. Let this be the last time women affairs will organize anything that I am not aware of. You try it next time. I will come here and get you all disgraced. I know what I am going through in this country. For a while, this is what we keep on organizing for weeks. For weeks ago, there was hunger protest, and they talked about peace and security. Women are not empowered. Children are suffering. Nigerians are suffering, but we waste money all the time in frivolous things that don't make sense. I am sorry. Many people may misunderstand me, but I am ready to be misunderstood. I am ready to be tortured. I am ready. I have changed the narrative. I have no program without empowerment. You are talking about peace and security. With poverty, how can you solve it? You keep talking, doing workshops. With poverty, where are we heading to? How do we solve that poverty? By directing money to the wrong channels that don't make any impact on humans, on those people you want them to change and give you peace. I have changed the narrative. I have said do not do any programs without empowerment. They give monies in the ministries and it is used for travel and programs. Nothing that will impact the nation. If you hear the monies the government gives out to the ministries, you will be shocked. Why should it continue like that? Why should we fold our hands and these things will continue? Who do you think you will save? So she goes on and on. So I think that might well be the residues of the end hunger protest. So the residues of the end hunger protest, details emerge on how much TINUBU'S government pays for subsidy per liter of petrol. So these are some of the things that people have been wanting to know. Details have emerged about the Nigerian government under Bola Tinubu. Details have emerged about how the Nigerian government under Bola Tinubu has been making payments for subsidy on petroleum despite repeated denials. According to a premium motor spirit data pricing framework, the government pays an average of 501 naira 47 kobo as subsidy on each liter of fuel in at least 8 Nigerian states. This discovery comes after President Bola Tinubu announced the removal of subsidy in May 2023, leading to an increase in fuel prices and subsequent hardship for many Nigerians. However, a fresh report shows that the government has been paying subsidies, with Lagos State receiving 499 naira 25 kobo per liter, Abuja receiving 488 naira 4 kobo per liter, and other cities receiving similar amounts. A breakdown of the subsidies per state are as follows: Lagos 499 naira 25 kobo, Abuja 488 naira 4 kobo, Kano 496 naira 35 kobo, etc., and on it goes. So the subsidy was calculated based on the difference between the indicative pump price and the actual pump price, with the government covering the shortfall. These subsidies are paid to maintain a lower pump price for consumers, despite the higher indicative pump price based on the foreign exchange rate. It should be recalled that the government's denial of subsidy payments has been contradicted by various sources, including a former governor of Kaduna State, Nasser El-Rufai, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, which reported that the Nigerian government reintroduced petroleum subsidy at the end of last year. The IMF estimated the subsidy payment would gulp almost half of Nigeria's projected oil revenue this year, amounting to 8.43 trillion. Meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petrol, so there it is anyway. So that's that. So that's that. Let's go on from that to another one. Oh yeah, that's Uju Kennedy. I think we've just been through that. So now this is the narrative of all of these bandits playing TikTok, showing off how much they've gotten off their victims, and the security agencies not being able to do anything about it. Not our fault. Kidnappers are not tracked despite communication satellites SIMNIN. So this is the NCC. So many acronyms, but we unbuckle it. I'll only give you about 3-4 paragraphs from this because this is quite a lengthy one. Many times people have wondered how the kidnappers and other bandits who are causing untold mayhem in the country manage to get away even after they are captured on video, recorded on other devices, and most of all, when they make contact with their victims' families. Senate President of the Nigerian Association of Nigerian Students, Henry Okunomo, has expressed deep worry that in this age of tech advancement and the height Nigeria has attained in technological development, kidnappers could make contact with the victim's family without being rounded up by the security agencies the next minute. A worried Okunomo, who appeared on television recently to discuss the issue of his abducted colleagues, expressed frustration and clearly expressed dissatisfaction with the way security agencies are handling the matter. He said, "I am not satisfied with the way these security agencies are going about the matter. The government cannot tell me there is no other way this kidnapping thing can be nipped in the bud. After all, there are several measures already in place. Why are they not working?" The measures Okunowo was referring to included the SIM card registration, which the Nigerian Communications Commission carried out in 2011, the Nigerian Identification Number NIN, which the etc. the NIN-SIM registration exercise, which the federal government carried out in 2020, involving NCC and the central bank and so on and so forth. These measures, according to the government, were meant to improve national security by strengthening the capacity of law enforcement agencies to tackle criminal use of mobile phones by checkmating activities of criminals. They were also to help simplify verification process and thus enable more secure transactions, etc. So with all of the gadgets and gizmos that the Nigerian state has, they are not able to use it in that manner. I think that's so that's what essentially that is. Politicians use IRT's tracker to monitor enemies' mistresses instead of kidnappers. So a senior officer, now retired, has said that the real-time tracking technology platform that once helped the intelligence response team, IRT, to crack many criminal cases ended up being used by politicians to monitor enemies and mistresses. The police launched intelligence-led policing in 2015 with the installation of a tracking device that was installed by the then Inspector General of Police, Solomon Arise. There was also the Operation Unit codenamed Intelligence Response Team, IRT, still in operation. The team monitored the kidnappers' movements in real time with the information from the device, thereby helping them to stay one step ahead. This device also helped investigators analyze the locations and patterns of calls made by kidnappers, the routes and potential safe houses. In addition, the device provided valuable evidence such as a call record, location data, and communication pattern to build a strong case against kidnappers. One of such cases was the arrest of 5 kidnappers of former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chief Olufalaye. He was taken captive by the herders, etc., etc. So rather than use it for purpose, they are using it to chase babes. Essentially, what that is. So I'm just abandoning it halfway because I'm keen to get into the room so that we can start the conversation. All right, maybe one more, and then we get into the room. So we made this the last readout. Then I'll play you a couple of clips. So we make this the last readout. NNPC seeks private firms to operate Warri Kaduna refineries for petrol supply. So it looks as though this is about to be sold as well. So the TINUBU family gets their checkbooks out again. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, has announced its intention to engage private companies to oversee the operations and maintenance of its refineries in Kaduna and Warri. The National Oil Company made this disclosure in a circular on Thursday through its official Twitter handle. NNPC stated that these companies will play a crucial role in ensuring reliability and sustainability to meet the nation's petroleum supply and energy security needs. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company is an integrated oil and gas company engaged in petroleum and gas exploration, refining, and petrochemical transportation, storage, and marketing. NNPC Limited is seeking to engage reputable and credible operations and maintenance companies to operate and maintain 2 of its refineries, Warri Refining and Petrochemical Company and Kaduna Detail, to ensure reliability and sustainability to meet the nation's fuel supply and energy security obligations. The circular further indicates that the tender process for the refineries will be handled as a single tender conducted in 3 stages: expression of interest, technical, and commercial. So there it is right there. So they're about to sell Warri and Kaduna off. And guess who's going to buy it? Of course, the TINUBU family. So, of course, the TINUBU family let me play you all the clips we have, and then we kick it on. Yes, I played you the Otapia Pair one. I'm glad Solly is here. He was asking about the red rail, that they've abandoned it. No, they haven't. Here it is in operation.
Lagos State is inviting Lagosians to enjoy a free ride on the Red Line Rail. The Red Line Rail officially commenced partial operations on Wednesday, August 28, 2024. According to a statement by Lamata, the Red Line Rail will run 4 trips daily between Oyigbo and Agbado, connecting key areas of Lagos State and Ogun State. If you're coming from the Oyigbo train station, it has stops at Yaba, Mushin, Oshodi, Ikeja, Agege, Iju, and finally at Agbado. Or if you're coming from Agbado, it has stops at Iju, Agege, Ikeja, Oshodi, Mushin, Yaba before arriving at Oyigbo. Here is the trial run timetable for the Red Line Rail released by Lamata. If you like to join a free ride, scan this code on your screen to fill out an invitation form before the commercial operations begin.
So that was solid. So solid, there it is right there. You said they've abandoned it, but no, they've completed it and now it's off and running. So it's off and running. So this saga between the Nigerians and the South Africans, it shows no signs of abating. Watch this.
Where did you do that?
Law school.
Yes, law school.
All right, you see me in a white Nissan. You see me in 2 minutes. White Nissan.
Yeah. You have aircon, right? This place is hot.
Sorry?
You have aircon. This place is hot.
The network is bad.
You have aircon, right?
No, I didn't get that. You mean AC?
You have aircon. This place is hot.
I have AC. I have air conditioner. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Okay, sharp. Make it fast.
There's air conditioner in the car. You see me in a minute now. All right?
Sharp.
So if you come out now, you see a white Nissan.
Center.
Just driving by there.
Sharp.
So I need to see you because I don't know exactly where you are.
A blue jean and a white shirt.
Okay, all right.
Sharp.
Blue jean, white shirt. All right.
All right. So that's the goings on between the Nigerians and the South Africans. We've been tracking it for quite a while now. So they will order a boat ride from South Africa to Nigeria. The driver sets about his business. When he gets to the destination, they cancel it. So that the cost him is fuel. So the Nigerians are doing it vis-a-vis, and it's getting out of hand because businesses are now hemorrhaging at quite an alarming rate. So businesses hemorrhaging at quite an alarming rate. But let me play you this one. This is Simon Ekpa. This one really, we've said it all the way through, but now you hear it in his own words. He will throw you under the bus, but he will fly over you in a plane. So use that as the metaphor. Listen very carefully because I'm only going to play about 20 seconds of it. Listen very carefully because it starts immediately. This is Simon Ekpa. He will throw you under the bus, then fly over you in a plane. Those are not my words, so these are his words. Watch this.
You're in Finland.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be better if you went back home and did the political thing there?
You should know. You see, I learn from what happened to others. I don't want to put my life in danger because the country, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist. Any country that does not respect the rule of law does not exist.
You're scared you might be killed?
Not everybody. You know that. You can say that as well. Yes.
There's a balance.
Me, ships. Follow me. Follow me. Ship.
So there it is right there. So that's it, Simon Ekpa, the cross-dresser in Finland, being interviewed by, no doubt, what sounded like a British person. So why don't you take the good fight to your own country, he said. He said, well, I don't want to lose my life. I've got people to do that on my behalf. So I would rather luxuriate in the newfound life that are found off the back of collecting from their wallet. If I go and lose my life in Nigeria, who is going to spend all of these millions that are coined, purloined out of the hands of these empty heads? So out of the hands of these empty heads, let me play you this one. These were simpler times, more glorious times. I want you to pay keen attention to this and try and identify the people in this clip. It lasts only about 22 seconds. So eagle-eyed, you have to pay attention. There it is right there, man. So those were all of these people that are now fighting over, all assembled then during that independent space. So now let's go to the narrative of the Fulani headsman. So the narrative of the Fulani headsman, all is not as it would appear to be. Often instances, all never really as it initially appears to be. So take that as the metaphor into this clip. Pay attention to what this Aboki has to say. Watch this.
Wait, so did you know that 95% of the Fulanis that you are seeing in your village, we always used to pay your traditional rulers before we landed into your village? But some of you guys don't know anything about it. But seriously, any Fulani that you can see in your village, or any Fulani that can spend like 1 to 3 or 5 months in your village, I see it to go, they used to pay your traditional rulers. So we used to pay them money before they would allow us to stay like 1 to 3 months in their places. But if like we just pass, they will not collect them. But if we come and spend like 3 to 4 months, we must pay them. So I know some of you guys don't know about it. So we used to pay your traditional rulers. Serious about. I see so many people are saying we are going around with in the bushes that we did not own. Which I say we used to pay for it. Actually, traditional rulers, I swear we used to pay them. If we will spend like 1 to 2 to 3 months, we'll go and find them. We'll give them money, they'll collect. Before we will stay. So stop saying we are going around with our cows in your bushes and we're not giving you guys anything, which it is wrong. We are paying, I say. Zam.
So there it is right there. So all is not as it will appear to be with the Fulani headsman narrative. Often instances, they actually pay a lot of money just to be in those forests. That's at least according to the Fulani headsman. Oh no, let me not play you any more clips. There's so many clips I could play you, but I think I've held the space for long enough. Let me send the link for anybody that wants to come join. We play the Kegites. I'll kick off the session.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Waila ti kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu dode. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode o jare o. Eruku Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Kuku Nibru Agreshime, this have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Solly, always a delight to have Solly here. King Gamemaker makes his long-awaited return. That's Emekus right there. This star joins us, Ajanle Koko, in the house. So a good compliment of panelists. There's still more room. Anybody that wants to join, hop on. Let's kick it off with Solly. Solly, you're first. Solly.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very good. I wish I wrote down some of the topics that you spoke about. I didn't think you would speak about a lot of topics. You spoke about like 10 topics.
All right. You speak to a couple, then we move it around, come back to you.
I can't even remember, but I want to go to at least 80% or 90%.
You can't go to 80% now.
I'll make very, very brief comments.
What about the other people waiting?
I'll make very brief comments on it and move on. That's if you don't interject and interrupt me and let me flow.
All right. Kick it off with the subsidy being established that Tinubu is paying now. I think this is the worst kept secret within the Nigerian space.
So I think we've already spoken about this previously. And when I said that who is it benefiting at the end of the day, it's still the government, so I don't think there's anything more I want to speak. The Nigerian people knew, but they will make you fight and waste time and try to bring evidence, while they are still committing their treason.
The only thing I would say is that it's not actually the government that is benefiting, because the price of the actual price of petrol is being sold at half the price in Nigeria. So it's certainly the people are benefiting.
The people are benefiting at 900 naira per liter.
Yes, that's not the actual price, is it?
Yes, even if they look, I don't see how the people are benefiting if they claimed to remove subsidy and the price still shot up to 900. Even if you tell me they're applying some subsidy, this or that, the situation is still worse than it was before. So
but it could be significantly worse. That's the benefit.
And who would have made it? Who was the one that made it worse? It's still the government.
It's not. All right.
Or is it the citizen?
No, it is not. 40% of the country's revenue was being used towards that subsidy space to keep the price of fuel artificially low. So the country could not sustain that anymore. And that subsidy had to be removed. So that was what happened.
Okay, so now
it looks as though it's not a full removal because the populace cannot sustain an actual full removal. So there's somewhat of a intervention to stabilize prices at a certain level.
So basically, it was a partial removal, and they did nothing to fight the leakages, basically. So all the corrupt things that was happening with the fuel subsidy that they complained about, all they did was just reduce the amount of money that is being leaked into the subsidy thing. Nothing was fixed.
Even with that, it shouldn't really be subsidized anyway. Why should it?
Because when a country has resources, why shouldn't it benefit the people?
Your argument should actually be that they should fix the refineries and make sure that there's an abundance, and when there is an abundance, then the prices are lower. So that's more of a conjecture.
We can clearly see that. What is the point of giving that solution when we already know that is not going to happen? The refineries that they've been maintaining and fixing seas for decades, they've spent billions of naira, probably billions of dollars maintaining it, and they just go there, they switch on the lights, and then people get paid and go home. So for me to say, oh, the best solution for them is to fix they will use that method to loot again. You know, so the people are still suffering. They are still running their while. Please, let's move on to another topic, please. You've spoken about this before. However you want to paint it, it's just increased suffering. It's just increased suffering. If you want to solve the problem, fight the leakages. If you say there is a cabal that is causing all these things, you are the leader of the armed forces of Nigeria. You have the power to do something about it, but you are not. So I'm not going to give them any praise for partial removal. Every corrupt person that was benefiting from it before is still benefiting from it. That's all. The rest decided to pocket governors and other unnecessary expenditures and steal it again. So they basically just decided to steal part of the subsidy and share the loot with the corrupt people that are stealing from it also. Nothing changed.
All right, a lot changed, but I don't want to get into it.
I wouldn't argue with the price of food and the people suffering in the country for the increase of fuel price. A lot of suffering changed for them. It's just increased.
All right. All right. That's somewhat of a pedestrian view, but let me not label it. Not false kidnappers are not tracked, despite communication satellite SIN, NIN. This is the NCC. So a lot of acronyms, but the satellite is communication satellite, and this SIN and NIN. These are all registration processes that links all of your being into a central portal. So the argument that a lot of people have been asking is that with all of these gadgets and gizmos that they have, why are they not able to track? I mean, these people, they phone their victims. We have the satellite to track it. We've seen it used before. They used it far back in those days to rescue Olufalaye. They used it to catch Evans, the kidnapper. So the technology is there, but why is it not being deployed to tackle this kidnapping menace?
From my analysis, I believe that there are government officials that are involved in this. Even if they are not government officials, they have connection with people who are involved with this. And the umbrella of corruption, like I said, if somebody is able to be protected, doing corrupt acts, they can also share that umbrella. We've seen videos of soldiers saying the government directly told them not to find these people and attack them. We've seen videos of government helicopters dropping weapons for these people. One man, if I want to track you right now, I'm not even an IT person. I can track everybody on this platform. There's something called docking. That one is even more, is more extreme. I can just use a simple link to track anybody I want. Any single person. As long as they have access to the internet, I can track them. So this is a clear lie. They were able to find that woman that was spewing nonsense in Canada. They've been able to find Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. When they want to do their job, when it affects their family, when it affects their pay, then they can do their work. But the moment is citizens' lives. They don't care about the citizens. To them, like Nnamdi Kanu used to say, Nigeria was a zoo, but he got it wrong. Nigeria is a farm, because in a farm, you have animals that are just being prepared to be used for the slaughterhouse. That is just it. Whenever anything is benefiting the animals, it's because it's going to benefit the farmer in the slaughterhouse. That is just it. So this one is not their problem. If kidnappers are kidnapping people, it's still the Nigerian people that will pay for it. So government doesn't care, and if government loses,
is it not more a narrative of laziness and incompetence?
No, it's not laziness and incompetence. If it was, we will see progress, but we are not seeing progress. We are seeing regress in the situation. It is intentional. All these moves are intentional by the government. Like I said, if his family member was caught by one of them, we know they will find them. We know, without a doubt, we know. So, like I said, all this is intentional suffering on the people. Till today, I still don't know why Nigerian government practices this. No matter what party comes in, whether it's PDP, whether it's APC, this thing has been going on for long. All the parties are complicit in it, and they allow it. Would this have been allowed in military government? I do not think so. Not that I'm pushing for military government, but I always like to compare the two. I'm not pushing for military government. I'm just telling you that this system of government filled with corruption, riddled with corruption, poisoned with corruption, just makes people suffer for no reason. I guarantee you that this man is collecting money in millions or probably in billions to implement all these things. And let me not say I guarantee, because I have no factual, facts to back it up. But it's safe to say, based on just pure speculation, that he's just pocketing the money needed for all this investigation. And because the system is corrupt and supports corruption, from what we can see, even though they will use the law to back themselves up, this is just an intentional act on the citizens. They are not going to do anything to him, even if they find out that I looted the money for it. Nothing will happen to him, because this government has shown us that corruption is legal as long as you are an elected political official. That's just it. So that's just my quick brief comment. Please, can we move on to the next one?
All right. I suspect that your commentary on the next one will be no different from your commentary on everything, because it's simple.
Yes, I'll just explain how they are being corrupt.
No, you are not explaining anything now. Like the first subsidy, you didn't even understand the intricacies of it. You just go to
I'm speaking from my own bias on this situation. My bias is it benefiting the citizens, or is it benefiting the government, or is it benefit any other person after me can speak about the intricacies. You can speak about the logic, you can speak about and use all the strong language and data and everything, but that's not what I'm going to use my time for. I'm going to use it to criticize the government.
All right, but constructively, hopefully, but maybe not. NNPC seeks private firms to operate Warri Kaduna refineries for petrol supply. So a lot of people say government have no business in business, and the management of that oil sector especially shows us that government has no business in business. So is this the right move then, to have privateers come and take charge of those refineries especially?
In a sane country, that would have been the right move. In a sane country. But knowing how Nigeria is and its antecedents, anytime they want to sell something off, is usually for the benefit of themselves or their family friend. This refinery, we will not be surprised how much has been sunk into these refineries, enough to build another refinery. That's just how much has been sunk, plus more. So, the Tinubu government has seen that, instead of using a bookie brain to continue to use it as a way to loot, they've decided to start selling it to themselves as a pure strategy. So the moment they sell it, they will buy some shares into it one way or the other, or they'll use another companies to get it, and they will start benefiting from the country. Treason, basically treason, but backed with legality. That's just all they know how to do. So that you cannot directly point at them as being corrupt, but we can glaringly see it. How is it going to, you say, okay, if it's going to benefit the people because now they will have kerosene, they will have diesel, they will have petrol, but...
Sorry, if they will just loot it, is that going to be your response to every topic? Otherwise, we can take that response and then just move it around. If they will just loot it seems to be the only response you have to any and every. You don't want to go into the underbellies of it, the understanding, the intention, what led to that decision, what impact it has or has not on the people. It's just they will just loot it, they will just loot it, they will just loot it.
Yes.
That's your response to everything.
Yes. Okay. If I see something that they are not looting, for example,
you've not seen anything that they are looting. You are speculatively accusing them.
Okay. How much has been spent on these refineries?
I don't know. I don't have the figures.
The amount of money that has been spent on these refineries is enough to build another refinery.
So that would then tell you then that government cannot manage it. So why not then?
No, but you didn't let me finish. I was getting somewhere.
Right.
Now, personally, when you say government should not be involved, personally, I believe government should be involved. Because when you look at the state of China, right, which brought over 600 million people, 3 times of Nigeria out of poverty, They are involved in a lot of sectors in their country. They provide a lot of subsidies. They provide a lot of support because they export their talents, they export their industry, and they export their manual labor. If we want to start comparing ourselves to the worst all the time, when there's a possibility of us doing better, why can't government, all this money that has been spent there, why can't they actually put people in place to regulate that the money is being spent properly, to regulate that the money is not being wasted, and these places are actually being fixed and functioning? You know, government has a place in it, but it is much more easier for them to commit treason and use the opportunity.
No. Leave all of that for a moment. You said that often enough, so we just take that as a default. So you don't have to mantra chant it. You said government has a place in business, but I think everybody that knows about governance will probably disagree with you. I'm not aware of any government. The government's role. There's two things that the government should do. They should provide infrastructures, which is to do, let's say, roads, etc., and provide regulation. So those are. I'm not aware that where I live, the government is not involved in any business. They've divested everything that government holds, and it runs a lot better. British Rail used to be run by the government, notoriously slow, notoriously crashing down. The moment they sold it, it was running like a Japanese entity. So government has no big. The government's role, anybody will tell you, but maybe you would not understand it, that the best role for the government is to be regulators. And that is the role of the government.
Okay, but I didn't say government should run it. I said government
so that's what I said. So they are divesting to the private sector. So what's your angst against that? Why is that a bad thing? Are you there?
I believe in your haste to, make a contrary statement.
No. I just want you to have a grip of what it is.
Can you let me? I stayed silent. I stayed silent. You literally just said the same thing that I said in a different way. Chinese government is not running these industries. They are involved. What you said is an involvement. What I said is involved. I never used the word run. You said I said run, but I said involve. That is what I said. And when I give examples, I give Chinese examples. I did not give examples of Chinese government running businesses or running institutions. I said being involved. And I gave the examples of the type of involvement they should have. Now, this one, are they going to have that same type of involvement? No. They just want to totally...
Who will regulate it? Who will regulate the industry if they don't have an involvement?
Okay, please, let's move on to... You don't want me to speak.
I want you to speak now. I want you to speak, but I want you to speak cogently, intelligently to the topic, not to mantra chant. The NNPC is the regulator of the oil industry, the oil and gas industry. So if they divest holdings to the private sector, they will still regulate it, would they not? So I mean, is that not your understanding?
Again, if you actually finally let me actually finish anything I'm saying.
Carry on.
Regulation is normal. Government regulates almost every single government all over the world does regulation. That is nothing special. I am talking about involvement, providing infrastructures, subsidies, support, protection, all these kind of things. Regulating is nothing. Every government regulates. It's nothing new. It's nothing special. Every single government in the world regulates. It's a normal government activity. So when I'm talking about involvement and you are talking about regulation, that is just something totally different. It's just like saying, it's just totally different. I think like I said, in your haste to be contrary to what I'm saying, you are not letting me finish and you are calling it mantra chatting. When I listen to you, I listen to the end so that I'll make sure that I fully get your points and then I reply. But you are not letting me fully finish and you are picking at things that I'm saying without a complete statement. It's the
Okay,
same thing as
carry on.
somebody.
Just carry on. Sorry, don't.
It's the same thing as somebody looking at a 3-hour interview and
No,
pulling
no.
one
You
clip out of it.
just carry on. Just carry on. Don't.
I want to move on to the next topic.
All right. Let me move. Actually, let me play you this clip because you said once upon a time that they've abandoned the.
I never said abandoned. I never said abandoned.
So what did you say about the red line? What did you say about the red line?
I was just complaining that it's not out. When did they say that it's going to be out? This is almost 1 year after they said it was going to be out. When I was complaining about the delay, I never used the word abandoned.
You said abandoned, but let's forget it.
Please play me the clip.
Why would I go and look for clips of what you said?
Well, how was you can accuse me of saying it?
I remember your words now. That's why I brought the clip.
Okay,
but,
then you have to back it up.
Let's just move on. I don't want to get locked in there. Are you following the? I'll give you one more space and then we move on now because it's getting somewhat bogged down in. Do you want to speak to Simon Ekpa telling people that he doesn't want to lose his life, or do you want to speak to the Fulani man telling us that they don't just go into the forest; they actually pay the chieftains of that space, or do you just want to speak to something of your own interest?
I wanted to,
or do you want to speak to the Otapia space that is now led to people putting a sniper in people's food in Lagos?
I want to speak on the Otapia, the Fulani herdsmen, and the Simon Ekpa. You know,
we have to move the conversation round.
Yes, I said I was going to give very brief comments, and you wanted me to go into details. I knew my time was going to be short because I'm trying to use my time to push a campaign. So the Otapia situation, again, when I'm talking about the situations, I'm trying to compare it to the government of the country which I live in, right? In the government of the country which I live in, there was a person in a situation that was attacked, right? The police came and they warned the attacker, and they also gave the attacked person a phone call to check on their mental state, their physical state, to make sure that their condition is okay to continue into the society. The Nigerian people had a war with a tribe, and all they gave them was 10 pounds or 50 pounds. No mental rehabilitation. No, they intentionally removed history lessons. So when you see people behaving like this, do you blame them, or do you blame the system that should have found a way to bring them into the society back? I blame the system, because if a system that I live in a country that I live in, can do it, and it is a government, why can't Nigerian government do it? Because it does not benefit them. So, like I said, this government is going to reproduce more Nnamdi Kanus. This woman is in a situation where, after saying all she has said, most likely nothing is going to happen to her because she's a Canadian citizen. Fact.
Well, that's not fact. The Canadian authorities already have
I said most likely.
Yeah.
I said most likely.
All right, carry on.
I said most likely. So you have a situation where more and more Nigerians are leaving the country in millions, maybe even tens of millions. We don't know. Probably it's a possibility. Tens of millions every year. These people are going to go out, they are going to get another citizenship, and they are going to start criticizing the government and making all this kind of nonsense comments around, causing a nuisance into the society because the government refuses to function. As long as they continue to act corrupt, as long as they continue to commit treason backed by the law, then you will continue to have people like this coming out. This will not be the end. You can blame the people and say, oh, why are they making these comments? Oh, this person and that. At the end of the week, you go to a Yoruba and Igbo wedding. At the end of the week, you go and buy bread from an Igbo person. At the end of the week, you go to an Igbo workshop to go and buy pipe. You know, so we all see, even outside here in Europe, in the West, we see people making nonsense comments on Twitter about races, Indians, whites, black, all of them, you know. But look at the American situation. When they are going for their election, all of them are thinking about policies and want to benefit them. not about all this kind of nonsense. The government benefits from this kind of situation. And Igbo people may think that they are being fearless, they think that they are being smart, they think that they are being the best. But the government that you hate loves when you do stupid things like this. Because when it is time for election, they will tell Yoruba people that see your enemies, they are the reason why you are suffering. And Yoruba people will they will now forget that it's the evil government that has made them suffer, and they will start blaming Yoruba people. You are being used as a
because
tool.
Yoruba people are dumb, Abi.
I never said that. It's propaganda. You don't need to be smart to fall for propaganda. You don't need to be stupid for the point of propaganda is to fool people, whether you are smart or stupid. And they know how to hit your key points. So the Nigerian people are very unaware of the real evil in their midst, because you give them a reason to be distracted. I have decided that if an Igbo person decides to insult me, I will not care, because the reason why that Igbo person is outside Nigeria, the reason why I'm outside Nigeria is not because of that Igbo person online insulting me. You are a distraction, and you are being used by the government that you hate. You come out online, you say they don't want to give you Biafra, you say your government is evil, but you let them use you like a tool. You let them use you like a fool every single time. And let me ask you a question. Do you think Nnamdi Kanu will be proud of you being foolish, your savior? Do you think you'll be proud of you being foolishly used by the government like this? Every single time they need to cause division, they use you. Every time.
All right. Manage the time, Solly.
Okay, let me just quickly move on to the Fulani. So now the Fulani headsmen have.
Are you going to do it? Is this going to be another the government? Oh, okay, just carry on. Do your thing. Carry on.
The Fulani headsmen have shown us that our traditional leaders, which we always defend, are complicit in our suffering. Nnamdi Kanu was here for years. We were here for 8 years, plus Tinubu making it 9 years. We are going into 10 years, thinking that, oh, our traditional leaders loved us and they protected us. Look at the people. You call these people Janjaweed. You call them animals. You call them this and that. But who is allowing them into our community? Our leaders, our traditional leaders. They're even being paid. So when you ask yourself, why is nothing happening to these Fulani people? It is not because of Baba Buhari. It is not because of Fulani people. It is not because of Northerners protecting them. It is your traditional, your own blood, your own traditional leaders protecting them, using government and the power that they have invested in them to protect these headsmen that are finishing you in your community, finishing your farmlands. It is not your, it is your own traditional leaders, whether you are in the east, whether you are in the north, or whether you are in the southwest or south. Your traditional leaders are the ones aiding and abetting these people. Now, we don't have any factual, facts to back it up, because he didn't say or give any receipts or anything. But this is a witness that we have, and this is the only speculation that we can make from it. Now, the question is, should we still respect these traditional leaders? Should we still worship them? Because they don't seem to be interested in the benefit or the betterment of the people. We say that there's food scarcity. We say that people are starving, they are suffering. Government is lying about distributing a majority of the government is always lying. This Nigerian group that is committing treason and is full of fraudsters. So they are doing what they've been doing in their daily life as usual, lying to people, and we are all chopping it. So let's quickly move on to Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa, what he said, you may try to mock him, but what is the lie in what he said? You say the truth in Nigeria, they pick you up almost immediately. But a functioning system, that same functioning system that picked you up, cannot find bandits. You say the truth, they pick you up. You criticize the government, they pick you up. You try to do good in the society, the evil government pick you up. The government is evil, the government is pure evil, but the people don't know that. The people are not aware of that because they are always distracting us. You said that there's...
Simon Ekpa is doing good in society.
I never said he was doing good. Why do you keep on trying to change my
No,
word?
you said you try to do good in society, they pick you up. What he said, do you want to listen to the clip again?
I was clearly speaking in general.
Let me play the clip again. Because we need to be clear on what we're saying here. So this is Simon Ekpa who is always putting people in harm's way. Tell them to sit at home, to kill policemen, to do this, that, and the other, and bring him the head of everybody. But when he says done, this is what he has to say.
You're in Finland.
Yes.
So wouldn't it be better if you went back home and did the political thing there?
You should know. You see, I learn from what happened to others. I don't want to put my life in danger because the country, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist. Any country that does not respect the rule of law does not exist.
You're scared you might be killed?
Not everybody. You know that. You can say that as well. Yes.
There's a balance.
Okay, can I respond now without any interruption?
Yes, but I'll make it a brief response so we can move on. Yeah.
Okay. Again, in your haste to be contrary to anything I'm saying, I did not say I support what he does. The only thing I said about Simon Ekpa was, we all watched that clip. If you can tell me any single thing that he said in that clip that was a lie, I'll admit that I've been wrong in everything I said. Just that short clip is what I'm talking about. And I never spoke about him again. Then I started speaking in general about Nigeria, which is clear and which I think most people on this platform understood if they actually gave a listening ear and not trying to be contrary, so try to be a contrarian, So like I said, if you let me finish, then maybe we can have an argument, but you keep on trying to be... Anyway, so there's food scarcity, prices are going up, and then the oil that is being leached from the people, which I don't know why it's the only thing being leached because we have so many resources, is now being spilled onto farmlands. It's being spilled in the water. How are we going to get our fish? How are we going to get farm produce when the little that we have is being destroyed? The government does not care because what would they do? They spend billions in their budgets for food. So if you don't have Gary, they don't care. You are not their family members. They don't care about you. They only need you during election time. Plain and simple. They only use that position to loot, steal, kill, and destroy.
Sorry, what has that got to do with Simon Ekpa saying he fears for his life?
I'm giving other examples that even if he decided to do good, would he not be in the same situation? He would. He surely would. We all know that. So you can excuse what he's doing and try to paint it as if what he's saying is not true. If he came to Nigeria with the intentions to get Nigeria better, he will still be faced with the same limits that he said there. They will try to eliminate him. They will try to move him. We can sit down here and mention, if we give not even a list of 5, not even a list of 10, not even a list of 20, we can continue to the end of the session how many Nigerians have been unalived by the Nigerian government for trying to do good. We can mention.
Give me 2 examples.
Don't we have Abiola? Don't we have Dele Giwa? Don't we have this guy that was going for a governorship election that all of a sudden died and Tinubu became governor of Lagos State? Don't we have we have so many people. We have look at the people in Niger Delta. Look at the people that when there was military regime and they were just fighting for their fisheries, just so that the oil spill will not destroy their community. They were not even asking to, they just wanted a sane society. What you would enjoy in the West if they were drilling oil. Non-pollution. That was what people were fighting for, and the government unalived them just because of money. And look at the situation right now. We have Niger Delta boys. We have kidnappers in that area. We have people drilling the oil and stealing it. And those are the thieves that you call them thieves. But that society will not function without them there because they are the only ones providing oil to the community. Even the government themselves that unalived millions of people for it, destroyed so many youth organizations just because of it. Look at the situation now. So you anyway, sir. So that's I've given my own briefing. Oh, and there's one thing I wanted to point out. This Hisba website received a cyber attack. So this is another government website or government online site that has been faced with cyber attacks, and I predict more coming.
Of course, more.
Oh yes, and let me end
it happens globally. So what does that even mean? There's always cyber attacks. So what is that Anyway, don't open up another space so that you can
okay.
just round it off. And then
I know you choose not to see the pattern, so let me just
you've been 1 hour at it, so maybe other people want to.
Okay. So I just want to say, it doesn't matter whatever policy the government wants to introduce. It doesn't matter what they want to do. It doesn't matter whether it seems like for your benefits, you have they are posting train and they are riding all over town like they've achieved something. There's no you after you enter that train, you go back to your house and you start taking water from well or borehole, and then you start pulling generator to give yourself electricity. So if you want to fight corruption, if you want to actually have a working system, if you don't want to jackpot, because a lot of people want to jackpot that, you have to fight corruption. That should be the main thing. There's no policy that they want to introduce that will ever benefit your life or your children's life or your children's life. And the only way to do that is to vote EAC and vote for Sowore. You can say it's not your tribal man. If you like, put your tribal man. The Northerners have did it. They are still suffering for it today. In Southwest, we did it. We are still suffering for it today. If you like, do it in the Southeast. You also still suffer for it. Maybe that's when everybody will have common sense, hopefully. But if you truly want to save the country, you have to fight for corruption by voting for Sowore or EAC party, because they are the only one of the few that have proven to the people that they are not coming there to commit treason on top of your head. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. We're working very hard to bring him here. I'll probably tell you more tomorrow if we're successful or not. But yes, up next, after a long absence, the majestic King Emeka. Mekos, it's been a moment. Are you with us, Mekos?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good to
have How's it going? It's been a while. The last time I was here, panelists were insulting each other, and it wasn't a good outlook. Anyway, let's go right into it. I think I came because of I've been monitoring a very dangerous trend, and I think that trend is
it the Otapia? The Otapia? Is it the?
Yeah, the woman who ignorantly was expressing herself, not knowing that she was committing a crime. And why I decided to want to speak about it is that I think I saw a couple of fools supporting her and trying to say, oh, she was pushed to the wall. Nobody pushed you to make those kind of statements. She was very descriptive. She said how she was going to commit the crime, when she was going to commit the crime, where she was going to commit the crime, and the likely victims of those who would be affected by the crime. So I think there was another idiot again. In this, Adeyinka, I think his name is Adeyinka, and he was just recently released by the UK police, Metro Police. Ransom, yeah, Adeyinka grandson, yes. It was a similar stupid behavior, threats to life, hate crime, and I think the Nigerian government did the right thing. Of Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, or who wrote to the Canadian government. I think she wrote directly to the mayor of Brampton, Patrick Brown. It was established that she stays in Brampton. I don't know how true it is. I'm hearing conflicting stories that she has lost her job and she has been interrogated by the police. I think she's going to find herself in a huge pile of mess. It's not just about expressing your emotions, right? The way she expressed that emotion was just too descriptive. She also spoke about the weapon of choice to use to perpetrate that crime. So, I don't know whether Ogbeni has been on the platform to come elaborate on the legal situation of her statements, because what I'm saying is it's a terrible outlook. You know, people say, "Oh, she was pushed to the wall." You don't push her. You could, if she was generalizing, yes, you could say she was generalizing. She wasn't just generalizing. She was very, very specific on how she was going to carry out that crime. And you know, and that was, it looked like a crime that would impact on a lot of people, because she said she was going to go to the office and she was going to poison their food, and you know, it was specific about those people she wanted to kill. You don't allow that kind of crime to go to be implemented. You just have to pick up the individual, because that is an elaborate crime. It is a deliberate crime. It's not just a crime out of passion. It is a crime that is well crafted. It's a crime with clear intentions. And then we now saw, you know, I saw you playing a couple of videos, 2 videos. In my opinion, I don't know. Those ones are looking like psyops. That's my own opinion. I might be wrong. I don't think those individuals were trying to do what the woman was pushing others to do, or stupidly telling others to do. I just think they might not be connected, or they might be connected. It all depends. But then again, I decided to chime in my own opinion. You see, it was, you see, this, when I think at some point I spoke about we trying to understand how the elite behave. And I think a lot of mediocres and average Nigerians do not understand how the elites operate, think, and behave, and likewise act. You see, this was a political situation that has now gone down into a different route. In politics, what you do is you try as much as possible to win an election. How you win. Citing the Oba of Lagos. The Oba of Lagos, if you listen to his speech, he said, because clearly the Igbos, if you go to Amodofi local government and Ojo local government, they've been voting for PDP for quite a long while. And they knew how that pattern of vote was going to come. And he was supporting Ambode. He said, nobody knew how I picked Ambode. If you don't vote for him, you will go and die in the lagoon. That was a crazy statement from a first-class chief, if you ask me. But he followed up again to say, if you do what I say you should do, you will be prosperous. You can find that tape played. I might not be paraphrasing the entirety of his statement. But regardless, that statement was very crassless. That statement was very careless. That statement was very silly of him. And I think he apologized. Correct me if I'm wrong. He apologized. But then after the election, when Ambode won, we've never heard of him make such kind of statements. Then let's go to the other individual. What's that his name again? The chieftain of the National Union Road Transport Workers in Lagos. When he was talking about
MC Oluoma.
Right, Mama Chukwude does. Yeah, MC Olumo. So, you know, they were making these statements because of election. They want to suppress their opponents from coming out to vote. Why they can galvanize their supporters to come out to vote. Politicians do this a lot. And in our politics, unfortunately, and I don't think it's our politics alone. If you follow the United States politics, I don't want to talk about the United States politics. But in our politics, we have ethnicized our politics. We have included religion into our politics. We have tribalized our politics. It's quite unfortunate, but that's the realities of what it is. Many of us know it is not supposed to be so, but study patterns of power and you will understand something, that those who control power play the game logically, and those who are out of power, they would engineer you emotionally to go out to do their bidding. That is how the elites and those who control power operate. And I will keep saying it. Many of you won't agree with me, but the result is always there for you to see if you only can sit down, analyze, and research. Those who control power will play the game of power logically. And they will elicit emotions from their followers to go out and do their bidding. Look at it from all across every clime, every jurisdiction, every location in the world. That is what happens. Even with Brexit, same thing. They came up with lies. What's going to happen to us? And people out of it went out to go and vote. And when the repercussions came, people were shouting, I didn't know that this was how Brexit was going to look like, which cost the Prime Minister, what is useless name, his job. It's the same pattern everywhere. So why am I saying this? Our politicians also have played this game for so long, and they are now creating a narrative that will boomerang on us. Playing this game of tribalism, playing this game of division, playing this game of ethnicity. Now we are seeing the backlash, the result of it all, to the point we are close to the brink. And we need our politicians and elites to look at themselves in the mirror and say, for the quest of power, you will destroy people. I think Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala said this in her latest speech, that we have also politicized insecurity in the country, that we don't care about the lives of average Nigerians, that they could, because we want power, politicians and the elite will engineer insecurity at the consequences and at the using Nigerian lives as ransom. They don't care because of power. Now, why am I also saying this? I will revert back to my point, is that many Nigerians are silly not to understand the power game that politicians play. They get soaked into it. They absorb the nonsense politicians are pitching them to do. And they begin to follow up, like that crazy woman in Brampton saying she wants to poison Yoruba people and Edo people. Or is it Adeyinka Ransom, or what's his useless name? Or a couple of other idiotic Yoruba people who have gone to bite out of this ethnic jingoism and begin to push the nonsense, not knowing that it is a power game. That after elections, I can hear you.
Yeah, does it show any signs
I can
of
hear
abating?
you.
Yes, does it show any signs of abating this ethnic journey we're on, or does it just seem to be increasing and increasing? Because I'm not seeing it slowing down. It just
unfortunately, from 1999, this has been the game plan. After every election cycle, we revert back to normal. We continue our lives. Election cycle, it comes back again. This division, ethnic radicalization.
Emeka, your
or
connection
share
is,
your same belief or do not
your
speak.
connection is chopping up somewhat.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, but that's a lot better.
Am I
Carry
good?
on. Yeah, very good now. Carry on.
Okay, so what I was saying is, unfortunately, from 1999, this has been the game. But after every election cycle, we revert back to normalcy. We continue our ways of life. We continue to do things the way we do things, relate with each other better. But politicians will come up again during election cycle, try to pit each and every one of us against each other, pit those people who share different political views, beliefs, or speak a different tongue, and say, oh no, this is not the way it should be. It's a power game. But now, why did this take a different turn? This is my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. We now got someone who was called Peter Obi from the Southeast introduced into the game, who also played that same game. There are evidences of this. I know he has a lot of supporters, but there were clear evidences of him. The Yes Daddy tape, the stand up the Christians and take power from himself. Those are the power games. Does Obi truly mean it? No. Let me be honest. No. But what he's trying to do is to create that division that the political elite always do. Tinubu also played that game. Atiku also played that game, right? He said it during the Northern Elders Forum, where he was saying, let the North vote for him. They all played the game. But after election, what happened? When the Southeast saw that the aftermath of the election did not go with them, Obi, who is supposed to be the leader, who also played this game, did not call the Igbos to say, hey, let's stop, it's enough. He was waxing in this division, waxing in it. He claimed he won the election when he didn't. He said he was going to prove it. He didn't prove it. Even after all the court cases, instead of him to come out and say, we have lost this election, let us calm down, reorganize, and come out stronger. To the point people were calling for protests, Obi did not say a damn word. Obi didn't say anything. Now, if you remember, one man, you keep hearing, and you keep hearing me again, and I said, Obi will cost us the South of his poor leadership. And he has. Now, apart from the Southeast, which other states supported Obi the most? Is it not the Edo people? How did it move from the Southwest, this hate, to now Edo people? I don't know. To the point now, it is now looking like it is we against Nigerians. It is a strange behavior. And what has Obi said? Nothing yet. You see the division that is going on from a political view, a power game, to now into the consciousness of average Nigerians, average Southeasterners, to the point that we're on the brink. Something may go wrong. Now we are now having people say, let's go and poison others for speaking a different language from us. Let's go and poison others for sharing a different beliefs from us. Let's go and kill others for supporting a different candidate from us. That is a crazy consciousness that we are grooming. And I said it here on this platform on multiple occasions, and I will say it again, that Obi has cost us, the Southeast, a huge disservice. Now, many of us who are crying with our victimhood behavior, oh, the Southeast has never produced a president before, I think we should kiss that thing goodbye. We have created a division now that many people, those who had that sympathy for us, are now looking at us and say, I think the Southeast is a problem now. Why? Because Obi lost an election. An election he clearly knew he is not going to win. He created that division. He did not curb the division. He allowed that division to foster. Now that division is now driving a madness that we may not be able to control. Unfortunately, the Southeast is burning itself and burning their goodwill amongst other Nigerian tribes. To the point now, if you look on social media, if you even go to South African, they are now calling Nigerians by their tribe, not by their country again. This consciousness of hate, we need to stop it. This consciousness of I want to go out and cause pain, we need to stop it. This is a political power play. And I was thinking at this point in time, it should have ended. But it is not ending. It will only cost us, the Igbos, more harm. We need to stop it now. I am not saying the advantage, the demerits. And I'm calling other Igbo people on this platform to come and tell me, what have we gained for pushing this consciousness of hate? What have we gained For saying all these things that we are saying, we are only putting ourselves into more trouble. And it appears like it is the Southeasterners in the diasporans pushing this. That is at some point, and I'm thinking, is this a psyop? Or is this just pure stupidity? We need to be careful. Let's not create more problems for our brothers back home. Let's not create another civil war because it's close. This is how it starts. Nigerians who were sympathetic to us are now looking at us differently and say, hey, I think these people have some issues that they need to deal with. I don't think we want to support them anymore. Let's be very careful. And Peter will be again, when we keep saying it, that this man lacks leadership skills. He truly does. And everywhere he goes, he creates confusion. Everywhere he goes, from AGA to PDP to Labour, everywhere that man goes, he creates anarchy and confusion. And he is not the right person that the Southeast should be promoting or pushing. He has created a huge problem for us. And I think at this point in time, we must retrace our footsteps. We must recalibrate our brains and say enough is enough. We cannot do without Nigeria. We cannot do without Nigeria. Likewise, Nigeria cannot do without us. But if we think we want to get Igbo presidency now, we should kiss it goodbye. We are creating more problems for ourselves. Now, to those who still want to continue to push the consciousness of hate, whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, whether you are Edo, whether you are Igala, whether you are Fulani, whether you are from Oshobo, you are very stupid. The consequences of hate will burn us all. Thank you.
One man, can you give me a minute or two? Let me respond to Emeka, please. It's just conversational, please.
All right, carry on.
Okay, Emeka, thank you for coming here. You know, we've been talking about this, you know, frequently, you know, but I'm glad you're here today. And I heard you perfectly because, you know, as I'm talking to you, you know, I don't want us to have, you know, to take it to a different angle. Let's just make it a conversational. You started up pretty good, you know, when you blame both sides, which is the right thing to do. But the angle I kind of lost you. You kind of put it on OB, then you go to the Southeast, then it becomes a Southeast that is perpetuating the whole thing. If I understood you right, your initial 5 minutes was perfectly, in my own opinion, was well balanced. But after that, you pivot to OB. Okay, you can blame it on OB or whatever. Then you make it general as a Southeast is the one that is perpetuating the whole thing. That's the way you stand. And let me tell you, whether you agree with Obi, I'm still for Obi. Obi has apologized. Obi has come back, you know, Obi had made a statement about this lady 2 days ago. So it doesn't matter what, you know, the way you make it sound like, you know, it's only Southeast. If maybe you're speaking on the sentiment of you're an APC. Nobody, nobody, you know, nobody's innocent in whatever is going on here. So don't make it sound like it's the Southeast that is perpetuating the whole thing. I have a list. Of you know, people in diaspora here. I can give it to you. I can give you their email. If you want me to read it, I probably don't have time because this is not my time to speak. That has, you know, promoted this bigotry too. That's equality to the Southeast too. So I can give you the list. So it's both sides. So don't make it one-sided. If I have to talk about the Southwest, hold on.
My brother,
If I have to
okay,
talk about the Southwest, I'm not going to use the word Yoruba. I'm going to use the APC part of the Southwest that is, you know, which is political, that is making this. So I don't like to generalize things, but I'm disappointed, you know, when you pivot, you know, your statement to be the Southeast is the one, you know, that is causing this problem. That's where I have an issue with you. This
brother,
is strictly my own opinion.
you listen to me with your emotions, and I can understand. It's fine.
I'm listening to you with your emotion. I heard you
When
perfectly.
I started, that's why I said, can you? I say it's good you came in. When I started, I said I took it from how this game is being played.
that are
right?
perfectly
And you
understood in that area.
rightly said, I blamed everybody. And I blame the politicians too, because that is the tactics they use. But from 1999, after the election cycle, we continue with our life like normal human beings. We continue with our trade, we continue with our intermarriages, we continue with our behavior, we continue visiting ourselves. We never came out to start fighting.
Let's stick with the present.
Can I land
with the
now?
present that you're blaming? Can I land
That's my
now?
point. Please allow me. You came in because of me. So I don't want you to miscrew my statements. That's why I'm repeating or elaborating further. Right? Now, what I said, I called two prominent individuals that when we want to point fingers, those are the two prominent individuals most Southeasterners would point out. I called the Oba of Lagos and I called MC Olomo. And I have said the Oba of Lagos, that statement was very crassless, very classless, very stupid, to be made from a first-class chief.
So hold on, let me ask you, what's the difference in terms of degree between this Amaka statement and the Oba of Lagos? Is anyone worse than each other?
Now I will tell you the difference.
Okay,
now,
tell me the difference.
The Oba of Lagos said, "You do not know how I picked Ambode," right? The Oba of Lagos was saying his statement in the context of a political exercise and threatening, which is true, an ethnic tribe to vote for his candidate. And he said, if you don't vote for my candidate, please jump into the lagoon and die. But if you vote for Ambode, prosperity is yours. I am paraphrasing, but I want one man to go and get the video and play. He was not saying it. He was saying it. Now, listen, I'm giving you the difference now. He was saying it to some Igbo elders that came to, either they came to visit him in his palace. He was saying it to them. Right? Good. Now, the idiot in Brampton.
Hold on, before you go further. Are you telling me the Igbos, we are there, and he telling me if Igbo don't vote for me, they should be thrown in the lagoon? Are you telling me the Igbos you are visiting when he made that statement?
I know that news very well. He was saying it to Igbo elders. That's why I said one man should come and play the video. I know that tape very well. He was saying it to Igbo elders that visited him in his palace. Those Igbo elders. And he said, if you vote for Ambode, if you do what I say, prosperity is yours. But regardless, that statement is a classless, crassless, silly, stupid, and idiotic statement for a first-class.
Okay. If you say that, what is Amaka's statement?
We all should say, call a spade.
How do you classify Amaka's statement?
Now, Amaka's statement. Now, let me tell you. Let me tell you the differences. Let me tell you the differences. You asked me, and I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
The election is over. Amaka
we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Amaka.
Crime. She elaborated. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Amaka described how she was going to carry out the crime. She said when she was going to carry out the crime, she said, tomorrow I will go to office.
Well, they don't have to repeat that. We already know what he said.
Where she was going to carry out the crime. Hold on, I'm giving you the differences. She said where she was going to carry out the crime. In her office. She said how she was going to carry out the crime. By poison. She said who would be the victims of that crime. Now, she also described the weapon of choice, which is otapiapia, poison. So she was very detailed with the way she was going to carry out that crime. So you cannot juxtapose both and say they are similar. Man of
no, in my own opinion,
one was
very xenophobic like.
So let me land it. I will listen to you. One was describing a crime. The other was making a threat. One
Wait a
was
minute.
describing the crime, the other was making
That's
a
not
threat.
what Oba said was not a description of crime. It was categorically stated that if you don't vote for, the Igbos will be thrown. So I don't know where you're painting that narrative, but that's your opinion. So
He said they can go to the lagoon.
Hold on, Prestige. Let's hear from the Oba.
One of you, I swear in the name of God Almighty Allah, goes against my will that Ambode, inshallah, will be the next governor of Lagos State. The destiny is going to die inside this place. I'm not ready to beg, appeal to anybody, and that's why Kajadu and the governor says, that is your own. Even the two of them, they cannot disobey me. But nobody knew how I pick somebody. Jimmy is my blood relation, and I told him in a plain language, he can never be governor in Lagos for now. Future belongs to God. I'm not begging anybody to go, but you must not. I repeat, what you people cannot do in Odisha, what you cannot do in Aba or anywhere. If you do what I want, Lagos will continue to be prosper for you. If you go against this, you will perish in the water. Finish.
Now, that was a threat.
Yeah.
That was a threat. That was silly of the Oba to make, but that was a threat. If you do what I want you to do, it will be good for you. If you don't, you will perish in the water. Now, the other person, you say, I don't know why we're comparing both, but the other person was describing the crime.
You the one that is portioning more blame. I'm not here to defend.
I am not apportioning any
one man
blame.
have already condemned you to the highest level.
You see,
I have
blamed. Hold on now. Calm down and listen. Get my line of thoughts before. That's what you listen with your emotion. I have blamed the Oba for making this kind of
statement. Are you not emotional too?
I have blamed our politicians for creating division because they want to win an election. They are the ones creating this division because they want to win an election. But again, and I'm also blaming those who do not understand the power game, that it is an election they want to win. And after the election, you still see these same people, regardless of tribe, sharing the money, sharing the appointments, going to houses, marrying each other, and moving on with their life. That is how the elites operate. But it is the foolishness of mediocres and average Nigerians to now still carry this foolish idea and hate consciousness to go and be fostering it, promoting it, talking about it, implementing it. It is that foolishness that I'm talking about. I am not sparing anybody, and I've said it in my last statement. I said, if you are a proponent of hate, promoting hate consciousness, whether you're a Fulani, whether you're a Hausa, whether you are a Igala, whether you are from Inewi, or you are Onitsha, or you are from Abakaliki, or you are from Umuahia, or you are from Oshobo, you're a fool. You're a very big fool. Because you don't understand how the elite operate. You don't know how they play their games. So when you do it and you get caught for the consequences, accept it. Don't shy away from responsibilities. But you must understand that this is a game of power. And the elites play that game to divide so that they can conquer. So you hear a lot of complaints, but that is what they play. But you go around and you hear people pushing and promoting hate. I'm not blaming the Southeast alone. I am blaming others too. But what I said was, how did it move? It was a game between the Southeast and the Southwest. How did it now move to include the Edo people? How? I don't know. Apart from even some people who supported P2B from the Southwest, P2B got a lot of supporters from the Southwest. He won Lagos. And apart from the Southeast, the other states that supported P2B, even many of them would have sacrificed their blood from the Edo people. But now, what is the narrative? That is where I was blaming the Southeast. Not just the Southeast, the foolish Igbo people who are promoting this nonsense behavior. Because it's not us, not everybody, not the entire Southeast. How did they move from blaming the Yorubas, right? Because we saw it looked like banter. How did it move from the Yorubas now to the Edo? Or how did it move from the Yorubas to the north?
So
It moved from
hold
the
on, hold
Yorubas
on.
to
If
the
I
north.
understood you, you said the Igbos are blaming Yoruba. Is it not this Amaka, ignorance or whatever?
Hold on, Prestige. Let Emeka land so that we can move on. There are a lot of.
Well, I wanted to
So what I was saying,
because
we saw some Igbo people disrespecting the Oba of Benin, and we all know how the Benin, not just only the Benin,
I'm familiar with that tape.
the
You know,
Edo people
I know who participated. Wait a minute. I know who participated in that particular tape. Okay. Let me tell you, Emeka. My main problem is
we
not
don't
him.
care.
Hold on, Emeka.
It is not.
Let's make it
It
conversational.
is not about
This is
that.
what.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
Do you know the genesis of? Do you know the genesis of genocidal? Go and look at the Rwanda something. That is my main concern. And my second concern is the selective justice of this Abike stuff. I'm glad he exposed this lady. He exposed this lady. It's good. Let the law take it to whatever highest level they can take. But how about other people? He can't expose them. These Legopedians, people has uprooted his name. The last name is Bolaji, and that man is still working free. He has not been invited. He has not been invited.
But hold on. I have called a foolish Yoruba man who the UK police
No, I'm
police
talking
just
about
released
Abike,
recently.
which is part of APC.
He did the same thing.
That is selective justice.
Hold on now.
Sorry,
what Abike Dabiri did is right.
Okay, how about
what she did
why can't it be right for
right.
other people?
Emeka, Abike Dabiri is the head of Diaspora Commission. So her remit is more Nigerians outside the country.
Okay, one man. Let me give you information you don't know. Let me give you information you don't know. This guy is in Canada. This is something that just came up. This guy is in Canada that make this statement. Okay, you can go and find him. He's in Canada that make this particular bigotry statement that I'm about to give you. His name is hold on. His name is Adebiji Olatunji.
Send it to.
Hold on, I'm going to send. He made a statement. We are expecting. Wait a minute. We are expecting the worst of all Igbos in Abuja, in Lagos, in Kaduna, in Ibadan. We will kill them all before we progress to their land. My wife is an Igbo. She's from Imo. I'm going to kill her first. This is from Canada. The name is Adebidi Olatunji. So why not go fish that person out too?
No, man of prestige. What you have raised, right? Now you have now seen this guy has said something that is very silly. He should be reported too.
Exactly,
he should be arrested.
That's my issue.
He said he's going to kill his wife.
Justice.
Hold on. Don't make it
Emeka,
an issue.
I don't disagree with you. I'm aligning with you what you said.
Hold
Man of prestige.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Some of us can escalate
exactly.
it.
Provide the
I'm in a
details.
place where I can
Let's escalate it. Let's escalate the details. You said he's in Canada, yes?
Yes.
Provide the details. Let's report it because he wants to commit a crime. We have to stop this nonsense. This nonsense needs to end. We can't have foolish
Emeka. It was actually Nigerians in Canada that flushed out this Patience Amaka Somberger. It was the Nigerians in Canada that flushed her out.
Exactly.
So if they're able to flush out this character, then
exactly.
Out. Yeah.
No, we need to identify these idiots in our midst. These people who promote a consciousness of hate to the point that they want to go and kill other people. We need to identify them and put them where they are supposed to be. Behind bars. Keep them there. Let them be rehabilitated. If they don't want to be rehabilitated, let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. That is what we need to do so that normal people can behave normal, we can undertake normal activities. So I don't know. I can understand man of prestige, but I don't understand man of prestige. I don't. I can't relate with that. If somebody is going about making threats about killing people, even to kill your wife, he should be identified. He should be arrested. If somebody is going about saying, I want to go and murder other people because of their beliefs or because they speak a different tongue from you, you should be identified. And you should be behind bars. Whether it is here on this platform, whether it is online on Twitter, whether it is somewhere else, you should be identified. Because we can't have potential murderers. We have to protect our society. We have to protect.
Okay,
yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying this. So, yeah, man of prestige, if you see them, if you encounter them, yes, bring them out. Let's identify the foolish people who are not supposed to be human beings and put them behind bars. I want to also speak about this refinery briefly. Have we heard anything about Dangote refineries? It said it was going to operate in August. He has been moving the date.
Now. Yeah, it's moved to
now
September
tomorrow is
now.
September. Tomorrow is September, and it's not yet operating. I don't think Dangote refinery will operate this year. That's my opinion. I hope he proves me wrong. And I don't think I think it's beyond Dangote. It's not within his power. He will want to operate. Why do I say so?
Do you think he's playing politics with it?
No. He is losing money. He can't be playing politics. There are people, international and local, who do not want his refinery to work because it's going to disrupt international market supply, right? Especially from the European refineries. So the IOCs, which he has actually fingered, are deliberately conniving with local operators to undermine Dangote refinery from operating. Now, and that has been the reason why our refineries have never worked for one day. Since that those 4 refineries started, they have never worked. Because we have the IOCs conniving with intelligence security or agencies, as well as local operators, because our market, we can easily bribe people. That is why our refineries are not working, and the possibility of our refineries may not work. The only time this will change is when those European refineries find an alternative market. Why am I saying this? I can, maybe next time I come, I will bring up books or probably evidences or narratives or statements from ex-CIA spies, how they go about causing tensions and disruptions when they know that their interest is being undermined. The operation of Dangote refinery will collapse the European refineries. That is why it is not working. That is why it may not work. When it will work, we will come to a compromise. Or else we should just kiss having refineries in our country goodbye. If you want to know how the CIA operates, how they protect their own interests, or how MI5 and MI6 operates, or how the French Security Intelligence Group operates, go and begin to study geopolitics. Especially go, now another thing I want to say, all the places we have security issues, list them out. When you list them out, also list where we have mineral resources in Nigeria. Look at them together. I have done it. Look at them together. Where we have insecurities and where we have mineral resources. Any place we have insecurity, go and check the mineral resources there, whether there's always mineral resources there. We have the CIA creating insecurities in our locality. We have the French operative also doing the same thing. We have the Israelis intelligence group doing the same thing so that they can scatter away our mineral resources, create insecurity for our people, Let us be fighting ourselves and create that distraction. We are blaming Boko Haram, we are blaming herdsmen, we are blaming this, we are blaming the government, having military chiefs in their pockets. That's why insecurity will never end in Nigeria. It will never end until when we sit down as a country and say, yes, we want to reorganize ourselves. That is what Dele Alake is doing. Recently, there was killing in a gold mine. Who engineered that killing? They are yet to say it. Who caused that killings? They are yet to say it. It's not just the killing of people mining gold. These are authorized gold miners in the country. They went to kill them.
You are breaking up, Emeka. I think we may have lost you somewhat, even. Can anyone still hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I think we lost Emeka a little bit.
I can hear you.
No, yes, gentlemen. But I know the first two contributors have spoken at length. But with your permission, let's do 7 minutes. Emeka, we lost you, so I think it's struggling with the system to come back. Yeah, let's do 7 minutes lost so that we can get to voices fairly sharply. We'll kick it off. We'll kick it off with Ajande Koko and we'll move it around. Ajande Koko, you're up next. Oh, Emeka's dropped.
Yeah. One man, what's up?
Yes. I didn't really want to dwell too much on this Otapia woman, but a lot of clips are coming out on that space, including people now cautioning that they shouldn't buy food just from where that narrative is coming out just yet. And then we were also speaking about bills passing through the parliament at the moment. So when they come back from recess, September the 17th, this will be what will be on their desk. A bill on 6 years single term for president and governor, bill on parliamentary system, police act amendment bill. So when we went to that police act amendment bill, I was hopeful that it will be state police, but it's just really to elongate the tenure of the IG. Ranches Commission, which is to do with that Ministry of Livestock that TINUBU said, etc., etc. Bill seeking special seats for female legislators. So that seems to be what their priority is. But this one here, bill on diaspora voting. So those are sort of things they'll be looking at. And then the celebration around the DSS chief being sacked, the personnel there saying that it was too stringent somewhat in the way he managed that space and was looting a lot of money, a lot of nepotism. It was essentially just employing people from Kano. Why I would disgrace you people if this happens again. This is the Minister for Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy. So she's stormed yet another event, just shutting it down, saying that there's too much seminars and not enough that is empowering the people. So she wants her budget now going to women empowerment. Details emerge on how much TINUBU government pays for subsidy per litre of petrol. So subsidy now, they are going from the prices of petrol, they are going from what the actual price should be to what the price is at the pump. And then they are going then from state to state to see how much is being subsidized. An example of Lagos State, 499 naira 25 kobo. That's the subsidy there. Abuja, 488 naira 4 kobo. Kano, 496.34 on and on the go. So that subsidy by stealth still remains a recurring decimal. So yes, and we're also speaking to why they are not able to use technology to track use technology to track the kidnapper. So we're speaking to that as well, and we're speaking to possibly privatization of Warri Kaduna refineries. So take your pick, and then let's hear from you.
Thank you, one man. You look like you're loaded up the topic this evening. Is it because you couldn't make it yesterday? Those that you were supposed to
You know what?
yeah.
Yes, yes, that's part of. Yesterday actually, my mom went back, so I went to drop her at the airport, and then when I was coming, there was heavy traffic, and then I just thought no, I mean, if it's not fun, then don't do it, and it wouldn't have been fun for me yesterday, so I just said no, let me just leave it. So yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering what's going on, but at the point when it's 7 o'clock our time here, I said it looked like one man. I was thinking that maybe your system is having problem. That's what I was thinking. That what's the
No,
problem?
it was an airport run that then it's first time I experienced it actually. Not even go slow, but stand still on M25. It was unbelievable. But I just thought, no, I can't go through that and then come on land and be talking
Yeah, maybe
nonsense.
it's because of Friday evening. Friday
No, I
rushing and
think there was
stuff.
I think there was an incident. I think there was
Oh,
an incident,
okay.
maybe an accident. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You are loaded. You have so much, to talk about this evening. But so I will try a little bit. If there's any you want to give me to speak, you can give it to me. So let me start with the girl. I mean, this issue of Tapia Pia. You see, on that day, I was saying the last time that we talked about it here, I said this is going to cause a very serious setback on for the business of Igbo people that are selling food, uh, you know, um, across the country, particularly in Yoruba land. Kenneth was arguing with me that day that, oh, there's nothing, people on the ground. You know, it's just unfortunate and very bad that, you know, what this lady did and what the bad effect of it is going to cause a lot of setback on our Igbo brothers that are out there doing their own business and try to make ends meet and try to, in this trying time of our country when everything is hard and tough, their business is going to suffer as a result of one stupid person who is just completely stupid. So it's just sad, to get it corrected. It's going to be very hard. Maybe after some time, everything will simmer down and people will not have that fear anymore. Video upon video that are coming out to show that some people are making attempt making move to poison people. It's going to scare a lot of people from buying food stuff or go to restaurant where Igbo's restaurants to eat. So it's just sad. I wish leaders. That is why we are calling on leaders that matter to speak on this. They have to come out strongly to speak, to tell people not to carry out what you call on people to do. People that really matter, people that uh, from that part of the country, from the east. It's not only Peter Obi. Leaders should be, since video are rolling out and showing that some people are being caught trying to do carry out this devilish act. I mean, Igbo leaders from all walks of life should jump out and speak and urge their people. This is not who we are. Don't listen, don't do it, don't make any attempt to poison Yoruba people, anybody in country because of politics. Politics will come and politics will go, and we will remain as people. So um, that is what I can say there. That is the best thing that can happen, that can solve the problem. When leaders upon leaders are coming out to speak, I think people will listen, and they will, and that will give assurance to the people that are afraid to see it that, look, their leaders are talking to us, they are begging us, they are trying to, you know, um, uh, you know, tell us not to have any fear in that regard. So that's the best solution to it now. Leaders, or Ohaneze has spoken, other leaders individually must release video to talk to Igbo people that this is not who we are. Don't do it. For God's sake, don't do it. And I believe if we go a long way to, um, you know, people will listen. I believe they will listen, and they will not try to make any attempt in that regard. So let me move to another topic. The Warri refinery, that are they saying they want to privatize it or sell it? Is it privatization?
They want to privatize it. They've actually put out tender for people to come and take it over. Warri refinery and Kaduna refineries.
It is good. It is good if they want to privatize it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
But
to explain to Solly, but it was just fighting all the way through.
yeah, if they want to privatize it, it is good. Let our interest still be represented, not 100%, because when they, not to sell, they are not trying to sell it, but to privatize it. We have share. Nigerian people will subscribe to it, and other people, private company, that will buy some shares too. It's just to bring efficiency and and better performance, in terms of operation and delivery of what is meant, to achieve. So
I just remember something. It's Dups's birthday today, and it's a landmark birthday. So I'm not sure if you are listening, but a happy birthday to you, Dupsy. Yeah, it's a landmark birthday. She's been talking about it all week. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Let me use this time to say happy birthday to her as well, and God will give her long life and protect her and the families, and I wish them well on behalf of the platform. So, I wish her well and the platform and the family as well. So, let me continue. So, I think if it is privatized, the government must make sure that whoever that want to take up the operation must be people or organization rather that have experience in the operation of those refineries. Technical experience, people that have that financial capability, and people that have a tracking record that they've run one before or running one currently somewhere, maybe outside the country, and have run it well. It shouldn't be mediocre. They should not play politics with this and sell it to some of their friends, as we've had it done in the past. So they have to look at the technical capacity of people or the organization that want to buy it, the financial capacity, and the success that they achieve in that field. That is what really, really matter. So I support it. Let us have some share, minimum of 20%, so that the interests of Nigerian people can still be represented. If not 40%, at least it should go like maybe some, some other organization that can jump into it. We just have to make it work. If it work, it will not only work for our country, our economy will record growth, success, and people will benefit. It will create job, and the output to the economy, it will be very, 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 very great. So that's my opinion on that. And what else do we have there? What is Tinubu trying to do again? Any topic over there that I can remember?
It's just a recurring topics. The details of the subsidy coming out, and they are identifying just how much is being paid in subsidy per state.
Okay, this is good. Look, where is that information? Where did that information emanated from?
What they're actually saying is the cost of its cost versus the pump price. Hold on, let me see if I can get the terminology there, because they used it says the subsidies are calculated based on the difference between the indicative pump price and the actual price, with the government covering the difference. These subsidies are paid to maintain a lower pump price for consumers, despite the higher indicative pump price based on the foreign exchange rate. So what it should actually cost in real terms versus what people are paying. Because of course, if people were paying the actual deregulated rate, the prices will be moving skittishly along with the foreign exchange. So that's where they're basing their calculations on.
One man.
Yeah, Karen.
Please let me. I don't have a good signal. I'm driving. Let me take 1 minute to interject for a couple of minutes, and then I'll talk to you guys later on. Is that okay? Before Go ahead. You move away from there. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Ajan Lekoko, hello everybody who's on the platform. Right now, we've dealt with this topic, but as you could see, there's been development whereby other Nigerians who've been complicit in genocidal talks, the Igbos, Southeasterners, including Ohanese, the first day when this Canadian lady emerged, there was a preparation to condemn her, and some people already did. Too fast, right? But right now, it's annoying for anybody to take it a la carte. It's a wholesale thing. Now, the Igbos have come out in full force since this new stuff has come out. So we should treat it together. Don't tell Igbos what to do. Now, they're mad.
I think it dropped. The system is not good. One man can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's in transit. It's there, but I think it's
driving. Yeah, it's driving. Maybe it's driving.
Because you can see that it's frozen. Yeah. So carry on. You can see it's there, but it's frozen.
Yeah. So
I think that's the best yet we've had. What you said, that's it. That's perfect. Carry on.
So
you see, when you speak the elephants, it's still going on though.
It's still going on. I don't know why you can't hear us. If we can't hear you, Pastor, just don't worry.
You froze for a moment. It's frozen again.
You're frozen. Don't worry. Forget about it. You can go out and come back later when you get home. All right. So one man, I think now the truth is coming out. This is why
it's still going on. You know,
it's struggling. He didn't know that people are not hearing him. So I don't know why you cannot hear. I believe it should hear us now. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, they will tell us in the Maybach now, but the Maybach is just China made Maybach. Made it pink.
A whole billionaire. A whole billionaire from California.
Hello, billionaire from California. I can't even connect to the internet.
Okay, so one man, this is what I'm saying, that Tinubu administration should have, they should have make it, come out. They shouldn't have hidden anything from Nigerian people. Paying of subsidy is not illegal. If it's changing the way of paying it, different from the way they were paying it before, which was a monumental, corrupt way of paying subsidy. If it's changing the system of paying it, that is transparent, who want to accuse him of anything? But trying to hold on to your statement that subsidy is gone, whereas behind the scene you are paying it, and and you are by the cost of crude in the international market and the landing cost against the pump price in Nigeria, it shows that something is being paid. So we government must do things right, do it transparent, and let everybody know the way you are running the system or paying for the subsidy. I don't. That is the way. To me, I don't think anything should be hidden from the people. If you like some of our people here, Baba will say they are doing intervention. That is not intervention. Intervention will come for a short time. That is why it's called intervention. Short time, stabilize, and then stabilize it and let it to run on a normal scale. But this one that we've been doing for the past 1 year, that by all metric you want to measure it, there's no correlation between the pump price and the landing cost. It clearly show that something is being paid in between. So I think it is good. I think Tinubu, I don't know people around him that are not advising him well. Tinubu got nothing to lose from Nigeria. He got nothing to lose. Coming out plain, tell us this is the way we want to do it. This is the way we are doing it. As long as corruption is not injected into it, fine. All these arguments by politicians, that all of them were saying we're going to remove subsidy. We're going to. Obi said, "I will remove it immediately." If we got there and they remove it, the same situation that we have now is what we'll be going through. So all of them that were saying we will remove subsidy, you see, it has its consequences. So the consequences is that
Angelico, Obi never used the word immediately. Just go and check properly.
We played it here. We played it here severally.
One man, if you got that,
didn't say immediately.
You can play. Yes. Yeah, if you got it, you can play it.
Yes, I've deleted it, but I can just bring it up again. It said immediately.
Yeah.
So everybody knows that.
If you can search for it, you can play it, as we move on, so that everybody will know that, look, no country that pay subsidy, oil producing country that pay subsidy, they usually let their people know how much they are paying for it. That is the way to run.
Angelico, may I interject, please?
Let
Morris.
Adanleko go land. I want to try and
Yeah,
move it round.
just
There's
one
so many
shot and
people
I just want to add. I want to add something. Angelico, look, if TINUBU didn't on that first day of inauguration brag, subsidy is gone, the hardship and cost of things wouldn't have been as cost of commodities wouldn't have been as expensive as it is today if he didn't say that on the first day. You understand? This is what I believe. If he had said we will remove subsidy,
did TINUBU remove the subsidy?
But he said that announcement, it doesn't matter.
No, they did remove the subsidy.
Yeah, but why was thing if he didn't remove it, but there was 1 month left for that subsidy, Buhari made for July, right? But now the point is that if he didn't announce it, okay, even if Buhari removed it, why didn't things skyrocket when Buhari removed it? Because he announced it on the first day. I know we Nigerians, we can be very greedy.
They legislated it a year prior. So
I understand, but legislation didn't increase prices of things. What increased prices of things is the announcement. But the subsidy didn't go. That was just bragging, just to score cheap political points. Now look at the mess we are in.
No, don't worry about all that. It's not the announcement, it's the actual removal of the subsidy. If he announced that subsidy was removed and it wasn't, then nothing happened. The fact that the subsidy was removed was what
one man, you should know me better than you can't gaslight me.
No,
you know, it's like telling me it's sunshine outside when I can clearly see darkness.
Let's have a conversation. What have I said that is wrong? I said, just listen and then you can respond. I said it is not that he said subsidy was removed that led to the hike, because if he had said subsidy was removed and it wasn't, then there would be no hike. It's the fact that subsidy was actually removed that led to the hike. So
okay, may I ask you one question now? Is subsidy removed? Is the subsidy removed?
Well, it is removed.
It's removed? And now, are you not the one that said they went step by step, dishing out how much they are subsidizing petrol? Some states 400.
Well, it's an intervention.
Come on, you can't speak on both sides of your mouth. You just said it now too.
If you want to speak to facts, you can speak to facts. If you want to speak to propaganda,
yeah. What is the facts? Facts. You read the facts yourself. Now you presented it.
No.
That step by step they are checking.
If you want to hide the facts.
Omar, are we still doing 7 minutes?
Yes, but yes.
Okay, I'll wait for my turn.
All right. If you want to land it, then I think people are now.
Yeah. Let me land it so that you can go to another person. You see, Morris. Let me tell you, I agree with you. The statement that TINUBU made caused, market reacted to it.
Of course, simple.
That statement was it was unnecessary, and it's I think it was very bad statement. The way the market reacted to it, it caused a lot of economic setback. The price just sharply moved on. That was the reaction. Already there was no subsidy. I mean, it's been removed already, but there's a way that Buhari administration was managing it. So when it came, he said, we remove it, the market reacted because the marketers knew that, hey, if we want to get our petrol, on the way forward, the price, the subsidy will not be there for them. So the pump price sharply went up to the roof. So it was a statement that almost destabilized the economy. So I agree with you that it shouldn't have made that statement, and I believe a lot of people, or even those that are economists, they even said it. You should have managed it better.
God bless you, my brother. God bless you.
Should have managed it better than that. So with what we are seeing now, it just shows that, look, this singular product represents is so strategic to our economy, is this driving force of economic activities in that.
All right.
So we have to manage it well. That is what we are seeing now represent. We are seeing the figure clearly. So Tinubu have option. Come out, tell us subsidy is being paid, but this is the way we are managing it. They are not stolen. It's not the way it used to be, where they are just writing figure, giving out millions of naira to themselves without, supply of this petrol to no delivery of petrol, but writing out check to satisfy their friend. So let us just know that's it. It's not illegal to pay subsidy for us. It's a product that drive the economic activity.
All right,
so let me leave it there. Move on.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go on from Ajanle Koko to Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, you're up next. I did say 7 minutes, but I cannot really push you so hard on the minutes. But
that's fine.
Help us manage the time for the benefit of our
audience.
We're talking about the Otapia woman, and this news just came through. Chidinma Additional wins Miss Universe Nigeria, so she gets that crown from a bigger country than the one that rejected her. So with yes, all manners of things. So just come into the conversation at whichever.
Thank you, Woma. Well, let me start with Chidinma Additional wins me. Well, congratulations to her. I'm one of those who believe that developing country like Nigeria shouldn't be participating in all this. I believe that we have presently in Nigeria we should declare a state of emergency on critical sectors and industries, and then close border, close a lot of things where we go to, we participate and we do until we get things well in Nigeria and get good direction. When the time comes, when there is a time to jolly, to fairly and do things here, we can start involving in all these things. Because as far as I'm concerned, I don't understand the impact on our economy. That's from that. Let me speak on the Otakwe. I don't know why we are making that an issue again on this platform. I think we've spoken about it a few days ago. And I've listened to, I think
it continues to record as a decimal. That's why we're
isn't it so funny? Does it not sound so funny to you that people, and I'll still call name, people like Man of Prestige, I don't know what you are they making of somebody who makes such that hate speech, that the country where Man of Prestige is living cannot even accept such, and then a commission that deals with people in diaspora in your country is reacting, and then the next thing you need to be doing is to be reacting and be citing examples of things that have happened also in the past, and therefore subtly justifying this, because that's the way I see it. And I keep saying it. When you see people starting using all this adjective of however, oh, we are condemning, but however, for me, as far as I'm concerned, whatever you say after that, however, is the main thing you want to say. You just want to please people and sound, probably correct, and that's why you put the first part of whatever you have said. When you put that your however, anything that comes after, it triggers me. It makes me to, let me listen to what exactly you want to say. Because I keep looking at it. I don't know. They will pick MC Olomo. Oh, look at MC Olomo. As if MC Olomo said they should go and kill people. They will say, oh, Oba of Lagos. I've listened to Oba of Lagos time without numbers. Oba of Lagos was so emotional. And I remember back then, people condemned Oba of Lagos, even people of his own tribe. Bode George was one of those that condemned Oba, and many people that you wouldn't even expect that they can look Oba of Lagos in the face and talk. So now, and I started the example of Adeyinka Granson here. The man who first reported Adeyinka Granson happened to be his own tribal man, Kayode Ogundamisi. That guy was on Dr. Damage's program, and he said it. He said, I reported this guy, and I follow up on it till they arrested him and jailed him. That was his own tribal man. He didn't go on erection and start comparing. Right? I think somebody wanted to interject, right? Okay, no.
No,
can you
carry
see
on.
me? Wama?
Yeah, we all can. Carry on.
Okay. So I remember on Dr. Damage's program, that guy came and said, I reported him. And I think the guy was talking about Mazin and Ghana. Said, you go and report your home. I did. I saw what was wrong about my tribal man, and I reported him. Look at Onitiri Abiola. I've started an example of that woman here who did that rubbish in Oyo. They declare her wanted. Till today, they are still looking for that woman. What happened to her property? They destroy her property. That's how to deal with crime. Call crime crime. Don't start justifying it by saying, oh, I have to rob somebody. No. You shouldn't be justifying crime. That's the thing I see in this. Because there's this saying that say, you see, that when you prioritize kinship over justice, what you do is that you're not protecting your tribe. You're simply poisoning, the moral foundation. You're eroding the very principle that hold humanity together. That is justice. You condemn Abike for reporting crime. Why? Because you believe Abike looked away. But what about Adenika's grandson about Nitiri? Even when Sunday Igbo they killed people in Sunday Igbo's house, they almost arrested the guy, they chased the guy out of Nigeria. Some people still condemn. Till today, I never supported what that nonsense Sunday Igbo was doing. A lot of people you can say like that. Tinubu in his own broadcast, he condemned Igbo must go nonsense that Lagos Media was posting. Sanwo-Olu did the same thing. These guys were their tribal men, but they condemn it. So have you condemned us in Nnamdi Kanu on all his shenanigans on all his hatred speech? Have you condemned Simon Ekpa? Did you condemn Iwayaun when he called the whole tribe idiot and this? Now it's Amaka. You are trying to justify why? Why do we do this thing in Nigeria? So that's for me. When they come, they pick MC Oluomo. Even when MC Oluomo brought the Yashukudi she was referring to and said this year for the past 20 years has been part of us, and they said no, it's a lie that they are trying to pass things off. They know even more than Oluomo himself. So where I will finalize this on is let's be calming down on things. Don't think you are the only people occupying Nigerian space. We have 200 plus tribes in Nigeria. The big three are not the only people occupying. So our ally is even too much for the other minor tribe because people don't even see them again. If today is not Yoruba, today is Igbo, today outside, today are we the only one in that space? There are other people there. Ijo, Ibira, many Cheki. There are other people. Give them space also to talk. We are not the only people in that space. We should calm down. That's on that. Let me talk on the subsidy, and that's where I will conclude tonight. One thing I've come to realize is, and I keep saying it on this platform, I see many Nigerians these days trying to show like they are professional in the field that they don't even know anything about. You see, when they talk about economics, people believe that economy is what they know. No, it's not something you just know. Some people go to school to learn it. Some people learn it by experience. Some people are in the industry the way as we're talking now. The same way you're a journalist, the same way you're a lawyer, the same way you're a medical doctor, the same way you're a pharmacist, the same way you're an architect, or whichever profession you find yourself. That's the same way some people are economists, they're professional economists. That's where they find themselves. So allow them to talk and talk less of what you know nothing or little about. I keep advising that. I realize many Nigerians, even lawyers, when you talk now, they will tell you they know law more than you. They even tell you either you don't know anything, you're an APC lawyer. I know some of them, they are here now. They always say, oh, he's an APC lawyer. What's he talking about? They will not learn from you. You're a professional, you've been doing that thing for more than 2 decades, but they don't want to learn. That is the generation we find ourselves now. We just need to tolerate and manage it because it has come to stay with us. So on this subsidy or no subsidy, subsidy is both economic and legal matter. If you want to have subsidy, there's something you call appropriational act. You must have it. What is appropriational act? It simply means that in the budget we are writing this year, which is an act on its own, Act of National Assembly, the budget we are writing this year, we are including subsidy so million per month. We will be using it to subsidize every fuel consumed in Nigeria. Chikena, full stop. And they take it to the National Assembly, they pass it. That is when you have subsidy, in the real sense of subsidy. And all the marketers and everything, they start scrambling to get theirs from it. Do we have that now? No. That is the one Tinubu said is gone. Because as at the time Tinubu got to the office in May, by June should have been the last. Yes, people condemned Tinubu and said, oh, why did he just say that? Well, we are quick in Nigeria to follow crowd. They call it group thinking. It was, oh, why did he say it? And I've started example before. When Jonathan did his own in 2012, he did not announce it. Did market react to it? Yes. Did people react to it? Yes. So this person announced his own. Did market react? Yes. Did people react? Yes. So what are we saying? My conclusion is whether you announce or you do not announce, market will react. People will react. What should matter to us Nigerians is this thing that you have told us, that all these candidates, you be. I know Obina is trying to say, oh, I wouldn't have removed it that way. That is his own usual way. Never take responsibility for anything. It's like, look at Labour Party, they've scattered it, he will not take responsibility. But in any case, if you remove this thing, what should bother Nigerians most is, okay, where are we heading to? And that is why the major issue I have with this government presently, they are not talking. The arrogance is too much. Come and talk to people. If you have a policy, let us know where you are heading to. I know there are so many enemies of Nigeria. When you come and talk, they will still find the articles of the day, of all these days, and all of them will still find a way to just undermine the government. But at the same time, you are in government, you are in power. Shouldn't say somebody who is coming. So it's arrogance, the way I see it. And lastly, when people come and say, oh, but there is still subsidy. Question I ask them most time is this: look, allow professionals to talk or to enlighten you. It's just like somebody I was explaining to recently. I said there's a difference between rape and indecent assault. Lawyer, they don't come. What's the difference? Is it not just they have carnal lawyers? I said there is difference in law. Listen to professional. Somebody said there is difference between slander and libel. You say, is it not they just defame somebody? No, there is difference, and they don't carry the same weight. Murder and manslaughter.
Ogbeni, let me ask you a question. So the difference.
So let me just land on this. This is the last point I want to make, Baba. Just let me land on it.
Hold on now. You will make your point.
So that it's everything. You are pushing against. Baba Daniel, sorry, sir. So that you can now ask. And it's just one point. Not even a point. When they say there's difference between murder and manslaughter, they say, lawyer, they've come again. No, is it not people they buy? Yes, people buy in both murder and manslaughter. But it is when you are a professional and you go deep inside it, you understand the difference. That yes, people buy in the both, but there is difference between murder and manslaughter, and they don't carry the same penalty and they don't carry the same weight. So when people say, oh, subsidy has gone, but what they are doing presently is to cushion the effect. Is it not the same thing? Try to be informed. At least let professionals inform you before you come from an uninformed perspective and, just ridicule your own opinion. That's the way I see it. Baba Daleko, you can interject nicer.
Okay, so with the available fact that we have now, you are still disagreeing that subsidy is not paid?
Yeah, subsidy is gone.
Man, this is the highest level of gaslighting.
Who is paying for the difference between the landing cost and the
federal government of Nigeria? is paying.
What? How would you describe that payment?
So start with what is subsidy. I've explained subsidy. Subsidy is you appropriate money and you put it in what we call appropriation act. You take it to the
No. Appropriation is different. We are talking about the subsidy itself.
That's what I'm saying.
They might not put it on the appropriation act, but they are paying when this product that is imported at $10 and we are buying it in Nigeria for $5. The difference is the subsidy that is paid by the government for us to make it available. I mean, affordable. So don't
I just tired.
Don't turn this thing like as if don't do it when government is doing this thing and trying to lie. Don't support them.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, different is
Let me ask
subsidy.
a question. Do you know the difference
Tell me
between mother and manslaughter?
how would you describe that difference? Tell me what that difference represents.
I'm coming now. Before I go
it's
there,
not subsidy, what is it?
I'm coming. Before I go there, do you know the difference between murder and manslaughter?
You look. Law is dynamic.
I know. Benny, can I answer you that? Murder and manslaughter. Can I answer you that?
Do you know the difference?
Yes.
You can't bring legal. Hold on.
Benny.
You can't bring
legal. It's not bringing the legal something. What he's trying to explain is that it's a more nuanced space that there's a distinction.
Okay, tell us what
Ajelekuko, please let me answer him about murder and manslaughter. Please. Now, Obeni, you're a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. Murder. When murder and manslaughter is as good as a lawyer, a mistake and an error. The difference between one is intentional, the other one is unintentional deviation from right. For example, if in a sudden situation, maybe you attack somebody or something like that, the person died. That is not, if it's not intentional or unintentional deviation from doing what is right. That is
you could have not said it. You could have not said it.
A murder is willful. A murder is willful.
Thank you. So let me apply it to what is subsidy and what is not subsidy. Murder is premeditated.
But am I correct or wrong?
Yeah, you are correct.
You could have just said this. One is premeditated.
You are very fantastic in your explanation. Murder is premeditated, manslaughter is not premeditated, but in both, human being, in both they killed human being, right? Whether one use gun to kill, the other on a car used to kill the person, but then pie person. Subsidy and what they have now, both of it, they still pay to cushion effect, but they are not the same. Just the same, murder and manslaughter is not the same. But unfortunately, if you don't understand the indices, when somebody said, there's no subsidy, but they are still paying, you feel you still talk like you can be ignorant, like somebody who doesn't know the difference between murder and manslaughter. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
Yeah, now, Obeni, I respectfully disagree, because if you're buying something, the landing cost of something is 10 naira, and then the state offered it for 5 naira, but from the importer where they're importing it, the landing cost, everything is 10 naira. And then if you get 5 naira, is that subsidized or not?
It's subsidized.
Thank you. Then that will be a conclusion.
Now you
answer the
question.
Look at this one.
Thank you.
I've told you that when they say subsidy, it is both economy and legal. That's the area you don't want to assimilate.
When it comes to wisdom, I'm still
when you were making your argument, I did not interrupt. I tried to.
No, what I said is sorry. And when it comes to wisdom, I'm still a baby. But you can't put this one across me.
You see, you have a closed mind already. You see, that's
not a closed mind. I follow you.
Oh,
but
you said
you're trying to gaslight me. It's not possible.
Gaslight.
Yeah, of course. It's like I said before, telling me that there is sunshine outside when I can clearly see darkness.
What's your definition of gaslighting? I had my time to talk. I talk. You interjected.
Okay.
I allowed you to interject, and I'm trying
Okay,
to
go
put.
ahead. When you finish, I'm sorry I
That's not
interjected.
what they call gaslighting now. So
No,
the
you are
point is,
trying to. You are telling me gaslighting is like trying to tell somebody like what he's saying is actually not what he's saying.
Maurice, let him land, and then we'll come on to you later when
yeah.
he land.
So the point you have been able to make is that the point you are insisting on is that as long as they are paying to bridge that gap, okay, or to bring down that price from the landing cost, therefore there is subsidy, okay. And I'm telling you that that is too simplistic. It's from an ignorant perspective. Just like somebody who said, as long as somebody pie there is murder. And a lawyer is trying to explain, no, it's just manslaughter, it's not murder. That's the way I see it here. So what is subsidy? And I will still go back to that. And that's where I will conclude it tonight. I know many people have close mind in Nigeria. They don't want to, the one they believe is just what they want to believe. But let me try and make my own opinion and explanation. Subsidy is both economic and legal. What is legal part of it is that there's a regular amount government set aside to bring down price, and they fix price at a particular point. Whatever cost you landing with, this is what I want you to be selling this thing in this space. Whatever you have on it, our money have earmarked already, parliament has approved it, I will be giving you as marketer to pay and make sure that you sell at that price. That is what they call subsidy in the real sense, legally speaking. Do we have that arrangement now? The answer is no, we do not. You can go to Ministry of Finance and check their budget that we are running presently. You won't find it there. So what are they doing? What they are doing is this. There's hardship in the land. Everybody is complaining. Oil, crude is very important. Petroleum is very important to our economy, to everything about the economy. Like Babajagri Kuku said, yes, we agree. And I don't think this government is disagreeing. I don't think there's anybody in this government that is disagreeing. They all agree. What they are saying is this. Before you can catch the effect, the positive effect of this thing, so that it won't affect people so adversely that it will even truncate what you want to achieve at the end. Let us be stabilizing it and be intervening once in a while. So it is not a regular one that is there fixed and they say every month or every marketer come or no. They are intervening to stabilize it so that to pushing that hardship on people. I don't know any other way I can explain it further than that. Thank you, Woma, for the opportunity tonight.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So, Maurice, you're up next.
Good morning from here, please.
Where is here? Where is here?
I'm still in Oslo.
All right. Okay.
Yes. I have two short things to say. For instance, I will start with the Otapia or something. Okay. This is the first time I've been listening to you guys all these days, but this is the first time I'm coming up. Now, the thing I'm trying to point out here: one wrong does not justify the other. Okay. What the lady said is evil. You know, it's not something anyone will condone. But why does it look like a certain, maybe the Igbo tribe or some other people from other tribes are speaking up against it, or not like condoning it, but bringing up other evidences? Is because when this thing happens from other zone or someone from other zone, you don't see there's a difference between condemning something or speaking about something, but in making some watered down speeches. This whole thing started also with the Remi TINUBU. When she said what she said, nobody said anything. But if it was an Igbo woman that said that, on this platform, we will talk about
What
it
did
for
she
the
say?
next 2 weeks.
What did she say? What did Remi TINUBU say?
When she said that they will drive all the Igbos out and inherit their property because the Igbos hate Yorubas. How could you say
She
something like
never
that?
said that. She never
She
said
said
that.
it. Oh, come on, man. Okay, let me carry on, please.
Woman, please play it for us. Please,
Yes, I'm just looking for it now.
Okay,
You know.
play it. She said it in Yoruba, and you will translate it in English. Now, that is one. When the what's his name? Bayo Nonoga said everything he said. It wasn't hyped up. MC Olumo came out and said what he said. What did even the chief of police in Lagos, what did he say? Oh, he was just joking. But and when Dokubo, who went to see Tinubu, shake hands and make speech, when he said everything I said about Igbo, how to eliminate them, nobody hyped it. When those group of I will not, of course, I will use the word Yoruba because they don't represent every Yoruba tribe. When they said everything they said, even the one that said he will start with his wife, who is an Igbo woman, and kill her and buy, I'm sorry I used that word, buy the wife, everybody, they should just eliminate the Igbo people, buy all of them. I didn't see that topic on your platform for days. No. So then it feels like that when something like that comes out from a certain tribe, then the whole country, even the House of Rep and House of Senate, everybody now is springing up. But I didn't see the same energy when even the wife of Tinubu said what she said. When Ononoga said what he said.
All right, we've got what she said. Let's listen.
No, don't.
ọba máa rìkọ́ọ̀dì a máa lọ gbé gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà èkó wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní àwọn ipò tó bá bá èdè wa wọ́n lè ní o jẹ̀ ti má rì ipò tó bá lè ti fẹ́ yóò bá ká jogún ẹ̀ a máa jogún yín ni a máa jogún gbogbo ipò tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí ni bọ́dúlọ̀ ṣe máa ṣe nìyẹn ogun wa lẹ́ máa jẹ a máa ṣe ìjà a máa jogún yín ni lágbára Jésù ìtẹ̀ ṣe bá ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ yìí tó ẹ̀bà ara jẹ àwa kan bínú ọmọ wa sísá mi tún wá lọ bímọ fún Igbo ṣé kí n lọ kó Obieze wa Obieze lẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé olóyè Obieze lẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé ó tún lọ mú kámẹ́rà wá lọ lé ẹ̀ ní sinmi ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé a máa jogún yín ni àwa la máa jogún yín àgọ́ wa ló máa dáàdì yẹn a máa jogún yín láì ṣe pé yìí nìkan ni aráàlú Haúsá wà ń bí àgbà wọn láyè Kàlàbá wà ń bí àgbà wọn láyè ẹ wá ń bèrè pé báwo ni tí wàá ṣe jẹ́.
Sorry, one man.
Hello?
I think the first time I'm just listening to this. Let me tell you what he said. He said, "You know, Green marry Yoruba, we go inherit you." I didn't even know he was even talking about marry. I thought it was even all talking about.
It was even banter more than you can see
now,
that was
he said,
banter,
"You
wasn't
people
it?
that you refuse to marry us, we will inherit you, we will send you away." How do you? I thought they were talking about
Easy. I think it's still my turn. Okay.
No, I'm just telling you the meaning. You said
Yeah.
one man should play it and
Allow one
interpret
man.
it to suit
Why didn't he play it full?
He
Why
played it
didn't he
now.
play the whole video? Now
That's all
I'm
now.
coming.
That's the whole video now.
I'm
That's
coming.
the whole of it.
Okay, you see, this is where we have the problem.
So that's let me tell you.
You said she said they were going to inherit their
the
property.
problem.
She did
Yes.
not. You know. So
do you understand
Well,
Yoruba?
he said she didn't say that we will inherit, we will drive them out and take over their properties. So
she did not now. She did not.
This is okay. Wait a minute. This is the problem.
Everybody heard what was said.
Every time. Wait,
no, it's not interested in the facts. I don't think it's interested in.
Do you want me to give you the interpretation?
Okay. Wait a minute. Can I?
Do you understand
finish,
Yoruba
please?
first?
I don't.
Of course.
Okay, good. I do not. But this is the problem. The problem is that as long if it was an Igbo person that said that now,
No,
he
I'm
would
trying
have
to tell
been.
you what he has
No,
said.
said
You don't
what?
even understand what she
Oh
said.
no, he
If
doesn't understand what
it was
said
Igbo
what?
person now that said that we would inherit you and drive out and take over your property, it
You
would
don't
have
But she
been.
did
understand
not
what
say
she
that
said.
now.
She
She
didn't
did
say
not say
that.
that. We just played what she
She
said now.
said she didn't say she would take
Let's
over their
explain to you
properties.
what she said.
She
You
did
know, yeah.
not say that.
Let
She
her
did not.
finish. One man play the video full.
She said
Oh my
what we heard
God.
what she said now. That's the whole of it.
You cut it. You cut the video. Nah, play it full. I've
Oh
seen this
God.
video a lot of times. You didn't play it full. You just cut it.
She did not say that. She did
Okay
Chairman,
not.
now. Okay
let
now.
me explain to
Prove
you
me
what she
that I'm
said.
lying. Now
No,
play the video full.
No, you are
Play the
I've
full
just
you're
video.
played
not
it in full.
understanding.
What's is this guy silly? I just said I played it just now.
Don't use that word. I didn't insult you,
Yeah,
please.
but I just told you that I just played it, and you're saying I should play it in full. That's the whole play.
That's the whole clip.
Yes.
Now, I do not
And
understand
where you were
Yoruba, but
going,
a
hold
lot
on.
of
When you
Mhm.
just give me 1 second. Where you were going to was said there, but what you understood her to have said is not what she said. And
Okay.
Patrick was trying to explain to you
Did she
what she
use the
said.
word "we will inherit your properties" or not?
She
That's
did
why we
not.
say
She
we
said
We
spoke
will
at the
take
we will
over.
context.
inherit. She said we will inherit you, not your
Not
property.
properties.
And we
Yes.
inherit you. Because he said you people refuse to marry us. I think it was just even a fun
You
thing. I
know,
thought it was
It was
election.
banter. You could see it was
you know,
banter now.
you know. So
So, and by the way, sorry, I
Ononuga's
said,
speech was also a banter.
Okay.
Ononuga's
Let me
speech
tell you,
was also
let me
a
explain.
banter.
Wait,
hold
wait,
on,
Chairman.
hold on,
And one
Maurice.
man, just give me 1 minute, Kira, I explain. You see, my brother.
Apologize. I think. Hold on. I think I may have crossed the line there. Sorry, I said, "Are you being silly?" But I wasn't. It wasn't meant to be an insult to you. But
No,
actually,
I understand. It's okay.
Chairman, let me just give me 1 minute. You see, what happened in that contest? I think they were throwing banter, and she said you people refuse to marry us. He said we inherit you now. What you people still marry us by force? He was now saying my sister even gave birth to gave born pikin for one Igbo man. She was trying to tell us even see my sister just born for una man recently, and we all know that TINUBU'S marry an Igbo girl now. So I think you see there's a way. Let me one I'll close with this. You see, if you wear blue glasses, everything you see will be blue. I will just leave it at that.
Okay, good. What MC what Ononuga said, was that also a banter?
What did he say?
Okay, good. Since you don't know what Ononuga said, one man will explain that. He
Oh, you
understands.
say MC Uluomo? I don't know. Ononuga, you're not.
When Asari Dokumba said what he said, how you go buy every Igbo, look for them, buy all of them.
That was silly
that
of
also
him.
a banter?
Very
Was that
silly.
a banter?
But people condemn him. That's the difference between what we have now. Why
Yeah.
is it that people don't condemn this one? They are using however.
Because when the one that said he will buy his Igbo wife, start from there, all of them on that place, they are living in Europe. Why did that's where people are attacking Aduke? She says she represents diaspora something. Why didn't she, if she was quick to fish out this one, why didn't she fish out those ones that said that and publish, let's say, display their photos? Why didn't she do that? Is it not the same diaspora?
So you think he's doing this one because this woman is Igbo, right?
Listen, I don't, whatever
Answer
this
that
woman,
now.
anything this woman said, that's the first thing I said. What this
Nigerian.
woman said, she's supposed to be arrested. She does not represent me or represent other rational Igbo people. No. But we should, when you are condemning one thing, then you have to use the same energy. I want to see the same energy in other situations. When they were planning to do protests, is it not the same Ononoga that tried to pin it an Igbo protest?
But why are you not talking about the Inca granting Onitiri and others that I gave you? Why are you not talking about them? Those ones that have been doing?
I heard you say that he's supposed to, because he doesn't represent other Yoruba tribes. Let me tell you something. There's something you do not understand. we the Igbos, we have nothing against the Yorubas. Most, at least as far as I know, or the ones around me. My uncle's company here in Netherlands, the manager, the director, the CEO of that company, till today, for the last almost 35 years, Centec, you can Google it, Centec BV, they build computer. He's a Yoruba man. Bralade. He's a Yoruba man. He was manager even before he got married. You understand me? So at least he has more than 4 Yoruba people in the top. The other Igbo people are junior workers in his company. So when people try to say Igbo, 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 that is where I had the issue. If one person does something, Igbo people, but Yoruba somebody will do something, and then we're making watered down speeches, giving it a soft landing. If you want to condemn something, condemn it. So because of the bias condemnation, that is why a lot of Igbo people feel the way they feel. Every time Igbo, but the Northerners will do a lot of evil. I haven't seen on this platform the same energy being used to every day. One man can never run a program in any day without something has to do with Igbo or Igbo person, and it's in the negative light. But the Northerners, he never dare. He dare not.
Like the headline on the screen.
Of course, what has Obi got to do with that?
Obi got to do with what?
What the headline on the screen? Lagos man put up that because Obi lost this thing. Why? What has Obi got to do with this thing? You see,
it traces back.
We say we want the country. We want the country to unite.
You see, you don't want to hear, but carry on. Carry on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. It traces back to the ethnic politics. You know the ethnic politics. Let me actually show you something. Let me show you something. This is what people are. This is what people are saying. So Obi was forced out to come and condemn what this woman did. So let me now show you this. This was we were talking about Lagospedia, which you cited the example, and when Lagospedia came out, Obi was the first to react to the Lagospedia saying Igbos have to be chased out of Lagos. So this is what Obi tweeted into that space. It says similarly and deeply disturbing. I have read, so note the words and note the terminology. Similarly and deeply disturbing, I have read genocidal, so hold on to that word, genocidal threats on X against the Igbo tribe, so hold on to that as well. Genocidal threats on X against the Igbo tribe, calling for their relocation. Let me pointedly warn that such rhetorics threaten our unity and is fundamentally opposed to our constitution. So he's talking about the Lagospedia guy that was saying the Igbos must leave Lagos. Genocidal threats against the Igbos. So that's what he said. So hold on. Just hold on. So that's what he said. So now this Amaka patient, she now says they should be putting otapia in the food of Yoruba and Edo people. So that's chasing somebody out of your house. It's not a genocidal threat, but poisoning them en masse as a tribe and a race of people, that's certainly a genocidal threat. So hold on. So is that genocidal threat against the Igbo people? So Obi did not comment on that Amaka patient until people forced him to make a comment. But what did he say? This is what he had to say. I utterly condemn the reported, so note that word, the reported hateful statement and actions attributed to a Nigerian woman living in Canada against other Nigerians of diverse origins. Such divisive comments or behavior have no place in our society. So marry the two, and then you see why people accuse Obi of being an ethnophobe.
Okay. Obi was a presidential candidate. Tinubu was also a presidential candidate. Atiku was a presidential candidate. Tinubu, did he come out to condemn what this lady, Igbo woman said. Did Tinubu come out to condemn it? I know he's not a Yoruba person, but did Tinubu come out personally to condemn it?
He condemned Lagospedia.
No, forget about Lagospedia. This thing, if we see ourselves as one Nigeria, did he come out to condemn what an Igbo woman said against fellow Nigerians?
Oh, well,
but his government has condemned it
his
now.
government has gone further than that. They wrote to Canada and they wrote to the authorities,
Okay,
and
okay,
the
good.
authorities on that woman
The same energy. I
The,
want them to
the
write to
commission
the Canadian
responsible,
authorities.
the commission, the commission responsible for that job has done what they are supposed to do. It is
Okay,
beneath
good.
the president.
But I would like
When
to
you
see
have
the same
appointed someone
energy.
to do the job,
I would like to see the same energy in publishing and asking Canadian government to arrest and prosecute all those Yoruba people that said that they should buy Igbos and also even buying wife. I would like to see the same energy. Do you understand my point?
Abike Dabire
All
has
these things,
requested
all
that
these
if you
things,
have similar issues like to her,
yeah, but which one happened first?
Abike Dabire
Which
has
one?
said
Which
that
one happened first? Which one happened first?
when you have it, forward it to her. See, when you have such, forward it to her. When she does not act, then let's hold her responsible.
Okay.
You don't
That's
say
what I'm saying.
something
But
that you have not done.
which one happened
Do it.
first? The same way one man said Obi was forced. Abike is forced now to do something about that. No, that's a lie. You see, that's a lie. And it's some, and I'm sure it's Emeka that is saying this. I guarantee it's Emeka that is saying this, or maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I apologize.
How do you mean you guarantee? You know his voice now, so why you there?
So I know Emeka must say this. I know. That's a lie, Emeka. One man be honest. Yeah, one man be honest. One man be honest. Who said what first?
To be honest with you, I wasn't even aware of this particular storyline until Prestige brought it up.
Yeah,
today.
good. You see what I'm saying? That this made that which is forced. So two wrongs. That's why I say two wrongs does not make right. The only way we can stay in unity is for we who are somewhat civilized, educated, should lead the way in making peace and not. And you find out that, do you know, the biggest tribalistic bigots in that country are all of us living abroad, not even people back home.
I agree with you, actually. That is true.
It's a shame. That is why sometimes I want to come on the program. I just don't, because I say, is that the way we move forward? And the shocking part is that we all are educated. Some are doctors, lawyers. And did you attend all that height in life and in education to end up a bigot? It's a shame. Let's just change our way. Let me talk about the refinery something. Why Dangote is not
all
going
right,
to
give us a short commentary on that, and then we're going to Patrick.
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry that I took longer than 7 minutes.
No, it's fine. You were expressing yourself.
I will make it direct and short.
Yeah, let me say something. I am not aware who said first. I am not aware who said first, but I know that Amaka's phone went viral.
Then if you are not aware,
case,
you go and check. Simple. I'm not saying I'm right, but I know 100% that I'm right.
Checking out for stupid. Why should I be checking out for stupid people?
So if you are not ready to check, if you are not ready to check, why did you say Amaka was first?
Oh, because that was what I know.
You are very intelligent, you know.
It is Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige was the one who brought this up, and I've told Man of Prestige, send it off to Abike Dabire.
Yeah,
if Abike Dabire does not do anything, then let us hold that responsible. I did not know who said first. Man of Prestige.
Yes, why did you claim? Why did you say here?
Man of Prestige brought it up here in this platform. That is why we are here in this platform.
But why did you say the girl
the one that went viral is the one we know first.
Why did you? Okay, good. Why did
They have
you say
sorted that
that
one out.
one went viral? Who said first? Why did you claim the girl said first? If you
It
don't
is
know,
what I know that I have said. I am up for correction. You have
Emeka, let me
corrected
move
me.
on. Other people need to speak.
Have you
Emeka, other
corrected
people need to
me?
speak.
You have corrected me. So if that
Okay.
other one is the person, let that foolish person go
That is
and pay
why
for it.
people are attacking Abike, because when all those ones happened, she did nothing. They are still diaspora.
Nobody brought it to her attention. Bring it to her attention. When it is brought to her attention, let her do her work. Bring it to her attention.
Okay. Oh, okay, now she knows about it. We'll see. But let me go on. Other people have to speak, please. About the refinery, I heard one Emeka said because of the interest of all the other refineries in Europe, especially that biggest one in Belgium and the other ones, that our refinery will never work. That is just a confirmation of what they said about Black people. The 1/5 of a human being in intelligence. How can somebody, do you think that this European would give a hoot about your refinery if it's in their own interest and to the detriment of their own? If we decide this, our refinery will have to work with our own interest first. Europeans cannot do nothing about it. Why did China put their interest first? Now they are going, when China started manufacturing cars and all these things, we are attacking China, trying to block it. But now,
But why you comparing African country to China?
Okay,
African
now,
countries are already captured by the Europeans.
Can I tell you something? Okay, do you know that as of 1970 something, Nigeria is more advanced, more developed, richer than Singapore? Do you know that?
No, but you call China.
Yeah,
so
even that China, why
are you comparing a world power?
Okay, easy. They didn't. China didn't become. You asked me a question now.
I beg your pardon. I said something before because you made reference to me. I said something that I will come next time. I will bring evidence. You know, many of us don't.
No, I'm not contesting, Emeka. I'm not contesting what you said. Get my point. I'm not in any way in contention of what you said. I'm not saying that you said what you said is wrong. What I'm saying is,
all right, Maurice, try and bring it home so we can bring on another.
Yeah, but he's not allowing me to bring it home.
Go ahead, Maurice. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not in any way condemning or opposing what you said. I mean, you are 100% right. But on the contrary, it shows how foolish black people are. Tell me one single country in the world a black person is ruling that is having progress. Just one. Whether in the Caribbean or wherever. That you see that this person, the president and the blacks are in charge and is having progress. That is the thing. Do you think, why should we care about what happened to the refinery?
United States, the vice president of the US is a black woman.
No, well, just once time a black person become president. They are not the one who.
The current vice president. Wait now, the current vice president. Black.
The former
president
that
is black. So you say where is
Roosevelt is one of.
Anyway, I'm coming next. So let me just hold on.
I said, tell me one country in the world today.
Maurice, when you are done, if I can have just 1 minute.
Allow me now. One man say I should round up.
I'll give you 2 minutes of my time.
I'm talking to Wama. I want to provide more context, right? You see,
Emeka,
let me know if I get you.
Emeka,
go ahead.
You are right. Emeka, you are right. What I'm saying is that it shows our own foolishness. We care about what happens to other people's refinery to the detriment of our own. We don't want to develop. Why should we care whether other people collapse or their refineries collapse? And we are ready to collapse our own. And that's why I tell people every time people blame, I see some people blame these Europeans, that the reason. two African people will be killing each other, and you ask them, you say, it's the Americans that make us to do it. Is that not the high? And they call us 1/5 of a human being when it comes to intelligence. Now, how can I? Now, one man will tell me now, Maurice, go and destroy your Airbnb. I'll give you money, and I will go and burn it down. And then somebody will ask me, why did you destroy your home? I say, because one man who is foolish is it not me? We are destroying our own. Just because we don't want the other ones to be angry, sabotaging ourselves. We should be ashamed of ourselves. It's so frustrating, and the anger there. Why should we care about what happens to other people's refinery? That is the point I'm making. We have 400 refineries. It's not working. Why are we not working? It's not working because the Europeans. You understand where I'm going, one man?
Yes, I do.
Period. I rest my case.
All right.
One man, just one.
Yeah, yes. Have just a brief moment, and then we go on to Patrick. Go on, Emeka. Okay, I think Emeka's connection is.
No, I'm back. Can you hear me now? Someone was trying.
Yes. Yeah, carry on.
Me now.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Somebody is trying to call me. So, let's appreciate the fact the new colonialism from the United States. The United States is an empire. Let's look at it like the Roman Empire. So what they do is they protect their interests everywhere they go. So if Nigeria, if we say we do not want to do their bidding, they will create insecurity and tension, just like they've done in Venezuela, just like they've done in Cuba, just like they've done in almost all the countries with issues. Go and read it. Go and study it.
Emeka, can I ask you something? Will they come and attack us, or they will use Nigerians? Will they come and attack us, or they will use Nigerians to create that insecurity? I think in the Nigerians they will use.
They will use Nigerians. You are right.
Good.
They will
does that not prove that these Nigerians are foolish, are naturally foolish?
Unfortunately, like what they did to Jonathan, they didn't like Jonathan. They created insecurity and supported Buhari. This one is not be them say. This is confirmed.
Buhari, is he not a Nigerian?
When Jonathan hired contractors to go and fight Boko Haram, those contractors were finally called back because the United States mounted pressure to bring those contractors back.
Why should we care? Why should we care?
Now, the point is,
There's only interjecting so that we go on to
the point is, the point is the United States and China. And what happened to Nigeria?
One man, can you help me explain to him what I'm talking of? What I'm talking about. Please help me explain to him.
Morris, I know what you are saying. Morris, I know what you are saying, right? But you do not understand how strong the tentacles of the United States is. Able to
are they not using Nigerians?
Even the government.
Are they not using Nigerians?
They are using Nigerians.
That means we are foolish.
They have been doing it in the past.
Yes. Can you use an American now to go and destabilize the country?
Oh, that is what they are doing to the Americans now. America is already destabilized.
No, can you use American if they have oil? If they have oil, can you use American to stop them from operating their refinery?
I am telling you now, Maurice, that they are using America to destabilize America as I'm talking to you now. They are using Americans to destabilize America.
How?
I
will speak on this.
Hold on. Let's not open up that space because we will only elongate it. Just go to what you wanted to say originally, and then we'll go on to Patrick. So say what you wanted to say originally, and then we'll go on to Patrick.
No, let Patrick move on because this is a deep topic, right? You see, is being enslaved currently is a deep topic. But let Patrick go ahead so that we don't open. Maybe one day we might come here. I think two Nigerians should be around. Let's talk about geopolitics.
Yes, we will actually open that up in the after hours. So because that sounds like a topic that I also want to get into, but equally I want to get to the voices so that they're not held for too long.
Yeah, after hours will be a very good time. It is
it's more relaxed in the after hours. Yes, yeah. All right, brilliant. And hopefully you'll be in a better position by then, because I want to hear your views on it so that you won't be in the car with this wavy connection.
I'm back home now. Yes, I'm back home now.
All right. Brilliant. If you can jump on your system, then so that we can hear you better. Patrick, the floor is yours. You've listened to the conversation, so just free flow as you will.
Oh, thank you, one man. Emeka has said a lot about this Amaka thing. And if you want to be very objective and sincere, I think he really spoke the truth, or to an extent, I might be wrong. I've been wrong several times. He gave a relatively objective analysis of that space. And I will want to just build on it by asking some questions. And I think I'll ask questions because most of the time we have issues because we are not asking the right questions. When we ask ourselves, how did it come to happen or to be that the Southeast hates everybody, every other person, every other tribe, and the Southwest feels the Southeast is their problem, the North is their problem? Or start with this, how did we come to the point where the entire South feels that the North is their problem? Except we are deceiving ourselves. That's the argument. That's the situation in Nigeria. We feel that the North is slowing everybody down, and then the Southeast feels that everybody is against them, and the Southwest feels that okay, they can play some game between the two of them, and they are relatively more accommodating for either both, because we rarely have incidents of killing of Igbos or buying Hausas and Igbos in the Southwest. How did we get to this point? Those are the kind of questions. And I will say this. You see, when I was growing up in the Southwest, and I've said this before, the place where I grew up in Mokola, we have this place where they play local game, Ayo. So a lot of people in that area, they converge there. And my house is the place where they keep the game after they finish for the day, and then that's where they converge. So I have the business of setting up the place for them to play. And I listen to these old people when they talk. The story they are telling us is that our life would have been better if the Northerners have been allowed to go, or if they have allowed Awolowo. The Northerners are the problem. That's the way we were raised. And at a point, to a particular extent and to a particular age, I believed it. Oh, these Hausa people, they are a problem. I don't even know Fulani that time too, until when I went for my service and I was posted to Yola. And I saw very wonderful people, very friendly. In short, if I had finished my NYSC in Yola, because I finished my NYSC in Abeokuta and they retained me, if I had finished my NYSC in Yola, maybe I would have married a Fulani from the Northeast. I ended up with a Fulani from the Southwest, from North Central, that's in Kwara State. I married a Fulani lady. But I discovered that all those things our people were telling us then were all lies. I went to secondary school in Enugu. I started secondary school in Enugu.
Apologies, Patrick.
Yeah.
But I learned a lot on this. I didn't even know the one thing. So it's just we're debunking a lot of prejudices that we have. That I've always thought that the Fulanis don't. Yes, I've always found that the Fulanis don't. Before
they are looking for food. That's why the Hausa man.
No. I've always thought the Fulanis never marry outside of their tribe. I've always thought that. Don't ask me why, but I've always thought that.
They
But you are married to a Fulani.
I know somebody who has
also.
married. Now.
Ogbeni is married to a Fulani. So I never
From
knew that was
Kebbi.
possible.
Yeah, a lot. And do you know that I started secondary school in Enugu? I went to school. My school was on Abakaliki Road. The impression that they give people, from what I hear, is that, oh, we suffered during the war. The Yorubas, their betrayals. The Yorubas were the one that killed. Even though the Yoruba governor sacrificed his life for Irosi, the narrative is, oh, the Yoruba people betrayed Irosi too. The governor betrayed Irosi. That's why it was killed. This kind of narratives that make people to start seeing the other person as their enemy. And the challenge, I think the why it looks like it's pronounced in the Southeast is the Southeast people, by orientation, they don't know how to pretend. They just say their mind. If the Southwest have been that kind of people too, that don't think that, oh, you have to keep some things inside, you don't say everything out, they would have been like that towards the Hausas too. I would have been anyway. But because we're cultured, we're trained to say, no, you don't have to be saying everything. You have to watch what you say. You have to. But the Southeast guy is trained to say, look, say your mind. Don't care. You can't die. You are out there to die for what you believe in. You understand? That's the way they are trained. But what am I pointing the fingers to? Is that the previous generation didn't do well. I'm telling you, both in the north, in the south, in the east, they didn't do well. They produce this kind of people because the culture, the attitude of the second generation is bequeathed by the previous one. It's bequeathed by, when you born a child, the child brain is empty. It's what you put into it that the child blows out. If what you put into it is prejudice, and this kind of narratives is the kind of thing that produces the kind of thing that we have been hearing, it's going to last for long, but not too long, maybe another 50 years, if we start working on it now, or 60 years. But it cannot end tomorrow or next election. Not when you have people like Obi as well. Obi is a lucky guy who has the opportunity to change everything, even if he does not become.
So Obi needs to leave the political scene. Honestly speaking,
he
he
doesn't
just
have
needs
to.
to leave
Let me tell you why.
No, he has
Let me
to.
tell you why.
He has to.
You see, there
Go
are
ahead.
things people don't know how to shine in their life. If I'm somebody that is as popular as Obi, I won't become president. I'll just give it up. I will make it my aim to unite the country. I'll tell them, look, I'm no longer interested in politics. If you are my supporter, I'll create a culture among my supporters such that an Obi statue will be planted in the heart of Kaduna even when he's gone. That's how to be a leader.
So sorry, Patrick. You know that argument you are making for Obi, I equally make it for Showore as well. You know, he can do a lot more by doing what you just described than trying to be president.
What he's called to do. I think that area is his calling. You should understand it. But what I'm saying is that Obi can be the national leader that all the predecessor has not been. People like Awolowo, Sardauna, Ahmadu Bello, they didn't unite the country, they divided the country. Let's be objective. Look at the kind of knot that Sardauna created now. That's the kind of knot he created. That's what we are seeing now. Look at the kind of Southeast that Azikwe and Mbadiwe and the rest created. Look at the Southwest that Awolowo created. We need new leaders with new glasses that will seek clarity and not prejudice and not hatred. I am too educated and civilized to have this kind of mindset and look at somebody and say, because you are Igbo, you are this, you are that's inhuman. Normal human beings don't think like that. And I'm too educated to be programmed by another human being or the belief of another person. Educated in the sense that I have opportunity to meet people, not school now, opportunity to meet people, to know that human beings, there are good human beings everywhere, that there are other bad human beings everywhere, and that
Hey,
bad
Patoski,
people can become good people.
Patoski, could I interject you on that point you just made? Even though you meant well to say Obi should be the type of leader we had, say, with Awo. No, he should not. We are a democracy. We don't want strong men. We don't want know-it-all. We don't want somebody who's going to be doing anything. We want to select a democratically elected person to go there and do the job according to the Constitution.
No, what I'm saying is that his job, if I am the one, there's a higher, from this our narrative argument, it means that there's a higher job than fixing the economy, than fixing things. If that higher job is done, those lower things will take care of themselves.
No, I agree with you on that point. But what I'm saying, when you emphasizing that stuff that normally comes from, hold on 1 minute.
Job.
When you were emphasizing, it's not just you, and I know you said that sincerely. You mean it. You mean well. But I'm trying to say that the Southwest, they actually should be the one learning from people like PETROL, people from the Southeast, who are culturally democratic. Republican.
But
you can't. Let me land with this. I hand it back to you and wait my turn. What I'm saying is that the Southwest spent 60s and 70s glorify one man. I don't mean this one man here, but somebody like Awolowo, right? Everything Awolowo, everything. But it's not. You spent a lot of time doing that. If we get an OB, he may not be as with integrity. Let's say he had that kind of integrity. The danger in doing something like that is that human beings are always gonna disappoint you. We want a nation of laws, not men. So it's condescending to say it by itself, but I'm taking the opportunity to tell you now, and a lot of Southwesterners, you don't know it all. You don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So try to look at our Constitution, read it. It's shambolic as it is, but if we have another one, that part of it won't change. We have to adhere. Forget about these monarchies because they're traditional artifacts and relics of the past. But we'll respect it because of tradition, but they have no powers. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives them anything. And we cannot just rely on one man. But it ends up being that Peter Obi is the best. Nobody could be better than that. So
yeah,
I agree with
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. But this is what I'm saying, that there is a higher calling for any leader in Nigeria. And that calling is not political. That's what I've discovered. The higher calling of uniting the country. Because I discovered it cannot be political, because in the process of grabbing political power, you cannot do it except you use divide and rule in Nigeria of today. But the one who is going to unite Nigeria is probably not going to be somebody political. It could be religious, it could be social. But if you have somebody who is able to in an election,
there's nobody that can unite Nigeria.
Nigeria is finished.
Nobody. The only thing that can unite Nigeria is good governance. But to say you are pointing to one person to do the job is not possible. If
my
that
brother, good governance, we cannot get good governance if we don't come together. Even when we have good governance, we won't have peace in Nigeria. You see, what is threatening us now is not, we have higher threats than economy. We have higher threats now than economy.
Yes, good governance will mean that we have leadership that are working together across the country for the good of the country and the people, irrespective of where they are in the country.
My brother,
good
governance will not make an Igbo man suddenly trust an Hausa man, and to the point that they will do things that they should not normally do, assuming we are united. And a good governance will not make an Hausa man, a Fulani man,
let me tell you,
comfortable.
good governance will unite us in the sense that, look, good governance will bring about, this problem of insecurity to an end. Good governance we bring in constitution that will
Baba Jolly Coco. I agree with your submission.
Hold on.
Yes. Adele Coco, I think what we have is a chicken or the egg situation.
Exactly.
Which comes
Which
first?
comes first?
Yes. What Patrick is saying is, if we are not united, we cannot have good governance. And what we are saying is, if we don't have good governance, we cannot unite.
Yes. So,
but we have seen places where you have good governance and the people are divided. That's the problem. You see, there's a higher threat to Nigeria than economy or inflation. You can have food, everything, and somebody will still be poisoning the food. You can have money flowing, everybody making money. Economy is good. Let me tell you, in those days when we said Nigeria was good, was it not that time we fought and killed ourselves for 3 years? When we said the economy was good, there was money. Was it not the time that we now say, okay, the best way to use our money is to kill ourselves? It's in a civil war. So it's not the question of good governance. We need to rethink the kind of society we are building, the kind of children we are raising. I will not sit down with my son and poison his mind against Igbo and poison his mind against the North. That may God take my life the day I start doing that. That is not how to be a good father. But that's what they have done to us. Our generation, that's what they have done to us. For somebody to come on this platform and speak this way, you don't blame them. That's the way they have been schooled. That's the way the teachers taught them. Their grandparents that saw the war, they didn't see the war. Their grandparents, they'll say they told us. They will believe those people more than they will believe some of us, or believe anybody from other region or anybody else that lived in that period. That is the good governance will not correct that. Are you hearing me?
We hear you. We're just that good at listening. But
So,
I was gonna tell you that we're gonna unite. Oh yeah, we're gonna unite.
It must be deliberate.
We're gonna force the unification and the unity in Nigeria. It's gonna be forced. The thing is that at some point, right? See, we're just a bunch of spoiled brats in Nigeria, right? We're not really. We're not even. It's not like we're really separate. It's just that we're so spoiled. We could do anything in that country. So the good people just keep doing their thing every day. But after this stuff that we're going through, this polity right now, the starvation. So I would develop, and I'm going to give you a roadmap of how it's going to happen, because it's the way it happens in pretty much every other country. So it's going to happen.
This is the first time Pastor have said something that makes sense.
Pastor said that thing. I'm very inspired with it.
Yeah,
okay,
this is the first
hurry up to me so I could develop it.
Pastor has actually described Nigerians. We are spoiled brats. That's
exactly
the first time.
Because if we are not spoiled, how do you look at your child?
The one thing that I probably want to agree with Pansaton as well, we need a big event. There's still one big event that needs to happen in Nigeria, and maybe it will even have to happen violently for it to defend our country.
We need to have something that will reset our brain. What is wrong with us? How can I have a child and raise him to hate other people? It happens in all the region. It happens in all the region. That is a bigger problem. It's a bigger problem. Let me yield the floor. Thank you, one man.
All right. Just as we have these conversations, I'm actually looking, because I want to be pivoting the conversation somewhat to more esoteric topics that bring people together. At least we can disagree, but not along tribal lines. So the possible unity of Nigeria, the geopolitics that Emeka was speaking to then. So all things opening up, because the inflection of the platform, it needs to change somewhat from the diet of Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, whatnot. But Pansa, you're up next.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody again. I was on earlier, I was driving, and I was cut off. Now, don't expect me, an angel, to be speaking to you now. I'm still going to tell you the truth, right? So there's been so many things that's been covered. So I'm going to just give you a little synopsis of each one of these items we have here. But I regret the fact that I didn't catch Obeni here when he was talking about subsidy and all kinds of stuff. And one man, you just said you're going to go big, go to substantive issues that's going to bring unity. And you have to admit that truthfulness. You know, there was a time that I gave a speech on how to be a president of the United States. It should be the easiest job in the world. All you have to do is do the right thing. That's it. It's probably will hold in Nigeria. If you do the right thing, you really don't have to do anything else. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to worry. Just do the right thing. I don't know why leaders in every country, they don't want to do the right thing. They're making it difficult for them. So every situation, they have to come up with something. You should be predictable. And oh no, if we go there, he's not going to agree to this. Or if another country is dealing with you, oh, for sure, he won't stand for that. Or he will like this. You have to be like that to deal with anything. You have to do the same thing on this platform. Now, you set up Obeni to where even when Ajan Lekuku wants to interject, he doesn't want to let Ajan Lekuku interject him. He's the elder, for one thing, somebody smarter than he is. He's in Nigeria, probably. Ajan Lekuku is in Canada. It's not the biggest country in the world, but at least it's in diaspora. So when he comes here telling us what a subsidy is and using semantics on a big
state, I'm in the United States.
Oh, yeah, United States. Okay.
Come on, man.
No, there was a time you came. I think you came from Canada. One man was showing you marching somewhere. You came from Canada. I may be wrong. That's a couple of years ago. But anyway, so that's where that came from. So, but let me say, what I'm saying is that here we are talking about a government that's coming there before Tinubu, or probably his first day. He says, look, subsidy is gone. So it's colloquially. See, communication is based on what you said and what I understood, what I understood you to say. When he says subsidy is gone, that means when it comes to that petroleum, if it's grant, you want to call it, if it's allowance, if it's an endowment, if it's a donation, if it's bursary, if it's a gift, if it's a investment, bestowal, allocation, whatever else you call it, there's something that we know to be a subsidy. That's what very many governments from Jonathan and even before have been trying to have that thing gone. So if you have a kid come here and he's dazzling us with semantics, wasting our time, you have to cut that down. I've said it. One man thinks that I'm trolling. I like to get people upset. No, that's not what I'm doing. I have no time for that. I'm saying that you're gonna make this a big topic place. I'm sure you're gonna have hundreds of people here.
This boy, will you stop calling me kid?
Are you okay? It's here. When you're here, then very good.
I'm
so
here.
Now,
yeah, boy.
Okay.
Stop calling me a kid, please.
Okay, so you know what I mean. It's semantics, right? It's colloquial.
No, it's not semantic, and I don't appreciate
you could say, I don't give a damn what you appreciate. Please don't interrupt me because you were here speaking for a long time.
You call me out now. You call my name. Stop calling me a kid.
I be quiet. One man, please mute the guy. Let me land.
No, but don't call me a kid.
To you, to me, and to
Ajale, stop calling me a kid.
To me and to
and I don't expect Ajale to be there and be listening to you calling me a kid.
Well, the way we talk from Africa, right? You're a kid to me.
Yeah,
I have sons older than you. Okay, but don't interrupt me.
Why do you think
because that's another flaw you have is to
why do you think you are older than me?
You think that one man would let you do whatever here, and you don't have that kind of pass here. You come in here and you take over.
I saw the comment you were making about me there now. I am now
okay, but so be quiet. I don't care what you heard. Just let me land.
No, I care more about myself. So don't stop.
What I'm saying is
calling
that
me.
I
I'm
want
taking
you.
your objection to that.
I want you to remove the chip you have on your shoulder when you come on this platform.
No, one man, please.
All right.
Tell him to stop calling me.
You are subject to the same rules here, and as a matter of fact,
no, you must take that correction.
Please.
Don't call me a kid any
Please
longer.
don't call him don't
There
call
are
him a kid.
elderly people here,
Because,
and I think Baba Jale should intervene. I don't know why he's keeping quiet.
On behalf of Pansat, I apologize. Yeah, I apologize on behalf of Pansat. Yeah,
right.
So
you don't have to apologize on my behalf.
No,
what I'm saying is that if
what
Ajale Koko, as prominent as he is on this platform, he's telling somebody, let me. By the way, one man. I really have a lot of things I want to say, so I don't want to waste too much time. Let me just say one more thing on this. You cannot build this guy up to where he feels invincible.
Let's move on, Pansat.
Right?
Move on.
What I'm saying is that when the government. Yeah, when the government removes subsidy and it's hurting us, and we're here talking about it, we don't need that kind of semantic discussion. Not to mention the fallacies upon fallacies and upon fallacies. But I will spend the whole day talking about that, so I won't do that here. Okay, let me then go to what I was talking about when I called in. One man, I do want to see a marked difference the way you treat this Obeni when he's on this platform, right? You have to you let him just be one of the guys at the minimum. I'm here in the United States. So these people in Nigeria, they have no respect for us. They don't. How are you going to come on the platform? You wouldn't let a general interject you. How?
Ogbeni is one of the most articulate people we have here. And
I don't know. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You keep saying that. Why do you say that?
Is erudite, is free-flowing, is
no.
fact, is
all of us here do that. All of us.
Is inoffensive in its use of language.
No, that's fine.
And it's quite engaging as well. So
the
audience always in rapt attention.
Okay, well, that's
Pastor, let me correct something. Ogbeni did not. It's not that he didn't want me to interject, but he didn't want to lose his train of thought then, and he told me politely that I should let him land and come in, and he did that. So it's not that
I don't accept it. I believe that we're Africans, right? Aside from the style, which one man is promoting here, style is not above substance, right? And plus the age.
Forget about
we respect our elders on this platform. It's an African platform. Okay, so let me go to the issue about. Yeah, I got you. No problem. It's no problem. One man just made a pledge. He says he's going to go big here, right? And that's when he's going to shake out a lot of people. If you go big and you want to bring up people together, you have to deal with the truth. Those who do propaganda, you see the remarkable progress that a couple of people at least have made here. One is Patoski. During the campaign of 2023, this guy was a terror. He was full of propaganda, but this year, it's a delight to listen to. Now, solely on the comment section, everybody could see the remarkable difference. He's telling the truth. Not that he's going to agree with everything everybody else. He has his spin, but at least it's not. He's calling it. It's a delight to listen to his ideas and what he's talking about. So we're going to go big, and I'm very, very happy about that. So now let me, when I called in, I was talking about the Otapia stuff, right? And that's a way a society makes progress. An event happens. So this woman, Adama, right, from Canada, she made a statement that brought
Amaka.
Okay, Amaka, I'm sorry. Brought the internet afire, right? And then we're pulling out the other ones, trying to pull it together. So now the onus is on the government, all its arms, including the deputy woman there, to do exactly what they did there. Right? There has to be equality, similarity, and equation, parity, sameness, uniformity in dealing with government policies and the way they treat their citizens. It's a shame that they have to be reminded of that. But I still don't see a moral equivalence here. So I'm going to discuss that in conjunction with the last thing that Patosi discussed, which would be moral equivalence, because that's another mistake we're making. There's not a moral equivalence even between the Yorubas and the Igbos on why we're fighting all the time. The Yorubas have to determine that, you know what? We're going to move forward with our brothers and sisters from all over the country. They have to make that decision. It's not going to be, oh, the Igbos haven't done it, or Igbos haven't done anything to you. So don't wait. Get on the train, do the right thing here, stop. You're not winning anything. The people that we've produced from the Yoruba land since our war, they've been disappointing so far, including this Tinubu here. Nobody with a
Also,
straight
can I
face.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is it okay? Why are we fighting the Yorubas?
Oh, who are we? I'm an Igbo man. You are not an Igbo man, so don't say that. But let me say, let me tell you why we're fighting the
Okay, go ahead.
some Igbos and the Yorubas are fighting. It's not hatred. It's jealousy. That's it. Jealousy.
Can I come after you? I have a theory on that as well, but you go first.
Okay. So what my thing, because we lump all these things together. There are people who hate the Igbos. Yorubas are not part of those. The Yorubas have, I don't know, an innate jealousy of the Igbos. Now, some of it is justified. Some of it is human nature. Believe it or not, some people like
Are you
me.
saying the Yorubas are jealous of the Igbos, or the Igbos are jealous of the Yorubas?
The Yorubas are jealous of the Igbos. Now, let me tell you, it's a paradox because
Can you expatiate properly?
I will. I'm not saying it so that we start fighting over it. This is just my opinion on this. Why the problem the Igbos have with the Northerners is quite different from the problem we have the Yorubas. So, but if you don't go by going, oh, okay, we built the first TV station and we did this, so how can we be jealous of them? Or we have Lagos? Because in the Bible, for example, you have the story where King David, who had a lot of concubines, a lot of women. And then there was another guy, a soldier, who's his neighbor, who has just one wife, but a beautiful wife. So David has all these things given to him as a king, and he was jealous of that one woman that Uriah had. So now that's the kind of jealousy that is bad. You have more. So even if I look at it in the light favorable to you, you're making the point that how can we be jealous? We have more stuff. You forget that jealousy in the actual evil part of it is the one where you have more, and you're still jealous of somebody who has less than what you have.
Can I come in there for a microsecond? Just
absolutely,
because I think you're on a journey there. Just that question that what I've always thought, the tension between the Yorubas and the Igbos, I think is actually a battle for supremacy. So what supremacy? If you look at the Igbo culture and if you look at the Yoruba culture, they almost match in all of this space. The Igbos are so, I mean, I play Igbo music here all the time. I admire the Igbo, that flute, that thing they wear on their head is just so rich. And the Yoruba culture is so rich as well. We cite examples of Igbo educated persons. I was even playing a clip of somebody on Joe Rogan telling narratives about how the Igbos are beating everybody in UK exams. Similar stories you speak about the Yorubas. I think there's one sport which we both qualify for and we're contending for it. I think it's that we're just too similar and we don't want to yield space. That's what I've always thought. It's just is really that tension. The Igbos are supremely alpha in their way. The Yorubas are alpha differently because the Igbos, I feel they're more frontal. The Yorubas, I think they're more stealth and guile, but ultimately they are battling for that supremacy of that alphaness. That's what I think anyway. Maybe rubbish, but sorry, carry on, Patsat.
Yeah, some of that I agree, right? But that's not the bad part of it. There's have to be some things like that. Among those tribes in Nigeria, there should be something, right? They should all work hard to better the other one. That's how we're gonna launch satellites into space and explore Mars. There should be some kind of competition between the tribes. So, but there is a virulent part of it the covetousness, the resentment, right? Discontent, enviousness, the bitterness and suspiciousness, distrust, insecurity, anxiety, all those kind of negative nouns that I'm throwing out there for you. The jealousy, the evil one, where even if you have more, right? Let's say you have Lagos and you're still not happy. Well, you got the Lagos, right? Or you got the president. What's wrong with being magnanimous after you got the presidency? That's the way it works in any civilized society. Let's say I'm running for presidency against you now, one man, and I defeat you and I win, but either by hook or by crook, I won. I'm supposed to take that phone and call you. You be magnanimous in victory and say, hey, look, it's still our country. I've lost too. So it's not the end of the world. So let's build the country. Let's go. Let's have a beer. This is not, I mean, I lost now. You lost. I win. The next time you lose and I win. That's the way it works. And you laugh about it. That's being magnanimous. That's having some class to you. It's not like, oh, you won an election. You got the Lagos. You got this. You got the Dangote. You got. So what you do, you look at your brothers and you go, hey, look, I beat you. But you know what? The world, this life is really nothing. Snap out of it. Let's build the country. Here's a portfolio for you, for your side. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to release your son, Nnamdi Kanu.
But the president did all that now. And we had Peter Obi coming out to say he won the election. The president did it. When he won, he said, let's come together, let's build the country.
Please. You know me, I don't.
There's even Northeast Commission, but they will not celebrate that.
Let me. I was giving an example. He doesn't have to do exactly what I said. There are many ways to do something like what I'm talking.
Sorry, I mean Southeast Commission.
But
you are speaking very well. It's not like you're not speaking well. You are speaking very well. You said something.
If you read what Baba says right there, I'm gonna disappoint you because I don't have linear thinking. I have to deal with the world I'm in.
We agree.
Not the world. Not the world.
What I'm saying, you're making sense today. You don't have linear thinking.
You could say whatever you want, Emeka, right? Because you know you're gonna change like solid. In order for you and I to get along here, you have to change. If you're not gonna change, it's not gonna work. You could heap all kind of praises on me. Will you relax? Please
relax.
Don't interrupt me to tell me I'm making sense. Just keep your mouth shut.
You don't have linear thinking.
He's just complimenting.
Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want his compliment. If Solly compliments me,
you're the one who said you don't have linear thinking.
So what I'm saying is that you have to go big with one man here. You have to go big. Let's all go big together and build the country. It's not when we're talking about stuff and you keep dragging us back to where we left. There's no way it can ever work because my actual thing is not about our leaders like Peter Obi and TINUBU and all these articles and all those people, right? They do what they're doing because they have us doing what we're doing on this platform. I look at Edo, sometimes they say Edo is not Lagos, Edo is not Lagos. Well, they've just played a game on them in the last couple of days, and they're just like Lagos, right? This whole thing has been about that coming up election to try to have the Edos because they know they have a sizable Igbo population in Edo State, right? So they did this when they were in Lagos, TINUBU and his wife. So why should we be discussing elementary stuff here? We shouldn't go back discussing elementary stuff.
Can you take us to where Patrick was earlier on, and Ajale Koko as well? They were discussing somewhat, because I think you were actually commenting along with that conversation in the comment section. Patrick was saying we need a unifier to bring the country together, and with that, good governance and everything else will follow. And Ajale Koko insisted that good governance will be the unifying factor for the country. And you were saying somewhat the rule of law is the panacea. So give us thoughts on that.
Yes, because in the argument you enumerated that a good governance will give us a unifier, but so should a bad governance. So God has given us everything to unify, including the bad governance. If everybody's starving in the country, What else are you waiting for to unify? Because those who were pushing Tinubu in 2023, for example, Patuski, like I said here, and to no lesser degree, Solly, right? Solly was an ardent supporter, but he looked at the program, he looked at the result after a year, and he's rational. He said, okay, look, this is wrong. This is what needs to be happening by now. So now we should be unified, because it would take the most evil human being to come here to defend any action Tinubu has taken so far. Just think about it. You say homogeneous society. Nigeria is nothing but Yorubas, from north to south, east to west, nothing but Yorubas. And then you elect a president who's doing what he's doing, buying jets, buying yachts, right? Spending money carelessly, absent, doesn't address anybody, has no coherent policy, paying monies, subsidy monies clandestinely, doing all kinds of stuff. Absolutely nothing. No, he doesn't rush to the market and say, let me go and see what price of rice is. Let me go and see what's happening here and what I'm going to do about it. He has no empathy. So those who were telling you who he was during the election, so now out of ignorance, since we're not in a court of law, ignorance is an excuse for me. You didn't know. So now you know. We should be unified. Showore wants to bear the cap. He's put on a date. I think it's our Independence Day, October 1. To have courage.
Showere's goal is to destroy Nigeria. He's a traitor.
No, he's not. You cannot question his patriotism, because as far as I'm concerned,
I question it because he's being sponsored by an NGO that is meant to.
That's what we need. That is what. Listen, that's what we need.
If someone is being sponsored by an NGO, he's a saboteur.
No. Listen to me. And by the way, Niger man, if you could come on the platform, I'm going to be addressing you if I have the time. So I want you to come on the platform if you can. So what I'm saying is that you can do all that. I know you're trolling, Emeka. Like I said, I really don't want to engage you. If you're gonna be doing your propaganda, don't do it with me, because I'm a genius. I'm very smart, right? I'm gonna destroy you every time you pull up. You pull that propaganda.
That's somebody who don't think
So what I'm saying to you is that when Showore, who is, I mean, you have a lot of gall. You have if that's why one man has to be doing the right thing here. You should have been thrown out for making that statement against Showore right now, because this is somebody who lost his brother fighting for us, sacrificing, spent months, at least months, in custody. Who is the best that we know as far as a patriotic Nigerian is, and you're here running your mouth insulting him. Why? What is he? Because he wants to hold the government account. So I'm gonna sit on this platform. I'm gonna sit on this platform with you, right? And then
let me give you an analogy.
No. One man. Please kick that guy, kick that boy out right now. Because what he did there is sacrilegious. It's very, very annoying. Because that's what he keeps doing. You're attacking our best. You attack Peter Obi, you attack Showore, so we don't know who we are. That's what you want. There's not going to be one individual that has it all. Show when it comes to the table with gravitas, with legitimacy. Say PETROL. And he's paid his dues. And shame on you for doing that here. This is not a campaign period.
Well, you just attacked the president too now.
He's not a patriot. I'm saying you can attack political. He's not a patriot.
Right? You know the kind of fighter man and fought for the democracy you are enjoying in that your country. You can attack the president, but they can't attack others.
No. I'm surprised. Attack a president. I'm surprised Pansa, the genius, is not aware that Showore is being sponsored by.
I want him to be sponsored. I want him to be sponsored. Africa. No. I want him to.
Don't worry yourself. Pansa says he doesn't have linear thinking. He doesn't think straight. That's what he means.
No, but listen now. Look, we have to, when the Lord came here, he said he's going to destroy the temple and rebuild it after 3 days, right? It's an analogy. It's deep. It's the same thing. I don't mind if we scatter that country so we could rebuild it. The whole African, the whole black world is waiting for us. By the way, this is not a dispute. If you go catch them when you go with Monica, you go to Jamaican platform, you go to South African platform, not the mischievous younger ones, but if you go to, they're all waiting for us to get it right, and we can't get it right. And if we have to be sponsored, because look at who were sponsored before. You look at Japan, right? They were destroyed by the United States, who wrote them a constitution. Now they went off to the races. Look at the Germans. They were destroyed. And then they run off to the races. They're the biggest economy in Europe right now. Look at South Korea. So it's not bad that somebody come in. Now, if you're a Muslim country, it normally doesn't work. For example, they did it for Iraq. What a gift the United States gave them. They came in there, removed the dictator for them, put the majority share into power. And they tried Saddam and killed and buyed him, right? But then their tradition wouldn't let them be democratic and do the right thing and run off to the races like Japanese and the Germans. See, if they do it for us, we're going to be off the races. Nigerians were the best. All we have to do is to be able to tackle all these people. You know, Emeka, let me tell you something. As bad as Buhari is, I believe that Tinubu is the worst human being ever. The Satan himself. That's who he is. So if you're embracing him and hugging him, I don't know for what. What is it? Because of his relationship to you? Or are we looking at the space? You have a lot of our people starving. You go to the marketplace. In Yoruba land, it being power here and there. Right? You go to the southeast, you go to the north. He's not a good character. Not even one. Now, there's some people that come in, they're extravagant, they waste money, they do this. They buy jets for themselves. But that's a line. They have a line they don't cross. Not this guy. He's arrogant. He's gotten away all his life. He doesn't know that those people back home are his subjects to do the right thing for. We shouldn't be starving in that country. I don't care where you're from. I don't care how bad. Look at all the previous head of states, presidents, what we used to call them before. The military dictators. Nobody's like this. You know, has not a modicum of respect. So the answer to that, and I'm talking what they were before, what they were talking about before, it's not even a discussion that we should have. We should now unify. Now, we've said when it comes to the system of governance itself, right, there needs to be another thing. Somebody like Abio being, what the hell you call it, Senate president in our country. This guy didn't even run for election. Wasn't on the ballot. And he's very arrogant. Is there any dispute about that? Look at the people this man brought into to the government. So all they do, they cannot bring him in and question him on the subsidy. They can't. Because a president is not supposed to be able to do that if the legislature can question them, hold them to account. So that's another area. Now, let me go through give me those headlines. Let me run through them very quickly. Because I know others want to speak.
I'll give you a couple, just really to manage the time. We've only really got Isaac left, and we've not heard from Isaac in a long time because I think he was on holidays. Prince Daddy joins us as well. A lot of the topics have been so feeble over the last couple of sessions. We just scraping the bottom of what's it just to pull it together. But we were looking at the refineries being privatized. So we were looking at that. We were looking at why they couldn't use the technology already available within the Nigerian space to track these kidnappers. We were looking at that. Yes. So you can kick it off with those. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Kick it
All
off
right.
with those.
Yeah. Since my friend Prince wants to speak on Isaac, like you said, I'll just maybe at the most take 2 minutes to say that this refinery, one man, the very first day I came on the platform.
When did Prince become your friend? I thought you used to lampoon him like everyone else. What's it done to get in your good books? Nobody's ever.
No, actually, he started off being in my good books, He was one of my students here. He likes the fact that we're both Christians, and at that time we both supported Trump. I don't support Trump anymore since we have a better candidate. We have a better candidate. You see, that's where I am. I'm fair. Before, if it's Harris,
really,
day and night, of course. So when
okay,
it was,
walk us through. I was going to move from you, but walk us through that journey from Trump, because I thought you were like far right, sort of. Your politics is a far right politics, and Trump is far right. So
yeah. Here's the thing: is that usually when I'm on the platform and I'm being an analyst, right? I don't discuss my own what I want. I discuss what's going to happen, right? So I know that Trump would. People used to have that problem with me. A lot of my friends, even my family, when I said like, look, Trump came down the escalator, he talked about it. I said Trump is going to win the election. So in that case, it was coincidental what I want, and that was going to happen. So let me answer the question you posed to me now, which is far right or far left. It really depends on what we're talking about. Here in the United States, Trump came in 2016, and he was against Obama, he was against the Bushes, he was against the Clintons, right? And he was telling the truth. He couldn't lie. He says, I did it. I was worse than everybody. I'm gonna have our allies pay their fair share, right? They're taking advantage of us. I'm gonna make Mexico pay for the border. I'm gonna build a border wall and they're gonna pay for it, and things like that. And he was looking big, like what you planning to do now. He was talking big, trying to make America first. That's a noble cause. But over the years, he then became president. He did not remove. There are two things that Trump did that were unforgivable. But believe it or not, even at that, at Trump's worst, he was still better than the Obamas, what's the guy there now? Biden's far better than. He used to say, look, these guys, all they do is cause wars. And it was a paradox because you think that Trump is a warmonger from the way he talks, but it's not. He doesn't like wars. He wants to respect Russian and their sphere right there. He doesn't want a war, right? But the two mistakes he made before is that a police officer, and I'm kind of rushing through all this, a police officer knelt on somebody's neck for over 8.5 minutes. It was abhorrent. It was an evil thing that when I was watching that situation, when they showed Japan, they showed China, they showed all over the world, they showed that nobody wants anything like that. It's unacceptable. And he was there talking nonsense about how he supports the cops. It's not an American. That's not the way American presidents have character. They could have come and condemned something like that so fast your head would spin. He didn't do that. So he loses a mark there. So somebody else went into a Turkey embassy and killed a journalist from Saudi Arabia. And he was there talking nonsense. He didn't go after that. Khashoggi, he didn't go after that guy. This guy that tells the truth, does the right thing, let the chips fall where they may. He didn't. So people were saying...
the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the Crown Prince did it.
You should go after him.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. I was waiting for him.
That will be a fascinating discussion, but we could have it another day.
You truly don't think linearly.
No, let me tell you.
They say nobody's above the law. That's not a true statement. Some people are above the law. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, he is above the law.
No, it's not, right?
It literally in the eye to the viewing of the whole world got away with murder in the most gruesome manner. It's above the law. It's above the law.
All right, because that brings us to our present politics now. Why I'm against him is that if you look at what Israel is doing to Hamas, right? Now, remember, I used to be with the Palestinians because I didn't like what the Muslims do all over the country, all over the world. You know that. But anyway, but Israel, that doesn't give them impetus to commit genocide in front of us, all of us. with the president of the United States there. So he's playing the game. Biden's playing the game. Obama played with us. Those of us who supported him. The first time he ran, I supported Obama. Sold hats, donated the max, 2,500 or so for him. Talk to people, sold T-shirts and hats for him. Only to find out the result, Obama is playing games with us. Those of us who supported him, right? So when just to let you know, for his first 2 years, he was bequeathed with supermajority in the House and one short of supermajority in the Senate, only because Kennedy had died and they had some guy in a truck coming there, Massachusetts, to take one spot, but they will still have majority. And then the presidency, of course. And you have gun control issues, you have all kinds of things. You have healthcare, right? So Obama elected to take Mitt Romney's healthcare stuff that gave insurance companies all kinds of breaks, instead of doing either a government care thing or universal, something that will give them competition. So he played a game, but he had the House. So I discovered who he was just from that. He's actually the next thing to the devil as far as I'm concerned. So a really, really horrible guy in that sense. So now, we have a Biden that's letting Israel talk to United States anyhow they like by making it look like the U.S. cannot tell them what to do, right? The president can pick up that phone and say, look, Netanyahu, by the time I hang up this phone, I want you out of there, pull out everything, or you're going to get it, right? And before he puts that phone down, Netanyahu will do it. But so they're playing games with us as if we're the same. Obama did the same thing with ISIS in the Middle East, cutting off people's heads, and he's going, hey, look, we're fighting ISIS.
All right,
right?
Just to move it on, are you saying is the tack that Harris is saying that she will somewhat pull Israel back a bit? Is that what pivoted you?
That's it. Right? You nailed it, because with Trump, if Trump came in, he's going to be worse than Biden is right now with the Israelis, giving them impetus to do whatever they want, right? Keep committing genocide and being stupid over there. So if at least Harris come in, he should be better than she is, but at least we have a choice, right? When that election come on, there'll be a lot of people in the battleground states, Michigan, over there, you have a community from the Middle East who are not going to, they weren't going to vote for Democrats anyway, but right now they're going to, because we want somebody who's going to break away from the Nancy Pelosi, Obama, Biden type of Democrats. Now, if she doesn't do it, then she'll be a one-term president. But she has to. Now, she's made some moves, some of it a little excessive, saying he's going to do some kind of price control, but not in the fiat way that Nigeria wants to do it. She's probably going to do certain things that are legal to bring the prices in line, because there's a lot of inflation here as well in the food supplies. But you know, one of the things that they did was to recognize this government, the TINUBU government, the Biden administration, because they have a John Kerry in there somewhere. Now, remember, he used to be a Secretary of State under Obama, right? Who appointed some of these ambassadors, and he keeps having influence there. So now he's a czar in environment, but he's still, you know, people like Rufai, they got things on these guys. They got things in this administration. So incidentally, Trump came in, he didn't change any of those ambassadors that were left behind by Obama and others. They were still there. And that's why they destroyed us, the country. Right? They did it. They're not doing it so that they have a favorite Yoruba person to be president. No, there is something more sinister. They wanted to destroy us because we're a threat. Nigeria is a threat. If we were to come on our own, right? I'm telling you, if Nigeria is to just do things by what the best thing for Nigeria, the right thing to do, right, we will be a top challenge to even the United States. Forget about Britain. They'll be done. If we get the right politics right, get somebody who's patriotic to Nigeria, and Nigeria comes of its own, we're a big challenge to all of them, because we can begin to have this currency that's in Kuwait, in West Africa. We can start integrating unit by unit monetarily at first, defense-wise, and begin to form a unit. So they're afraid of things like that, but we don't know. They're toying around with us. They're not doing it so that one tribe is going to be president. These people don't give a damn who is an Igbo, who is a Yoruba. They definitely don't want somebody like Peter Obi to come in there, because how would you feel like you say you want to come and draw all this oil? He's going to say, then what are we going to eat with? You need somebody who's going to ask that kind of question. Now, if you take all that oil, then what do we have left? Think about it. Do we have anybody? Would Tinubu do it? No, he wouldn't do that. Peter Obi would do that. He's not going to let him do anything like that.
You said another thing that made sense today. Only two things you have said that made sense. You're right. Nigeria is a huge threat to the United States in terms of African market and European market. A stabilized Nigeria will disrupt.
Let me yield back. Emeka, I want you to change. I want you today. One man wants to go big. I want you to change. I'm gonna yield back. But if you're not gonna change, huh? What did you say?
I said you want everybody to change, but
I really do.
I know you.
If you're not gonna, well, it's not like if you don't change, I'm still gonna be here beating you over the head over it, right? So if you don't want, you don't have to do it. If you don't do it, then I'm gonna deal with you. That's the bottom line. You're gonna have to stop. We're looking at something. We have Vanguard right there on the screen, right? You say it's not Vanguard there, so we're gonna spend the whole day talking about that thing that says Vanguard. That's what it is. There is nobody who doesn't know any of the things you're talking about, including this Oweni, who I will go. I want to have a give and take in the second round. Let those who came in, including my friend Prince, talk. But Oweni, I want to challenge you on a debate, simple and short, just a little short debate on all those things you said today. I want you and I to let's iron it out, and then I want one man to demote you back down to a regular panelist here, because we're going big, and you're gonna have. I'm here in the United States. You're gonna have to have some respect for those of us who are here.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. So that was Pansat, of course. Who could have mistaken him for any other? So that's Pansat. So that was Pansat. I wonder if we still have Isaac. Isaac, are you still there?
Yes, one man.
Isaac, now, wow, you kept quiet all the way through, eh? I thought you'd fallen asleep on us. How are you?
I'm good. I've been listening. It's been it's been a very tough day for me. I came back today to base here in Valencia. Had to, a lot of stress on the way. You can even see when I hop in, it was almost 3 a.m. I was not supposed to come in today. I was supposed to rest, but I was just listening to some of our brothers here, arguing. That time they were actually on that topic of the lady in Canada. Is it Canada with the Igbo lady?
Yeah, so Tapia.
Yeah, so that I was just listening at that moment. So I started hearing different opinions. Like I was moved. So I said, okay, let me just hop in, even though it's already 3 a.m. Let me just hop in to kind of correct just one issue. What actually I want to correct, in this platform, we have those of us that listen, the listeners, and then we have those of us that talk, that really have that ability to talk. I'm going to use one funny word for them now. It's not an insult. We have a lot of talkatives. When I say talkatives, I mean those who can really talk, not in the abusive way. Me, I want to be a talkative, but I can't really do the talking, you know.
Isaac, who is the most eloquent person here? Who engages you the most when they speak?
Yeah, Ogbeni. That's the man.
Not in this session or on the platform. Is it not Kulata? I thought Kulata was the one that engaged you the most.
No, it's Ogbeni, but Kolata is just a personal, like I just
It's
fell
just the
in love with
accountant,
him.
Abi. It's just the accountant.
I just fell in love with him. If it's possible for a man to marry a man, I would just it's not possible. So it's just a natural love for Kolata. Okay,
Man
one
can
man.
marry
What I
man now. You can go ahead.
There are certain people that they call them spellbinders. Spellbinders. SPELLBINDER. Spellbinders. So these sort of people, they have the capacity, both in the depth of the richness of their vocabulary, and then the texture of their tonality, and then the way they are able to craft words together, and then they have facts as well. So when they speak, they just consume the whole space. You see it a lot with pastors, you know. So there are people. When is one of those sort of, it's a spellbinder.
Yeah. Although, since you are the host, you are supposed to be my number one, but you are the host, so you are out of the game. So Ogbeni takes the lead. Now,
No, me, I'm just a noise maker. Oh, some your man with I don't know what it. Forget
yeah.
me. Carry on.
Actually, what I want to correct, and the Bible says, those who have ears, let them hear. You see, when they were just arguing and arguing, I was like, what's all this? You know, I'm going to be straightforward, and please don't be offended if you are offended. Please don't be offended. The fact I want to make here is this: you see that our Nigeria is, like we said, some of us said just now. We said we need good governance, and then some people argued that no, all we need is unity. That if we have unity, we will have good governance. Then some of us said, no, if you have good governance, we will have unity. That is good governance that will bring unity. Although, as for that, I don't believe I don't believe good governance will bring unity. I believe it's unity that will bring good governance. Because when there's no unity, there will never be good governance. That's the truth. But what I wanted to correct is this. You see, when we are talking about people going or people going the wrong way, like what that our sister did, what Mrs. TINUBU did, what some other names, what Igbo did, what whosoever, what Erufai did, or what Wike did from different tribes. But the point I want to make is this. You see, when I'm going to start from the northerners, there is this guy that normally come to our platform here. I think one man will remind me his name. Is it Osan, no? The northern guy that always Hassan. Yeah, Hassan. You see, whenever Hassan come here, one man will ask him a question. He will say, Hassan, we heard that Boko Haram is spying people in Nigeria. Hassan will go narrate the reason why they are doing it, tell us what these people want. He can even blame the government for it. He will just go and go and go. I've never heard him one day that one man will ask him, Hassan, Boko Haram, they are killing our people in Nigeria. And then Hassan will say, what about the unknown government? What about the ACN? I've never heard that guy say so. Also, most times, maybe that guy might be better than some of our Yoruba people, but some of our Yoruba people also, if you bring issues, let me just pick one. When this guy that took a loan or did 419 deal with these Chinese people, this governor of Osun or Ogun State, I don't know, Osun State, when the issue was brought here, I think some of these Yoruba people, I heard some of them say that, where is he today? He should be behind bar. He made some statements, and I heard some people from his tribe saying that he should be behind bar, saying all these things, he want all these excuses. He shouldn't be a free man walking around. I heard. And I never hear most of them saying, what about Hopo Zodima? What about Kelechi? I never heard it. But I want to go to the other side a bit. Anytime you say, Nnamdi Kanu did this, they will say, what about Igbo? What about Jonathan? What about, or you say, some ECN or whatever you call them did one or this or that. So what about the Boko Haram? You see, sometimes when we are talking to some of us that, come, let's begin to look at say things that will bring unity. I think what they are trying to say is, they are trying to I want to use another issue, then I'll just drop it there. You see, when this issue of this woman in Canada was brought to this platform, some of us, we use maybe 3 seconds. We will say, I don't like what she did. I'm not in support of what that woman did. Now 5 minutes they give you, may you take a narrate time. You will use 3 seconds to say, no, I'm not in support of what she did. Then you will now use the remaining 4 minutes, 57 seconds to begin to talk about TINUBU'S wife's own. Whosoever. So by the time you start doing that, that is why the people will now see you, they will say, because the time you now spend, you're supposed to spend 4 minutes, 57 seconds on that woman's issue, because that is what is on ground right now. And then maybe use that 3 seconds you are using for that woman to talk about TINUBU'S wife's own. Then people will see the genuinity in you. Why people don't actually see genuinity in you is when they raise something from your side, you will use 3 seconds on that issue, then you will now use 4 minutes, 57 seconds arguing other issues concerning other people. That is why they always say, people here, they always say, it's like there is something wrong somewhere. One man, that's why I drop it. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Tell us a little bit about your holiday. Did you have fun? Did you, or did you stay in Spain, or did you travel?
Yeah, I went to Palma de Mallorca.
That's still in Spain now.
Yeah, you know, it's just yeah, it's just a change of environment, to see some other, just to
They
see
have
some
they
other.
have they have a lot of wine there, don't they? Is it a wine something, Mallorca?
No. I think we have more wine here in Valencia.
That's the beachfront, is it?
Yeah. If you really want to spend kudi, that's when you go there, just at least all your labor for the year, at least you just go and freshen up a bit, stay in some exotic places, not really, I'm not too.
It's very popular amongst the Brits. Is that not where rich people live in Mallorca? The rich
Yeah, most foreigners, yeah, they are always there. It's a place where it's a place where you spend money. If you want to spend money, just go to.
What's the
Palma.
best place to live in Spain? What's the best place to live in Spain?
Well, the best place for me, because of the weather, I don't know. For me personally, because of the weather, the best weather in Spain is Valencia. Valencia has the best weather in Spain, so that's why I choose to stay in Valencia. Not that if I want to maybe go live in other places.
What are the prices like there if you wanted to buy property?
Yeah, property here. The way they sell here, from the level I'm in, not that executive size. I deal with local people. The way they build their houses here, like for example, you have what we call finca. They call it finca. Finca is that one. You see the big building from one junction to the other junction, very big, mounted together. All these, in that big house, you see mounted together. All you have in there is 3-bedroom flats, 4-bedroom flats. Some have lifts, some does not have lifts. So a house, a 3-bedroom flat here with lift, well renovated, you can get it for 250. You understand? Yeah, 250,000 euros. And then you can get some without lift. Well, you can get some for.
What I was actually thinking of. Sorry, let me just ask this. What I was actually thinking of was like a bungalow in sort of like a semi-rural sort of area. Like that has a little bit of land, not too much land. But
Yeah. Such are in where we call Pueblo. The Pueblo area. That's like, are you going to call it the villages or whatever? There you have land, houses with land, personal. You have your pool there, swimming pool. You have everything around you, personal, and they are all there. Those ones, some of them are even cheaper.
yeah, no,
So
I
some of them are even
imagine they
cheaper.
would be, because they are rural.
Depends. Yeah, depends. Some of them are even cheaper. You can even get some for 180. You can get some for
if that sort of sorry, people. Let me just ask this, and then we'll go back to the politics. You know that sort of property But in a hunting area, you know where you can go. Do they hunt in Spain? I know they do in France. Do they hunt?
Yeah, they do, but nah, all they kill is those small animals, so they don't
Like
really
rabbits
go
and
for. There's the one they call the ones they always hunt here. They call it conejo. What's conejo? That's is it conejo? What's conejo? Hostia. That thing that jumps. That small thing. Is it like rabbit? It's not rabbit. Oh, it jumps like very fast.
like a hare,
A
or something.
squirrel, no?
Squirrel. Oh God, they eat it.
Squirrels, yeah. Those are the things they go for, hunting. But here they do a lot of fishing. They do fishing and all that. Yeah, like the one you are saying,
Anybody
like
that
in
wants to
those.
fish, they should go to Scotland. Why would you want to fish anywhere other than Scotland? But
Yeah,
One man,
yeah,
let me talk to this gentleman for a second about what he said.
Isaac.
Isaac, before he goes to the next topic. Isaac, you remember me? I'm the guy who you did back so you could get an award in here. And
yeah, you are my organ now.
No, I know I'm your fellow panelist for now, but let me say to you that you spoke in parables, but it boils down to you are saying that the Igbos may be blamed because, let's say, the attitude of questioning the other side, to say they spend a few seconds out of 5 minutes to say this and then spend the rest of the time trying to draw a moral equivalence, okay? But now you have a tribe, though. You're not a Yoruba, right? Because from the example you're giving, you said Northerners. You cited a guy here who you think does the same thing. Basically, he will accept that Hassan. He will accept that Boko Haram does something. It doesn't say what about people in the southeast, unknown gunmen and stuff. But you yourself, and of course you also cited Yoruba, so leaving out the Igbos, okay? So now let me ask you, do you have a tribe? What is your tribe?
I'm a Doma Obatokbe.
Okay, Obatokbe. All right. You say, now, when somebody abuses your Oba, right? It happens sometimes. People, they'll abuse Oba, for example, right? Have you ever seen it happen where somebody abuses your Oba?
Yeah, I think it happened.
All right. Don't be too hard on him.
No, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is...
I'm actually going to bail out and just hand over to Mike. Mike, Prince Daddy still to go. So conversation, and I think Emeka wants to pivot it into a wider conversation after Prince Daddy has spoken. So let me bail out. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you. So,
thank you.
What I'm saying, Isaac, is that you are showing hypocrisy because the minorities in our country, I said 75% of the problems we have in that country is based on minorities, right? You want to pit these major tribes, what we call Wazobia, right? You never look inward do you delay when somebody abuses you? But no, you mouth off and you start making trouble. You start talking about those people and whatever it is they have a shortcoming about, you start talking about them. So your pietism and your piousness is a falsity. Talk about yours. Talk about your own idiosyncrasies, right? Leave the Igbos out. Talk about your people, your tribe. Because you could come here in a nice manner, you talk slow. A lot of people who talk slow, they believe that because they're talking slow, then whatever they say is true. No, somebody could talk fast, lay a lot of points, and 100% of the points are correct. And somebody could talk slow, and they are wrong 100%. One man says he's going to go big. So what you're going to do, what I'm employing, the challenge for the Edos, especially Edos, but a lot of minorities, is try to stand on your own tribe. Don't pit these major tribes against one another. It's sad. Out of a three-legged stool, where you have the Igbos, you have the Yorubas, and you have the Hausa Fulani. So if you come and you pick two and say these two are good, what are you doing? It's then falls on the Igbos. And every time you do it, I've heard you speak many times, Isaac. The problem you have are the Igbos are not your mates. We're a major tribe, huge. I mean, my village alone can challenge your tribe. But finally, politically, I was making a case. One day we went on a private section at Dr. Damages. I'm saying those are not worth it. It's 150,000 net votes. That's it in that whole state. 150,000 votes, because they've never gotten it right ever. If you go and look at the data on every election, they vote for the wrong guy. When you have two parties, they vote for the evil one. So the first time they did the right thing was 2023. They supported Peter Obi, who was the better candidate. But they did so reluctantly because the entire net vote we get from Edo was 150,000. Over 180,000 or almost 200,000 voted for APC. But I don't blame it on our side of the Edo, because Edo is like a microcosm of Nigeria, right? So the Akoko Edo and the North, the Islamic part of it, is like North. So when you keep making demands and talking about Igbos, remember how small you are. Like my village, for example, that's all it is. It's a small place. So you can't be making all that demands and insulting the Igbos every time you open your mouth. That's not fair. We respect the Igbos, but let's keep it that way. Don't be choosing between these tribes. Try to be uniform. There's no blanket statement anybody could say, okay, the Igbos are like this, or the Yorubas are like that, or the Hausas are like this. Anytime you say that, you'll be wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. You know what? I'm not that tribal, you know. The thing is, you know, before I said what I said those who have ears, let them hear. But what I want to say is this: I'm not that tribal. I hate that. I won't say I hate being a tribe. I'm not that tribal. Let me just give you an example. For example, if you make sense to me, I know where you are from, and then maybe an Edoma doesn't make sense to me. I throw away that Edoma. I pick you. I can become your tribe. As long as you make sense to me, that's who I am. I don't know tribe or this tribe. I'm not a tribal person. I'm even ashamed to say I'm a Do tribe. I want to belong to everybody. That's who I am. So if I tell you true, wait. If I tell you what I observe, I made example with Hassan, and you always listen to Hassan whenever he comes. When they ask him problem about at times they accuse him, why are your people like this? Why are your people this? He will never. I've never heard him, or maybe you have. I've never heard him to try twist it, maybe use 4 minutes, maybe use 3 minutes in one man's platform to just brush that, then jump to Igbo or Shogore.
I agree.
No,
Let me say one
so
last
that's
thing.
what I observe. And I'm only putting it on the platform
I hear
for
you.
those who have ears to hear.
Hold on, Isaac, hold on. One last thing and I'm done with it. What I'm saying is that you're right about Hassan. Hassan is good, right? Educated and it's fair. But what I'm saying, if Hassan doesn't do it, does that then, whatever Hassan does, is that what every Northerner does? Or if one Edo person does something, is that what all Edos do? Because that's what you're saying. I agree.
No, Northerners. I don't always listen to Northerners on social media. I don't always see them. The only one I see Hassan, and I can't even remember any other name. And then from those platforms that I also listen to, even on the what do you call sorry, what's his name? Dr. Damages. Those days when I listen to that platform where you have that woman that always do courses, the CM guy. I want to try mention some of their names so that you know I'm not good at
Madam H.O.
getting people's name. Madam H.O., CM, There's one like a Kene there, a Kene, something like that.
Right.
And
I
a
don't
lot of them there, and some Yoruba people there. I just know them because of their names. I listen to all of them, and I know. I
Okay, but
listen.
hold on now.
That's why I told you that
I
I'm a
want to pin
listening
you
type.
down. I want to
I
pin you
listen
down.
to all of them, and I conclude.
Yeah, you want me to let him land?
Let it allow you to land now. You spoke for like he allow you to land. Let him land too.
So I
Let him
listen
land,
to
then you
all of
respond.
them. Those who carry Yoruba name. I think there is one guy there. They call him Big QB. I think sometimes he always come here too. Even from the way he speaks, I know he's a Yoruba man. I listen to him. I know how he speaks. I listen to CM. I know how CM speaks. If I start mentioning names of social media, I'm judging from social media space. If I start mentioning names for you now on social media, if I go to what do you call some other space, if I start mentioning their names and I start telling you how I listen to them and I hear what they say, and that is where I'm concluding, and that's my conclusion.
Okay,
And I'm
I'm
sorry,
leaving.
I'm very
I'm leaving.
sorry if maybe some people think I'm siding, but I'm not. I'm just like trying to tell what I see or what I feel. Thank you.
Okay, but here's the point I'm making to you, right? If they have, you've heard either in the newspapers or social media that in the north, a lot of northerners go and they kidnap hundreds at a time. Okay, maybe our students at Chibok or more recently in the trains. It doesn't matter. Northerners, they go and they kidnap our fellow citizens, right? You seldom hear Igbos do that or Yorubas do that, right? So if you're coming on a platform like this and you're picking a tribe that behaves very well, well, it behooves me. I think you would say, I don't want to be like you don't want the Igbos to be like the Northerners. You don't want your Edo people to be like the Northerners. So why
Should I
is
tell
your
you the truth?
hold
Sorry,
on,
let me tell you the truth. No, sorry. Let me tell you the truth. No, so that you just
Let him
land
get across.
everything.
Let him
So that you
just get.
just land everything. Let me tell you the truth. The most notorious to me, the people I hate most. Now let me be vocal. Not really, I don't mean it, but let me just be vocal. The people I hate most in Nigeria, they are the Northerners. Let me tell you the truth. Then the people I see they are not helping issue. They are the Easterners. Then the people I see that they are just clapping for the both side, clapping for them and laughing at them. They are the Yorubas. That's how I see my country.
And then your Edos, you just angels, right? You know, you
No,
don't
we
have.
are not. No, Edo is not in the issue now. We are minority now. Anywhere you people ask us to go, we will go now. If we are not make we better, we will better. We will
Yeah,
say,
all
oh,
right.
yeah, now, wow,
All right.
yeah, we say where we go join. That's all.
All right. Make one have a good night. All right. Thanks,
Thank you.
Isaac. We'll continue next time when I see you. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Uncle Mike.
No, no.
Now, so me, I see a show.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Kind of to some extent. Yeah, I'll probably say. I want to say Yoruba is probably they probably the bigger problem. I don't know in a sense because they're not too straightforward. I don't know. I have that issue with Southwesterners. The problem with Southwesterners is if a Yoruba man is angry with you, he might be smiling. You'll be smiling.
No, Mike, before you bring big Prince Daddy in, the reason why I choose the Northerner as my worst nightmare is that is it, should I call it wickedness? That inhuman to themselves, like kidnapping themselves, carrying children, the insecurity there. I don't know why they are doing it. That's the reason I take them as, like, if they give me cutlass to kill, to buy some people for Nigeria, say, God give me power, become a Jamaican. Not them, I go fair kill. Understand? Then I go free enter Igbo land. I'll kill only some. I don't kill all of them. Like them now they come only. Then the Yoruba side, I don't know what I will do there. Which I will do there, self. The show
Now, the
there,
north,
I go one show I want up. I go one show
in the north, the thing is, in the north, yeah, they got their terrible problems. Like like you said, the violence, the banditry, the terror, the Islamic, violent kind of thing. But
What are you going to do if the God turn you to
Jamaican.
what are you going to do to a person like Passat when you go to that Igbo land?
Passat. You know what I will do to Passat? I will carry Passat. I will just take Passat. I will. Why will I do now? I will call Samuel Ekpa. Say, come and carry your brother.
So, Isaac, did not make me laugh tired today. You dey try yo.
So that's why I see him.
I dey like your analysis well. You don't break everything down. Make person laugh.
Even though my Oyibo not big, but at least I know what's in the happen.
Don't be say who told you say your Igbo no good. The thing wey be say happen be say for una side, e be like say una know the thing sweet for una mouth where broken English. Any small thing like this, even when you, I mean, una they forget body where even when una they speak grammar they talk, before you know you don't carry broken enter quick.
Now
Now
so they
of una
take
they do
bonus.
so. Now
Now
of
so they
una they
take
do so.
bonus. Go reach Wari area, Wafi area, and all of now the same rope they take, and the same rope they take tires.
Now so all of una they do. If what do you call it?
In that space, there's no one dominant language where they can always adopt, so it's easier for them to speak more broken because there's so many ethnic groups in one small space with different languages. Compared to Yoruba saying, like it's easier for everybody to speak Yoruba more than Pidgin because in a large space in our Yoruba, it's like you turn around, it's everyone speaking Yoruba. You understand? You have like 6 states, big states where the dominant language is Yoruba. So a typical Yoruba person will speak less Yoruba than they will speak English or Pidgin. But if you're talking about like South, before you go here, there's a different language. Before you go, there's Ijo, Shekiri, Soko. There's so many of them. So you can which one? So when Ijo person look next, he's likely going to see a Soko person. So he can't be speaking Ijo to the Soko person now. So he has to speak Pidgin, So that's why the outside, that's outside, they have to speak. They're more fluent in Pidgin English than anybody else. In the north now, the old north, even though they adopt Hausa as a one language, they have many tribes, but almost all of them speak Hausa, So that's why they tend to speak more Pidgin.
I agree with you. Now that's the main reason you just mentioned right there. Even person will be literate for them people for them size say we no go school. They speak broken self. I believe it's so Isaac.
Yeah, that's it. That's not the cocoa be that.
Wow. Okay, Mike, you can take over and go to whoever you want to go to.
Yeah, I don't even know the topic, man. I wasn't really following. I say Prince Daddy, but Prince Daddy left, man. So
okay.
Emeka was trying to introduce geopolitics into the for us to talk about. So I don't know if Emeka is still there. Emeka already left. I think he left. Go to some new people. I don't know who is new there because I have spoken. Isaac, except Isaac want to talk more on some other issue. The refinery. Yeah, the refinery.
No, Isaac, let me ask you this. This social media problem that's going on. I'm talking about social media. I'm not talking about maybe other things that happen on ground.
You're not talking about Otapia.
No, I'm not even saying that. Like the whole social media wala. What do you think the origin is? The whole social media thing that's going on, like Nigeria just going at each other on social media. Who started it?
Yeah, this social media thing. You mean the batching here and there?
Yeah, the ethnic thing on social media. Although we know in Nigeria, yeah, they were ethnic thing, but bring it brought to the social media. Who started this?
If I have to say the truth, which maybe some people may say I'm biased, I think if I have to say the truth, it should be, I think the people that actually brought all this batching is the Yorubas and the Igbos.
No, I don't think it was an ethnic group. I think it was IPOB that started it.
That's
in fact they had a monopoly of it for a long time before other people started responding.
Yeah, let me defend.
There was for like some years. Like it started in. I followed it before 2015. There was no ethnic anything on social media. None of that. It was when IPOB started. They were online, and they were the only people online insulting everybody. In fact, everybody else ignored them.
Yeah, let me explain it well. You see, the whole thing started like this. This social media thing, it started when we started hearing the pioneer of this thing. Adeola, Dr. Damages. These were the two people who were actually hearing their voices. Dr. Damages was from the east, and then Adeola was from the south, the Yoruba side. And these people were like, constructive in their dealings, in their presentations, like saying politics and all that. And I believe so many people were listening to them, and then they now saw it as an avenue to also, come up to begin to pass their own messages. That was when you now begin to hear people like Nadikanu, and then some Yoruba guys that I cannot. What do you call him? This troublesome Yoruba guy. He has a channel.
Is it our grandson?
No. He has a channel like they also are. Who was this guy? Mayegun.
Is it Koiki?
No, Mayegun.
Oh, Mayegun.
How long has Mayegun been around, sir?
Yeah, Mayegun came in. When these people came in, for example, Adeola was there before him. Dr. Damages was there before him. These people were doing this thing like telling us about the government. They were,
No, the one I'm even saying, like, I'm not talking about like people talking about government or just talking, having social media account, just talking. I'm talking about ethnic bashing.
Okay, ethnic bashing. That's where I'm saying that is where like a mirror that was what they saw. Then they started coming in. I just mentioned Nandi Kanu coming in, and then he started throwing all these who is this, who are you, what is that, and what is this.
The reason why I'm asking, I want to see that everybody see what I see, the way I see things, because I want to, because that the way me I see it, I just want to make sure everybody else saw it that way. The origin of this internet war, ethnic war that's going on, I want to see that because like way me I saw it, because I literally first time I ran into ethnic attack online by Nigerian against other Nigerian was IPOB.
Yeah,
Was
it's
2015 when
the
America
IPOB,
started.
it's the IPOB space actually. It's
Yeah,
the
when the
IPOB
guy
space.
started,
Just
the guy literally, it was like, it was right as, it was immediately after, Buhari won that election. It was,
it's just that
though they already had their Radio Biafra going, but it didn't get to ethnic thing, because they had Masop thing going. Masop was never ethnic. It was more like, we want Biafra and the government, we know that. They were more like agitating and no one cares. But when Kanu came, when he started IPOB, it was right after Buhari won. He began this ethnic attack, and he mainly was targeting Hausa first and Yoruba. He will call Yoruba as this and that, bastard. He will attack the Alafia for you. He will do it, and then he focused a lot on. He later only dumped Hausa and focused on Fulani, and then he went on for some years, and there was no response. The only time a response came was when the Northerners got sick and decided, like, reacted by saying they are giving the Southeasterners notice to leave their region. That was the only kind of response we had. And then it went on for years. The Southwesterners didn't, no one I know. The only person that started responding was this one guy, that Dinka grandson guy, but that one was just terrible. Even me, I was kind of against the guy because the way it was going was just rubbish. Like, the way it was engaging propaganda too. The way he speaks on truth. It was only Yoruba person that know online that started countering, attacking iPod. They were going back and forth at him. They were going, and it went on and on and on. The time I can say Yoruba began to go online to start to speak back was this election, because now he kind of went to another level with the election thing. But the origin of it is what nobody want to address. That it was IPOB that started it. And the what frustrated me about it was the entire time IPOB started this thing, people were trying to tell their leaders, like, come, caution your people now. Because it's a matter of time before other people will start responding to them. You know, but their leadership, and they will ignore, keep quiet. And what shocked me was, I thought maybe they just don't want to talk to it. Then what shocked me and really provoked me was when the guy finally got arrested. That was when they started talking. Like, oh, and what were they saying? Release him. So all these bigotry regards to speed, all this why you don't have anything problem with it.
Mike, if
I so we all know the origin of it. That hey, this is where it came from. So if hold on, let me hold on. In one way I know in law enforcement is that when fight happen, when police show up, they don't care about who's more injured and the two people fighting. The first thing they will ask for the witness is who threw the first punch.
Okay.
And the moment they establish the person that threw that first punch, they don't care if that person is the one that got beat up, that lost the fight, or is the most injured. Is the one they are arresting. They are not arresting the other person. They will arrest the guy that threw the. That's what the police will ask. At least in America that I know, when police show up in a fight scene, they will start interviewing everybody. They want to know who threw the first punch. That's the person they will charge with a crime. And that's why I'm asking this question: like, who started this thing online?
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, before somebody else come in. Sorry, I think you are right on that.
If I
It's
may
just that I
comment,
was afraid.
you have to.
I was afraid to let me wait first. You are right on that. Just that I was afraid to say it. You understand? Actually, the way you said it, the IPOB space at that time, from much that I know, was actually, you know, what led to all this before I started hearing other response and all that. Yeah. Remy?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Actually, to me, I think we have to look at it from different angles. We have to look separately, initially, from people that are asking for them to agitating for separation from Nigeria. Some are also agitating for resource control. We all know that the base of journalism is in the Southwest. But when things turned around, it was during before 2015 election, when some the party that formed together, APC, they used the social media very well, but they did not use it as bashing any ethnic. It's all about selling their own idea about how to win an election. But immediately Jonathan lost that election, it did not sit well with some certain section of the country. It's not only from the southeast or south or southwest. So some of them that lost the election, they vent anger on the winner, which is Buhari. Unfortunately, that was also the time that Nnamdi Kanu also came on board very powerfully. So all those elements now come together and they continue to use social media to bash Buhari very well for his 8 years rule. We all know what transpired. I don't need to tell everybody here. So I will say categorically that bashing, the ethnic bashing, start from that 15. So I'm not exonerating Southwest people that believe in Jonathan, or Northern people that believe in Jonathan, or any minority that believe in Jonathan. Those ones that believe in Jonathan during that time, they continue to bash Buhari for 8 years. But majority of the bashing came from the Southeast. To now make it worse for Buhari, you know, that time was also this agitation from the Southeast. So it's like everybody just come together that we want to get away, and at the same time, we don't like this guy. So all forces, all deck was against him. Now, just opposed to 2023 election, why this guy also came about his own winning, Obi thought that because APC fly Muslim ticket, the best idea for him is to also go religious and to also go ethnic. And he thought that is what he can win in his vote. I would say 65% is right. Because when you look at the result of the vote, those Christians in North Central State and in the North, they voted for him. So that is his own. But unfortunately, he should have stopped after he lost that election and think about other ways. But he continued to propagate that idea, which is not good. And then other political elite also join him. If this is what you want to play, we also play along with you. And it now trickled down to the common man. And common man does not know policies very well. Everybody started to chew one another. Unfortunately for the Southeast, actually, they were lucky this time around because some Yoruba people and majority of people from the South also supported their candidate. But immediately after losing the election, a lot of things came out that does not sit well with a lot of people. But the Southeast people did not manage that success very well. And they continue to rub it on the faces of them. That is the main reason they have problem with a lot of people from the South. At least Edo State, Obi won Edo State. I think he also won Delta State. These people are the arrowhead of his political campaign. Even more than, they are more in the obedient, even more than the people from the Southeast. They are the vocal one online.
You know, let me say one thing before you go for that. One area, I hate to sound very hypocritical, where I would say Yoruba people, some Yoruba people are equally as guilty as a.
I already said
no, wait. I haven't said what I'm saying, man. You don't know what I'm saying. The area where I can say the South, in context of this online ethnic bashing, where I can say Yorubas are equally as guilty as the Southeast is the fact that the Yorubas some Yoruba people started doing northern bashing online. Like they literally were, some people were creating channel and that's why I always attack Yoruba people too, especially when they start that stuff, because they create this internet stuff and started attacking the North. So that just make them as guilty as the Southeasterners. Like, because the Northerners never created social media, went on social media and start attacking any other ethnic group. Yeah. I don't mind maybe if they go after the politicians or the politics, They were doing it too, and that's why.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. I'm not saying they are not.
So what I'm saying is the origin of the origin of social media war, ethnic bigotry. It started with IPOP, and then it started with some group of Yorubas, especially Igbo followers. And even I didn't have grandson, that's why I hated the guy. Because then, when he was responding to IPOP, I didn't have a problem with him. I'm like, okay, terror for terror. But then he started attacking Northerners. I'm like, okay, I can't support that. You are just as guilty as the IPOP, you know.
The reason why some of them started bashing the Northerner is because they've seen the handwriting on the wall is that the Northerner, they want to renege on the agreement, or maybe gentleman agreement, that the power should rotate from the north and the south. It's like they want to play us. And I think that is why some Yoruba people that they felt this offended. That why should it be? We supported your son for 8 years. Even Jonathan, we supported him in 2011 vote, in 2011 election. We supported
ethnic bashing. One of the politicians.
That ethnic bashing also, yeah, is ugly. Before there was this kind of, when this guy talk about Adiola fashion, they are just cracking jokes. It's not that they are bashing any ethnic.
I didn't talk about Adiola fashion. I'm talking about some Yorubas on social media. They began this ethnic bashing against Fulanis and.
When they started,
and that I always go after them, and I always condemn them for it, because there's no basis for that. Like, if you want to go after, hold on, if you want to point at politicians or discuss the politics, like you say, Star Reporter was going after politicians. Adiola, like you mentioned, she was going after politicians, whatever. But some people started creating platform, and they were calling an ethnic group. Calling, something Fulani, Hausa. I'm like, why are you doing this? And then the IPOP too, they would call Yorubas, Fulanis. So it's a matter of time before those ethnic people will start responding back, and don't start crying. Hold on. The day the Northerners we begin to speak bigotry at Yorubas online, I swear to God, I will not respond. I will not respond, because my people threw the first punch. That's where I stand. But go ahead.
Okay, so you can see that all these things playing out from maybe the Jonathan lost election, and this thing is ugly edge from since like 2013, 2014. But this last election was the most terrible moment for Nigeria. And after the election, if this guy, his rhetorics are not been so biased, I'm talking about B, like Patrick make a very good submission. I listened to him for a while before I slept off the game. So if he has proven to be a good statesman, it would have been better. But the kind of politics he's playing, I don't really like it because of one reason. The politics is to only me and me alone, which is not good. Now that you are playing this terrible politics, do you even think about what about your tribesmen in the future? Who is going to vie for this position in the future too? You are not thinking about them. You are thinking about yourself alone. If I cannot have it, then I will make the ground terrible for any Igbo man that will come to vie for this position in the future. That is the politics he's playing, which is not good. A lot of people from the Southeast, maybe they are not seeing this, or maybe they are seeing it, but they pretend not to see. Because politics is just a game. You either win or you lose. If you lose today, you can win tomorrow. But if you are playing your politics, I lost once, then if I cannot win, anybody cannot have it in future. That is what I think is panning out. And it's quite unfortunate for Nigeria. At this particular situation, that this woman from Canada that made this rhetoric, and people come about here and be telling you, what about this A? What about this B? What about that C? That is not the point. The point is what she has said is condemnable. You should not be equating that somebody said something 4 years ago, 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. All tribe in Nigeria, we are all guilty. But if they accuse your tribe, you also look at the retrospect. Because so many things is flying out all over the world. If you go to South Africa, how can South Africa knows Nigeria according to tribe? Why? How can South Africa say this is Igbo, this is Yoruba, this is this? How can Indonesia or Pakistan or Afghanistan, all these countries, know Nigeria by tribe? For what reason? So I'm not saying that all Yorubas are good, and I'm not saying all Igbo people are bad. In fact, some of my classmates and some of my friends are from that side. But the truth must be told. Recently, I don't know, maybe because of what they want, or because of some people, I can't pinpoint, but some of them have not been in their good behavior, and which is we must condemn. We must not always come here and be saying, what about A does that, B does that, C does that. That is immaterial. And people make a very good analysis. They said, before you can say your country can grow, which I've always also been trying to promote here, there must be unity. If there is no unity, how can your country grow? If you, from the Southeast, you think you are a Nigerian and you don't want to leave the country, work together with the other region. And I think Nigerians have been very magnanimous. Nobody stopped everybody from living wherever they want to live. If you are living in Ibadan today and you think you are not making progress, you can move to Kano. Nobody stop you. If you are sure Kano is not favoring you, you can move to Anambra, Enugu, or anywhere you like. Nobody stop anybody from moving anywhere in Nigeria. But if there is no unity, and if you think you are better than the rest of Nigeria, and the rest of Nigeria say, okay, if you are better, this trouble is too much for us, then you can go your own way. They also have a right. So this thing has come to its ugly end. At the end of the day, I hope that we can all come together and promote unity, we promote freedom, and we promote growth and development. But if it cannot be ascertained easily, let me finish up. If we cannot be ascertained easily, there's so many options on the table. So that's how I say it. Thank you for now.
Yeah, Remy, about this batching, batching this tribe, batching this tribe. I didn't say that it was Adeola or Dr. Damages that started it. The point I was trying to make, you see, I can still remember those days when I started, like, when you say you dey chewing gum yourself, when you don't chewing gum yourself to like, you want to listen to all these thing where they happen for your phone. Sometimes you rush go house, the phone too small, you want connect them to telly and all that. You want just or you want just go direct YouTube, go listen. I was saying that those people that started it, people like Adeola, Dr. Damages, all I said that they were like giving informations like, let me go and listen to what is happening today. Who knows whether the government has taken money again?
I understand. I understand
yeah,
you. I'm not
let me learn. So sometimes when I'm at work, it was like I was addicted to Adeola and Dr. Damages. Not this other show that he's doing, the former one, that only him will stand. He will say, welcome to New York City, all those stuff. Like I was addicted to it, that even when I'm at work, I will just look at the time, I will just abandon the people there, rush, just to go and have that time to listen to them. I want to hear what is happening today in Nigeria. These people started it. And then gradually, started hearing. Have you heard what Nnamdi Kanu said? Have you heard what this one said? These people now were different from Adeola and Dr. Damages. That was how the thing started promoting itself. Then my attention started switching from Adeola and Dr. Damages. I started, hearing some other issues, like this batching started. Then it was like play. It was like, to some people, it was interesting. Oh, let me see. Let me see what Nandi is after today. I think some people even gave him credit that he started well at that time, but later he went haywire, something like that. So the batching came up later. Apart from other people like all these people that do comedy, what do you call them? Mike Angel comedy and all that. Those ones were there. You know, we just enjoy them, laugh, you know, relax with them. But the main information, the two people that were really giving us those informations, like, see what is happening in Nigeria, oh, see the road they did, oh, the road is not good, oh, they used too much million in this road, oh, where those two people were always bringing those news, and many people were attached to them at that time, subscribing and all that. So when the batching started, they started fading away. And then we now enter this era of somebody want to put Otapia, somebody saying that Fulani must leave Lagos, somebody saying that Igbos must leave Lagos, Igbo saying that, you know, started seeing funny images, so funny things happening in the north, in the east, in the west.
You know, Isaac, there is a video I watched yesterday or the day before yesterday. You see, there is this particular young girl. She cannot be more than 14 or 15 years old. She's from Habia, and she was working for one madam selling red oil in Lagos. And because of what this is an innocent girl. She just what she did is so funny, okay? She was on her period and she go and pee into a plastic bottle.
The woman already played that shit.
Yeah, because of what happened, everybody is now very careful, which is not supposed to be. Like, for example, I have a friend for more than 12 years. He introduced Mayegun to me, and I listened to Mayegun for like 30 seconds. I don't like what he's saying. I never listen again. And because of that, that guy is not my friend anymore. Because he thought Mayegun is saying the truth. But I know this guy is lying. It's all about content. It's all about pushing people to his platform. He's making money from it. And a lot of people always believe such rubbish. It just conjoins so many lies together. So many. Because even listening for 20 seconds, I already know these are all lies, okay? So sometimes not everybody think the same way. A lot of people, they just believe, like, look at that small girl, for God's sake. She doesn't know nothing. Maybe somebody just listens, okay, maybe I don't like my madam. I will also make her business go bad, okay? Or I will kill her, or I will buy her, or something like that. So sometimes we should condemn, when people do bad things, we should condemn them. At least the people that have lived together in Nigeria closely is Igbo and Yoruba people. If you look at it very well, all over the federation, it's those Igbo and Yoruba people that have intermarried, that have lived together, that have went to the same school, that have gelled very well together.
Well, anyway, let's I found one video from like 7 years ago. If you look at this thing here, you see that it's 7 years ago. This is like way before we even got to this, because when some people say it was election that caused this last election, I started this rubbish. This
if you are attending a Yoruba church, you should be ashamed of yourself. Anybody attending a Pentecostal church with a Yoruba pastor is an idiot, a complete fool, an imbecile. I have no time for them. They are worse than Boko Haram. They are very, very foolish. If your pastor is Yoruba, you are not fit to be a human being.
The date on this video when it was posted was 7 years ago, man.
Mike, I told you, if you look at that 7 years, it's not the time on 2014, 2015 when Buhari came on board. That is why for that.
No, the point I'm making is the people are saying that this online thing just started in this election, and I'm like, no. You can say, yeah, maybe the Southwestern I just got online this after this election. But when we're talking about the online thing, this has been going on for a while. Like, and literally, that's a.
I think this guy
So,
that is video
Can I come in?
contributed a lot to that bashing. You can come in. Go ahead. Me, man of the street.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I think I've been listening a while. I just said, okay, let me listen and see where you're coming from. I think everybody's speaking from their own prism, how they see things. I mean, we might be different. So when we speak, we need to consider people the way the other people understood, comprehend what actually happened. So everybody has spoken. I heard you spoke. I heard Mike spoke and the Isaac. Um, but we should not lay the blame. Okay, judging by the tape he played, 1915 or whatever. Okay, you can say that was part of the genesis. But we have always been a tribalistic people, so nobody can
yeah, we
dispute
get that.
that.
But the point we are saying is
Can
online.
you let
Online.
let
No,
me
no, you
speak
will
in, please?
continue, but calm down. I want you to be in context. I don't want to divert from the point.
Well, it can't be interjecting me, and
Yeah, I can
if you don't want
interject
me,
you. Yeah,
if you don't
because
want,
I'm
if you don't
moderating.
want me to speak,
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
want you to diffuse my thought, please.
I'm not
Let
pushing
me
your thought,
speak.
but I want you to stick to the point. We don't want what about thing that
You
one man you
can't
got.
tell you see the problem. You can't tell me how to speak.
I'm not
You
telling
can't
you how
tell me
to
where to
speak.
stop or where to
Hold
start.
on, hold on. Calm down, dude. What I'm
You
saying
calm
is
down too. So
the
don't do
point.
that.
Do if you don't want, do calm the hell down, okay?
You calm down.
The
Let me
topic
speak.
we
It's
are
my
talking
turn.
about is the origin of online hate speech. Who started this? That's what we're
You
talking
don't
about.
even know
So
where
don't
I'm
come here and
going.
be
You don't
going
even
back
know where I'm
to
going to. You don't even
who
know where
cares
I'm
where
going
you're
to. I have
going.
not even
Just stick
finished.
to the point where the
Mike,
main
let
question
him
we're
land.
asking.
Let's hear him.
Yeah, but you don't even know where I'm landing. You
Who
don't even
doesn't
know
know? I
where I'm
know you
going
now.
to.
I know you. I can, in fact, I can read you. I know everything you always.
No, Mike, let him speak now,
Let's
please.
hear him.
I think it's becoming very unbecoming of you. But anyway, so let me. And this is not your platform, so let's get that straight.
Nah,
So
but I can throw your ass out, man.
okay, do that. Go ahead.
If you want to get out, you can
Like
get lost, man.
Man
For the
of
respect I have for
prestige.
this guy, I can speak. You will go on
Man of prestige.
other platform. You don't go there to preach peace, but you come here trying to be
Mike,
yo. Let's come
Mike,
together.
Uh,
Mike,
man of prestige.
Mike, please let us be civil. Let us respect one another. We are all adults. Just let him say his own opinion, please.
Mike, please let me say something. Man of prestige, are you still there?
yeah, I'm here.
Please, I want you to, Mike, please don't be offended. Man of prestige, whatever, I want to come as the neutral person. Whatever angle you want to come, please come. I want to have a conversation with you.
Yeah,
Am I
I mean,
okay?
nobody can stop me. I'm gonna say the way I see it. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I want to
I
have a
mean,
conversation
the
with you.
least that can happen to me is I get out of the platform. That's nothing to me. So that's the
No,
least.
I have no right
Okay.
to kick you out. But all I'm trying to say is, I want Mike to allow both of us, whatever you want to say. If I see anything wrong, I will tell you, no
Yeah,
matter
you
what.
can tell me,
If
but you
whatever
can't
I
tell me
say
to
is
stop
wrong,
talking what I'm talking
if
because that's
yeah,
not
I
going to
can't
happen.
stop. No, I can't stop you from talking. But whatever I say that is wrong, also feel free to tell me. So go ahead.
Okay. So the point I was making, everybody, is seeing something from their own prism, but you don't. You have to consider where the other person is coming from. So when I was listening to everybody, who was talking, that was talking about the genesis or something like that. Like I said, I never really followed Nandekano. So if you say that it started with the IPOB bashing or whatever, now that's a good point. I'm not disputing that, but this tribalism narrative has always been there, but it has amplified recently, whether it started out, during the Buhari regime or something like that. But all has to do with politics. I think we are being deceived, thinking that ordinary people, the masses, are tribalistic in that form. No, they are not. The politicians are using it, to achieve their main aim. So we know what transpired leading up to 2023, maybe when I started following Nigerian politics. I never really care about Nigeria, okay? But anyway, having said that, I don't want to really get that again. So people are here passionate, what happened that obeys the architect of the whole thing. but the presidency is still there. So the president don't have any, which is the commander-in-chief of Nigeria. When I mean the presidency, even because Bayo Nonuga or whatever happened in Lagos State, yeah, it was under Tinubu. So it can equally give blame for both sides. But that's not even my issue. I think the issue I have with what just transpired recently, this what's his name, Amaka patient or whatever they call him, Stamborg. I mean, that is the area that concerns me, because I've really went back and read the genesis of the genocide in Rwanda. And this is exactly how it started, from the online, from the elite. And people keep on denying it without trying to have what we call an uncomfortable conversation, whereby the leaders will come and say, okay, because a country will not progress if we are not united. Believe me, it doesn't matter what kind of what kind of policy, in economic policy. Some people said, okay, maybe if the government is good for everybody, things, but the politician will still introduce it because for political gain. So the point I'm trying to make, because there shouldn't be a selective justice, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when I first came here, was it about three on Thursday, and I totally condemned this Amaka, because what he was doing is totally, in my
We
own
gotta hear
opinion.
from other people, man. You wrap it
Excuse
up.
me?
Wrap it up so we can hear from other people. Yeah.
Don't push me, okay? People have put. You know what?
You're speaking too long now. Other people have to
You
speak.
know what? Remy, and the rest of the people at Jalico, I think I'm gonna leave, okay? Because
You can get lost if you want to leave now. Who cares?
Mike, this is not the way to do things.
It doesn't
Give him
matter. Let me
chance.
be who I am. It's okay. I know that guy, man. He's a clown. You will be then. There are other platform there. When they are talking all this rubbish, you'll be enjoying it. When he wants to come here, I want to be talking. Let's unite. Let's unite. You will never say let's unite over there. When they are talking, they are bashing rubbish. He enjoys this, laughing with them. They will come here, want to come and control how we talk here. How let's unite. Come on, do the same thing on the other platform.
Okay, Mike. Wait.
I don't like fake people, man. That guy's a fake ass, man.
Okay, Mike. Now, I think from the whole conversation, everyone here have agreed that this is a serious problem. What do you think the government should do to assist us? Whether good or bad, we don't need this crisis. It's dangerous for all of us. So what can we do?
The thing is, to me, here's my deal. They should just allow people to have their power in their region. We have to go to regional where people just control their own space. You understand? I will wear in a regional time, because at this point it doesn't look like some people have business, like literally just being free in other people's region, just doing whatever they like. Literally, you should have your citizenship in your region, whatever. Do whatever you like in your region. Let's do regional system or whatever it is. Where you don't come to my space and start challenging me in my land and be telling me you have rights there, you know this and that. Where you just challenging my culture and everybody control their space. And if they should invite people, right? They decide what they want and let them have it. If they want to have their own country, let them have it. The fact that I think what the government should do is call their politicians and their socio-cultural leaders and tell them to meet with their people and decide what they want. To me, that's the way forward. All these things we are doing, faking with ourselves, all these eventually is going to lead to something very bad. Eventually, because that hatred is in their hearts. In most of them, people are raising their children to literally, hate other people and all these things is in their mind. So I don't mind you hate me. I don't care. I'm not interested in someone liking me, but don't bring your hatred to my territory and be hating me on my own land. And be hating my Oba, be telling me you come to my home land and be challenging me, bring your hatred to me in my space. You don't see Southwesterners go to Abia and Anambra to be challenging them and be showing hatred to them in their territory. Even, I guarantee you there's some Yorubas that live in the Southeast. When they decide that everybody must sit at home, they don't say if you are not from here, if you are a Yoruba person, don't sit at home. If you're a Yoruba person living in the South, if you come outside, they will pay you for not sitting at home on Mondays. But I don't see any Southwesterner coming saying, how can you say my people have to sit at home? We don't challenge them. That's their space. That's their region. If they want to sit at home, if you're a Yoruba person living there, I'll tell you, sit at home or you leave that place. Come to your own territory. It's their space. They have right to dictate what they want to dictate in their space. You understand? But not like they will come to my space and be, you know how long they've been insulting. The first Oba they were insulting was Oba Oyekon. They were disrespecting Oba for so long in the 90s. That's why this Oba, when he became Oba, he told them, like, I'm not going to tolerate the last thing the last Oba was tolerating. When you come in, you know, we have culture here in Yoruba land, you know. So you can be who you are, but don't, if you don't come to my story rubbing feathers with me in my own territory. Go ahead.
Mike, can I say something? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My brother that just asked that question. The truth is there are issues that you can amend, or there are some things, let me put it this way, some things where you don't already spoil, where you go fit repair. Some things there where when you don't spoil beyond repair, you not feel repair. I think that is the stage where Nigeria did about these ethnic differences where we get for Nigeria. And the truth be, what our brother suggest just now, if it is possible, make them put them for their region, like the Biafran state, they want them, make them give them. The Ododowa, may they give them. They make a very proper arrangement. Then the Northerners, may they give them. Then make I tell you the reason why these things they happen. And if we not take time, this thing, you see this woman on for Canada. Tomorrow, if he come from a Hausa person, next tomorrow, if he come from a Do person, the other day, if he come from a Yoruba person, this woman from Canada on what happened that day. If, for example, which I want to talk, so I'll use sense talk am. If, for example, now you come see him, say, okay, for that region, we talk, say, make all those things they happen for Yoruba side, Edo side, and you can't wake up one day, you come here say, some area for Yoruba side, about 10 people, they don't know how they waka. Then for Edo side, you come here, about 11 people for one area, they don't know how they waka. They break, they know they breathe again. They go just quickly connect them to that this thing. You go see problem everywhere. So this one will happen. So na small one. No.
Isaac,
Wait,
sorry.
let me finish now.
No. Just look at this coincidence. Just look at this.
Don't break my thought. Don't break.
I just want you to add it together. Look at this coincidence. Oof. That woman said something 2 or 3 days ago, and then yesterday, that small Igbo girl, almost maybe under 15 years old, did that thing again. You want to poison people? Can we say because of that woman that spoke in Canada make her to do that? We don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. You now come and see the consequence of our utterances in Canada. Some people are already taking it's like they already plan it ahead. Which might not be true.
So let me land my thought. Yeah, let me land my thought. So where I was actually going is this. By the time a time is coming, it might not even be too long ago. As long as this thing don't dig ground, I don't think say no government, no way any government go take handle am. Even though that government come from the Eastern Bloc or the Northern Bloc or the South, I don't really know what they call them, South or Southwest, whatever, from that block, no government at this point of time. Now, make I tell you, that thing where you dey hear say they happen for northern side, where they go just enter place, carry people, fit carry 40, carry 50, May I tell you what they take and they do. If you cut them, say make them become their own self, you'll see those things go stop. The reason why they do those things, may I just tell you the truth, that they try show the other people where they the other side their strength. You know, say they not just bust war now, say may we fight war. So they do those things, they take same signal to you, say, see how powerful we will be. Then if you look at the east, you see all this noise where you hear from that side. So
Yeah,
the woman in Canada, this and that and all that, all this noise, they take and show you their strength too. Then the same thing from every side, from Edo, from Yoruba side, anything where you see where they happen today, that all of them they take and they send messages to each block to tell them, say, we are powerful in our own way. So that's what they are just doing. So the only solution be make Tinubu try, if he go fit, begin the channel Nigeria to that angle. Will be say very soon we go to talk about putting everybody in their space. Yeah,
a quick
thank you.
question for you. Nigeria is already divided into 6 regions, with the central, with the capital in the central. Can we just go that regional on that 6 region? Is it okay for you?
Anyhow they want to do them, they can just.
I don't see any big deal in anything again. The North Central
Anyhow
people
they
are
want to
different
do.
from Kanuri. Kanuri is different from the core Hausa Fulani from the Northwest. Nigeria is already
see, Remy. Okay, may I see put something if this our brother don't say something. Okay, I greet everybody. You know why I asked that question. I agree with waiting you submit and waiting Mike talk. Because to be frankly speaking, as you say that you get where something they spoil rich. Nobody fifi sign again. Now this thing be.
Yeah.
This hatred for years. The way they go on and waiting champion run. Now the way indeed we our brothers from Eastern region, not our brother, the IPOB group of that place. In the name of we are fighting for Braifa, they were really attacking people unnecessarily. And now the whole thing is out of control. The danger is this. I don't know those who remove history from our school. When Obasanjo, when he ruled, I think the person that was Minister of Education then, he was from eastern part of Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. But if there's error, somebody can correct me. I think it was one woman like that. And they remove history from our curriculum. So what happened that there was a vacuum? You see those children, where they like 10 years, 12 years, 13 years. Now Kanu, now be their teacher of history. And those history were all loaded with propaganda and insults. Those children don't grow now. And as they move to other places where everybody they coexist together, their attitude is no longer compatible with the rest people. Somebody said we are big. Yeah, that tribalism has been there. But this one where we threaten ourselves with death since that civil war to today. Apart from some part of northern part, they can threaten people because of that religion. Not because of say you just be Igbo, you just put out for man, talk and come out. It was not there. Now then the whole thing grow. These children now they have the serious problem. To be frankly speaking, I have encountered so many of them. Me, I'm from Edo State. There is no tribe in Nigeria in my age where we not grow up with. I'm not sure say it did. Where you go grow for Edo, you go say, you don't know this person. When you hear the name, they'll say this tribe, you go know the person. We all live equally. You can never, even because the place is filled up of partially different ethnic nationality, you don't see problem among us. So therefore, we also use that.
I Google it. Yeah. I Googled the Minister of Education from 2003 to 2007. Yeah. This is my answer. This is the what Google gave me. Fabian Osuji from July 2000. Fabian Osuji, July 2003.
Where is she from? Where is that person from?
I never checked, but this sounds like probably from. Then Chinwe Obaji, June 2005. Then Obi Ezekwele, June 2005.
So if I say now Obi Ezekwele, now I remove that thing. I'm telling you, that woman is a woman or something like that.
I will
let us go and find out among those ministers of education that removed that history with Obasanjo. Now they put us for problem. Do you know what happened? I met a mathematician. We were just discussing, a Swedish woman, and I told them, we were discussing. I don't know how that it is. I say for Nigeria, it is. He said, what are you talking about? He said, so the people don't know where they are coming from, and they want to move forward. He said, no, she doesn't believe it. That she studied with a lot of Nigerians. They are very intelligent. She never believed that kind of thing can happen. They will allow in their country. After she find out, she told me that country can never succeed. It's just a matter of short time. They are going to turn against themselves. That it is history that makes Scandinavian people to come and have sense. If they coexist, they will progress. Do you know the worst? If you read their history of violence, you're not going to even talk saying that these people now can be this against themselves and hatred. So we are already in it today. The true solution to this thing, sorry, every tribe now don't copy the thing. Edo people, some of our people inside are almost like, why are you insulting us? They are now also saying their own. Why are you insulting my king? We've never done anything harm to you people.
Brother, sorry. Are you saying that every tribe for Nigeria, then all of them don't write their own history, put on for hand?
For Nigeria?
Yeah, are you saying all of us don't write our own history now? Everybody get their history where they keep.
Yeah,
The
everybody now.
They don't remove them. Now we
remove
don't get our own history where we write by ourselves.
The rest people not too bad. Because I never see Yoruba person where go be like say if they do the history just to say Yoruba must go, Edo was their problem, Igbo was their problem. But the Igbos were trying. This IPOB was doing the history of Edo. Now be problem where they not get Braifa. Now Yoruba now be problem where they not get Braifa, and the Braifa is paradise. So these children suck that thing, and it become like a open hatred. If some of them talk, the younger ones, you go fear. Say, now Igbo person be this. Don't pity their own people, not yourself, where they live with them. So the truth of the matter is, we have crossed the boundary. If our leaders said they want to suppress it by arresting people,
Midwest,
it's not going to work.
Midwest, I have
this arrest will not solve it.
Midwest,
we should go to
I have
the region. Yes.
You said who removed history? From what I read, they claim that actually history was removed in 1982 for primary school. They merged it with social studies in the primary school. And by year 2007, that was still, this guy was still ruling Obasanjo at that time. They changed the curriculum, and history was removed from primary and junior secondary school. But still, we are still having history in the secondary school. In the what do you call it? We have a junior secondary school and what do you call it, the other one? Senior secondary school. So they are still, their history is still being taught. But by 2010, history was totally removed from the curriculum.
Who took power at that time?
Although they said that Obi Ezekwele was the minister, but the verdict here was that she was not. What they are hanging their verdict on is that she was not the one that removed it, but it has been removed. It has been matched from 1982. But along the line, so many things happened. But totally removed was 2010. So she was the minister of education.
Anybody will be minister of education that time I remove history.
She was the minister of education that time.
Yes. Because there is nothing.
This is what I would think. Whoever the issue doesn't favor, it's likely the person that will remove it. Whoever the issue.
So they remove it, and here we are now. This thing they are looking at. Me, I'm a do person. I pray. May God not let her come be like say we will come the year saying so they do our people.
Continue now. I think he dropped.
I think network has taken him off.
I think at the end of the day, we should all come together, and I think the government should, like what Mike said, it's high time everybody sit down and tell ourselves the truth. If you still want to remain in this country, because what I see from my brother from the Southeast is a confusion. You want the presidency, and still you also want to get away from that country. You cannot have both. You have to take one. And if we still want to remain in Nigeria, all the leaders of other regions must come together. Luckily for us, it has been divided into 6 regions already. Let's go back to that regional government. If this one will make, at least we give a kind of peace, relative peace. And at least, even when we are doing regional government, nobody stop anybody from moving around in Nigeria. During regional government, most of my classmates in the primary school, the one that sat in front of me, they are from the Southeast. They can even speak Yoruba better than me because they were born in Yoruba land. So nobody stop anybody. So if that one would bring relative peace, and we should all come together and talk about it, because the country cannot be going this way. Because you lose an election, or my tribe lose an election, then the whole country must burn down. It's not supposed to be like that.
I don't think it was. Like I said, I showed you before. He started before election. I'm showing you the HRS has been there. So it's not. I don't know how people keep saying it was the election. The only difference I see with the election was that the Southwesterners started responding to the hatred after the election. But before the election, this thing was already on. Yeah. That woman was already feeling like that now. You can't say it was the election. She's already had that feeling since her childhood now. You can't say it's the election that made her feel that way. I don't think so. She already, I mean, that's that when that woman talk, I don't see different. It's like the kind of talking. So I so many people like that. So you can't say it was the election that made her feel like that. I don't know how people keep saying the election.
As it stands today, I can bet you in that Nigeria of today, most Yoruba people will be out of going to Mama Put that is run by Southeastern, which is not good for their business. They might not have any ulterior motive. They are just going around doing their own business normally. Because of this, somebody says something stupid in Canada. She's there over there.
You know, I mean, if we have to be honest with ourselves, I'll be honest. I think I've always said it, the way we blacks, we like to make decisions based on feeling, not on. We make decisions based on to please to protect feelings and please our emotion rather than actually doing. Right. Hold on, let me know. I'm going somewhere. Rather than making decisions based on this is the right decision to make, or this is based on truth or honesty or rational reason. You know, for example, from the beginning, I will tell you, a black man can see green and tell you that it's red because he wants to feel good, or everybody in the room feel good if we all accept that it's red, even though it's green. That's the kind of way we do things. For example, go on, you had a civil war, you won the war, and you said there's no victor, no vanquish. That's a lie. There was a victor, there's a vanquish. Why would you lie? Because you feel like if you say there was no victor, no vanquish, you will feel good. You don't lie. You just say the truth now. That's where problems start. When you begin to lie, you take a hero, you take a villain, you call him a hero because you want to feel good. You took people you fought against and lost.
But Mike, that statement is to foster unity now.
Okay, well, you like to foster unity.
To give them that sense of belonging.
And you're making my point. You're making my point.
Make them feel defeated, you know.
No, you are you making my point? You lie to foster unity. That doesn't make sense. A white man would never do that. You never say a white Igbo would never do that.
No. That's diplomacy now, Mike.
What?
That's diplomacy now.
But that kind of diplomacy, I don't agree with that kind of diplomacy.
Okay, well,
I'm going. When you begin to,
you can say the truth and still have a good diplomacy. America will never lie about what happened to what they did to the Japanese.
For the sake
of diplomacy. No, it's always good to set accuracy in history.
Accuracy is very important.
Learn from it.
Even America, the slavery they did to the blacks, the slavery, like the slave, the whites know that they did something terrible, but they will not lie. They will still tell you that this is what happened. Accuracy, but they will not say, "Oh, for diplomacy reason, let's lie that slavery didn't happen."
Okay, Mike, what do you think they should have said? What do you think they should have said?
I think they should have said
exactly what you should have said is this is what happened, the truth of what happened, and why we should not do it again. That's all you should have said. The honest truth. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is all our mistakes. This is a mistake. It should not happen again. And then the perpetrators, you put them on trial, you punish them. You don't now say, for the sake of unity, the villain, you turn into hero. When Ojukwu passed away, I was watching his funeral and I couldn't believe myself. And they were talking his funeral. They say he's a Nigerian hero. And he was buried as a Nigerian hero. Really? Was he a Nigerian hero? If they would have said it was a Biafran hero, at least I can take that. But you can't, we do the way we do things. What is that? That's a lie. The man was not a Nigerian hero. Why do we lie to ourselves? This is why where we are. We are confused. We wonder why children grow up confused. Because the thing they consume is just, you don't consume the right information. And the reason they will do that is because that's my friend.
Mike, you remember they pardon him now.
They pardon him. Mike, let me make you laugh. Mike,
Remy, wait, before you go. Okay, you see another mistake. The people you fought against and you defeated, those I'm not talking about the tribal, I'm talking about the soldiers, the rebel group, the Ojukwu and the generals and all of them. You brought them back and you put them in charge of their people. In fact, the largest political party in the South is Abga. It was created by Ojukwu. Like, you literally brought the people that fought against the country and put them back in charge of their people. And he decided to, and you think the guy will not give his own version, twist history and tell his people. Like, backward decisions, backward way of doing things. The United States would not, after defeating Nazi, they will not bring the Nazi generals back and say, okay, go and be in charge of Germany. They will not bring Hitler back and say, go and be in charge, because Hitler will twist the story and tell his people like, oh, he will not say the public, but he will put them in a room and begin to twist what happened and make him look like the hero. And the war doesn't end on the battlefield. The war ends in the mind. That's why Ojukwu capitalized on that stupid mistake. I don't know if it was Obasanjo and all of them that brought him back and put him back in his place. The guy, when he came back, he went to make speeches. He came back, he was welcome as a hero. No, the guy landed his people in a mess. This guy literally, let me wait now, you're coming. This guy, I was reading a story like weeks before the end of the war. The Red Cross approached Ojukwu and said, listen, bro, we need you to end the war. Just leave and let the war end, because if you don't end the war right now, in the next 2 weeks, about 150,000 children will die. And this guy, he had a decision to make. Guess what he did? He chose to let the children die. And after the children died, finished, a week later, he left. So you could have made that decision earlier. You know you already lost this war. So this is a person that Nigeria buried as a Nigerian hero, national hero. You brought him back. The same people you landed in a mess and literally destroyed their lives. You brought him back to be the one in charge of them. And he brainwashed the next generation. I will show you. Go ahead, Remy. I'll pull up a picture. Go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is this. You are right in your analysis. Look at Nigeria. When last did you hear that somebody that commit heinous crime? When last did you see all this under this 1999 democracy? When did you hear that a state governor signed somebody that have already been sentenced to death sentence to go and kill them? When did you hear a governor sign it? They will never sign. They are afraid because it's religious. It's against my religion. When you look at a country where the rule of law is not, we are not practicing it. We are not doing the right thing most time. We tend to pretend over everything. People are not used as a scapegoat. For this woman that says rubbish in Canada, if it's possible that if they can just bring him back to Nigeria and sentence him to jail, people will mind the way they talk. And just the day before yesterday, I was conversing a way that regulating the social media in Nigeria, it is now very imperative. We must do it. If you want to go online, you must use your international passport. or your ID
Let me
card.
hold on. Before you go for that, sorry. Okay, I'll pull up this picture. This is 2001, right?
Mike, can I ask you a question? I mean, let me ask you a question.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
I listened to what you said. It makes sense, but let me ask this question. So what you are suggesting is that we shouldn't have lied to ourselves. Those that on the side of Biafra as military officers that fought the war. So what, and civilian leadership too, that were part of Ojukwu government. What we are saying is that they should have been prosecuted and deal with them according to the law.
Yes.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes. That's how they do in every war.
You know what is going to happen if that had been done?
What will happen?
All the entire leadership in Igbo land will have been wiped away.
Entire leadership? What do you mean leadership? Are you talking about? Wait.
It wasn't Ojukwu. It's not in military leader. There were civilian leaders too. Like
no, you're not wiping their traditional rulers away or their intellectuals.
No, I'm not saying traditional leader. I'm talking about civilian. Like Chukwumerije, he was in charge of their information, like some other professors and some other people. Because all the Igbos, everybody went back home, thinking that they will succeed, and all of them back Ojukwu.
No. So, you don't. Let me answer one thing. You don't prosecute scientists, professors, intellectuals. They only contribute their brain. You prosecute the warlords, the fighters, those that, because when you carry a gun and shoot at somebody, that's a crime. You shoot at a government, that's a crime. But now, if you're saying people,
those in charge of information, running propaganda, those ones.
Yeah, those. No, actually, even if you're doing propaganda, you campaigning against the war, doing those kind of things, yeah, that's also a crime. That's treasonable. You're pushing because you're inciting all those kind of things. That's also a crime.
And the scientists that were building arms for them, using the brain to build arms, to let them build arms and stuff like that. Those ones
you don't. Well, with the scientists,
try to understand.
In the case of a scientist, hold on, let me just say, the point I'm making is the people in charge, making the decision maker, the Ojukus and his generals, they should have been prosecuted and just executed. Simple. And then you create a new, and whoever was a part of leadership of the war, they should have been executed, and you give them new breed of let the new people take over and start afresh. And the new people that will take over, it wasn't their war. They won't have war in their mind. But if you keep people, they were fighting you and they lost. Because they lost on the battlefield doesn't mean they've lost in the mind. The war started in their mind. It's going to end in their mind. And some of them, you don't know when the war finished in their mind or when it's still in their mind. So that's why when in every war, when they arrest the opponent, they execute them, because you don't know. The only way you can hand the war in their mind is to send them to the grave with it in their mind. And you bring new people, they had nothing to do with the war, to take charge of their people and start afresh. Because the new people, it wasn't their war, so they have no reason to be thinking, oh, I lost the war and be bitter about losing the war. Because Ojukwu till they died, and it was really all of them. Look at them, all the generals, they were bitter that they lost that war till the end, and the war never end their mind. That's why they brainwash the next generation to fight it again, to get a chance to win it again. So that's what the psychology the Nigerian leaders didn't understand. They don't understand human psychology. Those guys were just dumb. The go on like they were young, so they didn't understand that war does not end on the battlefield. It ends in the mind. And this picture I put up here, this is Ojukwu. Next to him is Rafu Azurike in 2001. Ojukwu started the first Biafra, right? Azurike started Masob movement, and under Masob was Nnamdi Kanu was inside Masob. Now, the government, when they brought Ojukwu back, now Ojukwu created Wazirike. Now, after arresting Wazirike, they pardoned Wazirike. Wazirike under Nnamdi Kanu was born under Wazirike. Now, the Nnamdi Kanu is arrested. Now, Samuel Ekpa came after Nnamdi Kanu. So now, it's a connection. It's a chain of connections. You understand? So, if they would have took care of Ojukwu from the beginning, they would have never been Wazirike because he's the one that raised Wazirike. Now, if they had taken care of Wazirike, they would never have been Nnamdi Kanu because he's the one that trained Nnamdi Kanu. So, the backward way decision making of the Nigerian state is the reason why we are where we are.
So,
Mike, please, I want to ask Ajali Koko one question, please. Mike, let me ask Ajali Koko one question. Ajali Koko.
Are they here?
Yeah, during that war, you said, what about those who were the scientists who were making bomb for them and all that? During that war, if Ojukwu give instruction to some of those people to quickly rally around, prepare some bomb, do you think they will refuse?
No.
Okay, no. And if they refuse, what do you think will happen to them?
I know where you are going to. Yeah, they would have been terminated.
Okay, if that thing, if that thing will happen to them, it could possibly be that already the situation was already on ground, and unfortunately, that was the side they fell on, and many of them might be there, not really doing those things with their minds, like, you know, they might be under pressure, you know. So, like Mike said, those people like them Ojukwu wouldn't have been given all this honor they gave them and then send them back, you know, like he said, to go and again be the head of the people, knowing fully well that they are going to give a different narrative. Don't you think so? No.
Yeah, you see, I was just trying to, because you know, Mike was trying to do cherry picking on who should be prosecuted and who not to be prosecuted. That's why I was asking that question.
No, what I say is the leadership, whoever is executing the war, leading, is what got to be taken up. You have to take up the head and put a new head in place. You see, those scientists, those are just legs, and those are just doing their job. It's not their war. They are just stuck in a war zone, and they want to survive, and you know they do what they have to do, and just like everybody else, like civilians. So you can't execute those scientists are civilians. You don't execute civilians. You just execute the fighters, the warlords, the leadership, and the propagandists that are involved. You know, that's
Mike.
all.
Yeah, I even had that.
Let me chime in real quick.
Sorry.
Mike, I
bro,
agree
sorry.
with you on the basis that if they have not given this Ojukwu this free passage, they wouldn't have come back to Igbo land and said their own idea of the war, and that thing would have stopped. If Nigerian government had said we are the winner and they lost, this thing would have not come to be at this 2024, 2020 something.
And Remy, sorry.
One second. Let me chime in. One second.
You're going. I promise you. Where you're going now? What do you think when you send Ojukwu to the east to these people? Do you think he will look at his people in the face and tell them that I landed you in this mess, or tell them the truth? He's going to have to. They will kill him, or they will go against him. So it's not his fault. He has to find a way to make them like him. He's not going to tell them the truth where they will hate him. So when the Nigerian government didn't think like that, they didn't even think about, okay, this guy is going to meet these people. They were asking questions. What happened? He's going to have to give them answer. Okay, go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Man, can I, Prince Daddy, one minute. You see, let me tell you this, I say Ojukwu, Mike. You see, Mike is now Ojukwu.
Big insult.
You see, look, the people were in support of the war too. They backed Ojukwu. They wanted to go. They wanted to leave Nigeria. And that is why you see when Ojukwu even run away after so many years, you know, thousands that welcome him with how do I describe that welcome in Lagos? Do you know that Lagos was locked down? So to them, he was an hero for taking it to say, look, enough is enough. You people were find our people in the north. You people are doing this. We don't want to be part of this system anymore. You understand what I'm saying? And for him to issue statements that everybody should come and everybody comply. Absolute majority, like 95% of people. All over. Do we have problem? Hold on, let me learn. Did they have problem in the West? They didn't have problem, but everybody left. They left for Igbo land. So they all wanted that secession as people.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so I just want you to know that.
I will respond to you. I will respond to you, but I'll let Prince Daddy go first, so we don't hold him. I will respond to your point, sir. But yes. Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Go.
Yeah. Just like Angelica said earlier, see, the Biafra War or the Civil War was internal, of course. It wasn't like we were fighting against another country in Africa. So I think the reason why there's no victor, no vanquished thing is because, you know, they're trying to keep the unity at the end of the day. So it may have backfired, but nonetheless, it's I think that's the reason why they just try to you know, they don't want to make it like, hey, well, we defeated you guys are weak. So they just made everything like, you know, nobody won, nobody lost. But so on the issue,
so Prince Daddy, do you think that unity has been kept? Do you think when was the division started? Do you think the division is still existing? So you also answered that question by yourself. Keeping the unity for what?
Well, okay. Well, when I finish, well, okay, then you can tell me what should have been the right approach to addressing the both sides after the war. But the point Mike was saying earlier about getting rid of their leaders and letting them start afresh sounds like a good point. But see, the only way that would have worked was if they had the Nigerian government had taken over the entire southeast of Nigeria and reorient them. We did?
They won the war, they took over the place now.
I mean, like, okay. I mean, take over the education.
They were the one that even picked their leadership and even brought some of their soldiers back into the military. They completely took over. They won, like literally, Ojukwu ran away, and then the ones that were left behind, they arrested them, they took them, and then they made them the leaders again. They could have picked other people to lead them.
Let me
well, let me take this question. Hold on, why am I
one second. There's one thing to take over.
Prince Daddy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Take this question along with what you're about to say. Was the Nigerian government fighting against? Who am I echoing? Am I echoing? Who is that? Somebody mute. Okay, so it's better. Was the Nigerian government, was going at war with the Igbos, or was he at war with the Ojukwu's rebels? That's the question.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good question. Yes, against the rebels, and of course the rebels, just like right now, IPOB has captured the Igbos. They're like a rebel, a terrorist organization, but they represent the people. So that's the thing. So there's a connection between the two sides. Okay, but after the war, just like I said, when the Nigerian government or military took over, they may have taken over the space, but they did not reorient those people, like bring them into like re-educate them. They should re-educate those people.
They are not dumb people. You're right. You got a point there. You got a point there. Thank you. That's a key point there. That's a key point. Now,
but they didn't do that. They just let them be. They control their space.
But depends on the education.
That was the danger.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You know the mistake they made? Okay. The reason for the war is even from the reason Ojukwu gave them, right? Ojukwu sold the war to them for them to back him, to respond to you and Babajale Kuku. Ojukwu sold it because he was controlling the radio station, Radio Biafra. They call it radio. That was the Radio Biafra during that war. You know, but back then we didn't have internet or TVs like later on. It was just it was radio. Everybody was listening to their radio. So it was communication through the radio. So Ojukwu had, because he was the governor of the Eastern region, so he had the control of the media there. So what he was selling to them was that we are fighting for our own secession because the North massacred you, the disagreements between us and these other people. Whereas what he was really fighting for, the reason they were fighting was because of the oil in the Niger Delta. That was the main reason. And when he went to Aburi, he didn't tell his people that they went to discourse, and he never brought up secession in Aburi. He never brought up breaking up. He didn't discuss that. Now, he formed an army group. The Nigerian, Gowon is the head of state. He's the president of the country. He is an open door for you to discuss anything with him. There's an open door for you to discuss whether you want to break up. He didn't do that. You just decide to create a country, and then you invaded Midwest, was going to Lagos to go and overthrow Gowon, and Gowon sent the army to push you back to go and disarm your army group. So, but you are telling your people a different story. So the people bought the story you are telling them, reason why they are fighting. And you telling them they're coming to wipe them out, they should go and defend themselves. You give them machete sticks to go to the front line. So they thought they were fighting for the right reason, for their survivor. Well, that's what he was telling them. No, now, when the war ended, wasn't the Nigerian government supposed to now tell the people exactly what happened, what the whole truth was? But guess what? They didn't do that. They kept quiet. Now, the people, in their mind, they thought what they were fighting for was what they actually were fighting for. Till today, the Nigerian government never give their own side of the story. They kept quiet. Now you now brought Ojukwu back again to be in charge. He continued to flip it, I'm like, so what in the world is this?
I think
to make it worse.
What do you mean by Nigerian government never give?
Were they giving their own side of the story of? Do they even talk to us about it? Most of us, you know, independent research you have to go and do to find out what happened. Most people that know about it's through your parents.
Yeah, I agree that with you.
Growing up, if you want to know what happened, was it not your parents you go to?
Yeah.
Yes, and I
was
think what
telling us what happened. Oh, I was on this one. It was after later on. Growing up, I just thought war was I was on Igbo war and that's what I thought. My papa told me this one. Papa tell me it was later when I went to educate myself, go and dig some document, dig research, dig everything. I found out what the heck. So what really happened is not what we just hear from people.
Mike, you are even lucky.
That's a failed state. That's a failed government, man.
My uncle never even mentioned civil war to me. Even my father, my mother, my grandparents, they never mentioned any civil war to me. The only thing they mentioned to me is read your book. You cannot be this. This is what you should be. Nothing about civil war. I have to go and do it by myself. And I think you are right, because if there is a proper documentation and the government did the right thing at that time, all those people selling us bad story, a bad idea, because look at this, 1967 or to 1970. If we are born in 1970, how old were you now? This is 2024. And some people still want to fight that kind of war that we want to fight back. They didn't defeat us, we are the winners. Who is selling this kind of story to them? So unfortunately, look at it. This is in Nigeria, a country where some region, their state governor cannot direct the police, cannot tell them what to do. It is somebody outside that will tell them, sit down there, everybody will sit down there. Stand up there, everybody will stand up there. Oh God, man.
Let me help you out on this.
It's quite pathetic. Don't help me out. Just say your own.
Okay, let me help out, Mike. Hold on. The point is that I'm only going to be here a couple of minutes anyway. I got a date. The point is that we have now the benefit of hindsight. The protagonist of the war on the Nigerian side is Gowon. Okay, so if you're trying to live in the past, let's just bring the past forward to today. Gowon and his people are being decimated, right? So it's incomplete to judge the period without looking at who's wrong and who's right, because now you have the benefit of hindsight. What were the Ojukwu and the Biafrans saying, right? So whatever they were saying is happening to the protagonist himself. If he doesn't admit it himself, because Gowon is like a goofy kind of character, right? He's not smart. So they're killing his people, putting them in IDP camps, taking their lands. All the stuff that the Biafrans were actually talking about is happening to him. But not only that, you have to look at the alliance. There was an alliance that was fighting the Igbos. So forget about what Ojukwu told his people.
We don't want that. No, there was no alliance fighting Igbos. It was in Nigeria.
No, hold on. What I mean by alliance is
Ojuku's rebels. That's all. So don't give us.
Mike, I'm saying the alliance is like you have North Central, you have Southwest.
No. The Nigerian Civil War was not a tribal war. It was not alliance between any tribe against any tribe. It was, in fact, Gowon himself, I'll put it up. He said he sent the army to go and disarm the rebels, the Ojukwu soldiers. And Ojukwu was telling his people that they should run there. They go on sending Fulani to come and kill all of them. And people thought they were started attacking the soldiers. And he brainwashed them to start fighting.
That's what I'm saying.
So it was not a tribal war. There was no.
Just hold on.
This tribe versus that tribe. Or Gowon is not Fulani. It's just the head of state.
Opinion.
That's all.
That's your opinion. What I'm saying
is
that's
a fact. It's not
North
opinion.
Central. Hold on now. North Central will tell you that the Fulanis are taking their lands.
Dude, we're not talking about rubbish you're talking. We're talking about
don't be stupid now.
Yo, Pansa, get the fuck out of here, man. You stupid motherfucker. Dude, let me not even curse, man. Because I really don't like you, dude.
Yeah, Mike, let me come in here, please. Mike, can I?
That's the only thing you know is my button. You take me out. What does that mean? You're still wrong.
I can't have conversation with you, man. Just get lost. Just go. I'll just end
before Pansat we continue, let me come in here, please. The war was terrible, actually. It was terrible. And then just pushing the blame to only Ojukwu and his men won't be fair enough without also bringing the Nigerian state to also establish the forts. After the war, what I believe Nigeria should have done was what Mike said before, that is, those rebels would have been cleared out of that land, and then Nigeria was supposed to now go to the east, rebuild the place, and then mix them up with other people. You can, migrate other people from other spaces, build the place again, then mix them up. And then you now give them the right information. If they have done that, although it's too late, if they have done that, then mix the people up, bring people from the north, the southwest, this what do you call it? This housing, improve on the infrastructure, housing for people. Then you mix them up. Then you now, we wouldn't have this problem that we have today.
I don't even think the Nigerian state needed to do all this mixing and this and that. All they need to do is just tell us the truth. What happened? That's all. That's all, man. Because if everybody know what happened, you understand the truth. I don't think everybody will be. There will be a tribal hatred or tribal anything. because the whole thing was not tribal.
Yeah, Mike, let me also throw something to you there. I agree with you. You see, why we are still in this problem is that there is no single truth about the Biafra War. Because they never separate the outcome of war from what led to the war or how the war started. If I have, just like you and Passat now have differences here, and you did not slap Passat, and Passat did not slap you, you cannot call that a crisis. You can't call it fighting. But both of you just have difference, no matter how tense it is. But by the time you blow his teeth and he gave you a heading, it's a different thing entirely. So the inability to separate what actually happened during that fight from how the war started and how everything now degenerated into war, that is where the problem lies. Frankly speaking, people of the eastern part of Nigeria want us to talk about the horror of the war and describe it only as they are the victim. And that is not going to heal the truth. And people are not going to learn from it. And that is why we are in this stage today. And the stage we are now is even dangerous than the one our leaders and our people witnessed in the past. The hatred is high. Knowledge is totally eliminated. People don't have something to go back to go and learn. And that is why it is dangerous. If I wish they were able to carefully separate these things, Ojukwu himself would have agreed year and year, I made mistake. Gowon will agree year and year, I made mistake. All those things they agree upon will now become a lesson to everyone, everybody. It's just like America and Japan today. The country that's supposed to be one of the worst enemy in this globe, supposed to be Japan and United States. The outcome and horror of the war have its own history, which is very bad. How they enter into that kind of sense something, they have it. And how it started, history describe it clearly. In Nigeria case, nobody want to describe how the war started. If Nigeria have differences, were they at war? These are the questions we should ask. If they move to Aburi, do they went there and go and be fighting? If they agree on anything on Aburi and they came back, Gowon, according to what they said, did not implement. After all, even in Aburi, according to them, none of them signed any document that Biafra should go. Because when you ask the Biafra, they said he signed confederation.
They didn't even discuss Biafra there. That's the funny thing.
Yeah. If you ask the people of East or people of Ojukwu who went there, no, there was already Biafra because it has been declared. So
no, before Aburi?
Yeah, it has been declared.
No.
What are you saying? It has been declared.
No. And that's the funny thing again.
You don't know.
I'm echoing myself. Let me say this.
Mike, look, before they go to Aburi, the situation has reached a very boiling point, and people were now looking for diplomacy to resolve that issue. What can we do? Don't say they have never declared.
No, the declaration of
the Biafra pass already singing national.
Let's stick to what you said. The fact, if you're saying they already
it was after Aburi that they declared.
Somebody got to mute. Somebody should mute.
That's Midwest. It's mine. I don't know. It's playing something back. I don't know. So
it was after Aburi.
And that's another thing. The way we Papa Jago, we see the problem. Most of us don't even. That's why they have to put the document and so everyone can know the facts, because now people learn from somebody, and we just get wrong information, So that's why it's important. Let's go dig the documents. We don't need to be, like you said, there's no single truth. No, there's only one truth. Go and get the documents and the facts and the timeline and everything.
I agree with you. should have
rather than just
a
hear from somebody.
national document, an historical document that will show
Exactly.
this is the truth of what really happened.
Exactly, Baba.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I agree.
It's not people's versions, people's books, all those things.
And do you know why we don't have that such book? Do you know why we don't have such book?
What happened as in what started the war, or what do you mean?
No, everything, the whole story.
Everything.
Just
Who
everything
is
about
going to
Nigeria.
tell the truth? Where is that truth going to come from? Sorry, guys. Where is that truth going to come from?
Documents are there.
No. With the truth.
From who?
They are saying the government, Nigeria says, should have been able to document some fact regarding the cause of the war.
Do you know that document existed? Does it
They
exist?
still exist. You can even look them up, find them, you find it. They're all in the archive.
You have been, as a country, you should have been able to document some fact that was responsible for that.
See,
and the way the
in
war
any
was
war, revisionism, in any war, it don't matter the document. See,
it matter. Hold on.
It does
the United States fought a civil war. We have historical document that is one historical document that we don't have different version in the United States.
I just hold on. Let me
and
quickly.
Children were, hold on. Children were taught in school about it.
No.
Hold on now. You can't tell me that your children did not read the United States history. How we fought
That's
the
not my
civil
point.
war and everything.
That's not my point. That's the final version. You're talking about the final version. Initially, after the war, the South, okay, they had their own history about the war.
That is what we are talking about. Let us have
eventually they unified it into American history. It was later they unified to American history. They have one voice.
Prince Daddy, wait. The point I'm making here, at least the American Civil War, the point I'm making here is this. During the entire, we have journalists, right? Every meeting, every sequence of events that were taking place, journalists were present. You understand? That's why we have journalists in society, and they were documenting everything said and everything, the process, everything that happened during that Nigerian era, from the coup, everything. Journalists were there writing what took place that day. So what we are saying is, and also things discourse, they put it in documents. You understand? So those are what we call facts, and that's what we are telling you, that people can now take those documents. It's not going to be, it's not going to be, we're not talking about calling Obasanjo, tell us what happened. And Obasanjo just give us story. Ujugu tell us what happened. Because what they will tell you, those are not facts. Those will be opinions. We can't take it. We can't take their words. The only thing we can all take, and we can say is fair, is the documents of every event that during the moment was happening, what was written. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so also, I get you. Okay.
Also, remember, give me last second, last statement. Also, on every journalist, on the day they are writing, some of the dates are on those papers, right? Just like when what's his name said he declared Biafra before Aburi, the dates are there on document. The day he declared Biafra, so you can see that it was after Aburi. So those documents can show you the facts. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Of course, there are original documents, memo and whatnot. Yeah, if you have an historian, a journalist historian that can put it together, that's what the American journalists and writers do very well. But I tell you, if anyone was at the forefront, my dad covered the war, but the only thing I can say was that about the war was the horror of the war in the Southeast. It was not a pleasant sight. I mean, I was a kid, I don't know anything, but later I heard about it. It was terrible. The Southeasterners, their children, the women, they suffered big time. They did.
We get that now. Okay. No one dispute that now. Well, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what should have been done, no what happened. Everybody, even when it came to already, they massacred Yoruba people now. When they went to Benin, people, we understand that victims were there. They are more victims. We get that. But that's what we are not here to discuss who suffer, who didn't suffer. We're telling you that the facts of things that happen and the fact that most people are being told lies. That's what we are discussing.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, I'm just telling you that
the history should have been taught in the school too.
Exactly. You see,
I'm talking about a document.
Have a true understanding of the history.
You see this something like this guy just say here.
Like in the United States, they are teaching
when it was the one that released the man from prison.
The Civil War is part of their curriculum in American history. They study it in elementary or maybe middle school, high school, and you know it's there here in the United States. So you can't mix it up. You can't say, oh, there's one version here, there's another. No, it's standard.
Yeah. Okay.
That is what Mike is talking about. We should have been able to have such a book that can be taught,
which is great.
Our children in history, and everybody would know the true fact of the Civil War.
Okay, get it. I mean, that's ideal.
So,
okay.
Are we going to now have the national
just like I said earlier? Just like I said earlier.
To write the history.
1 second, Simba. Just like I said earlier, even in America right now, and I think you should know that, any one of you, Mike or Angelica, the same American history you're talking about now is being revised. It's been revised, and a lot of things have been taken out, and that's what I'm talking about, revisionism. Okay, see, it's happening right now. They are changing the curriculum about what actually happened in the war.
Okay, give us an example.
Mike, hold on, Mike. What is wrong with that?
Come in real quick. Yeah, come in. Yeah.
What is wrong with revising it? Oh, there's nothing wrong with revision. It's okay. All we're saying is that there should be reference. We should have a reference. Nobody has a reference. See, Passat is saying something else. Everybody is just thinking to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, see, everybody getting their version of the story from different sources. What we're saying is that let's have a reference, a national reference. It's not going to be perfect, but at least we have a reference. And if anybody have a counterpart, present it. And if there's a need for a revision, it should be revised. So
also,
well, okay, let me land my point, guys. Let me land my point.
Hold on, wait, you line. Now, in America, they have the factual document. They also have opinions. Now, some of the opinions is the one they can revise because there will be facts and opinions put together as history knowledge, right? Now, the opinions are non-known facts. So they will present it as, okay, according to this person, he said this is what he saw, right? So there will be an opinion of that person. Now, that person is a witness, but a witness can also twist things or lie, right? But later on, when they start investigating that opinion that was documented, and they begin to find out that opinion doesn't look shaky. It looked kind of shaky. It doesn't look truth. And that's when they start to revise that opinion and begin to change it. But we're talking about the factual event. For example, the day they declare independence, when documents were there, you can't say they want to revise that kind of history. They can't revise it because the document is there. The date and everything is there. They can't say they want to revise that. The day Benjamin Franklin signed this, well, we have to revise it. Maybe it's not that date. No, the journalists were there that day. They wrote the dates.
Good point.
You can revise documents. You can revise opinions, but you can't revise facts.
Well, see, that's what I'm telling you, actually, that right now, they are, and by the way, Abdul, there's a distinction between revising something and revisionism, and I know you know that. Okay, revisionism is to take facts of the past, historical document, and actually change the narrative or even change the date. So don't ever say that a date cannot be changed. They can change the date in a revisionist document. You can make the story in whichever way you want it to be, and I'm telling you that is happening.
That's not what we're discussing here, though.
Well, I know, but
we're talking
I'm
about
just saying.
The documents of the journalists, everything. I mean, come on, people that were there would all see it. I mean, what are you talking about?
But if
somebody going to Photoshop and stories and then giving us, that's not what we're talking about.
But what you're even talking about here, maybe you don't know.
You're creating unnecessary argument. You're actually creating unnecessary argument. We're not arguing about whether someone can change something. It's unnecessary. Let's stick back to what I mean.
I'm surprised that.
Let us hear the opinion of Simba. Simba is not in support of.
Simba, come here.
Hold on. I'm surprised that we don't have a document already. We don't have a document already that actually.
The documents are there. They're there. Please, that they go and dig in. What happened? You see everything.
As in the book form, as in the historical book form.
Have in the book form, but what I'm saying is go and dig things. Even the journalists, they all keep their records. You understand? Go on an archive, you see. Even go on Google, just go on Google the Aburi documents of
okay, yeah. Lastly,
you will see the archive, the actual. Anyway,
Mike, I'm not disputing that. Obviously, I know about the Aburi Accord and all this other stuff. My point here is that he's telling me that we don't have a historical book that documents all this thing in writing. Is that what you're saying? That we don't have one in Nigeria? Anybody else can verify that? It's kind of hard for me to believe that.
Excuse me. Wait, Mike. There are documents. People documented it, but we have different versions. That is what is happening.
Yeah.
We are different. So what the question I'm asking is that, okay, if you now want to unify it, have a document that will say, okay, this is what really happened during the Civil War. How are we going to come about it? Are we going to now call a national conference or what? The other issue, let me tell you.
We are talking about things that happened, everything that took place before the lead and things, the cool, the force, like that, all the
whatever.
We are not talking about the known events like maybe we shoot who during in the battlefield, all those things. That's not what we are talking about. Or the opinion of what happened during the battlefield. We are talking about meetings. Oh no, the meetings, right? The meetings, the engagement, because journalists are always present during all those engagements. That's the job of journalists. That's why they have journalists in every society, because it's their job to document what happened during meetings and what these people agreed, and they were there. So those documents that journalists had put during that time is what we have to go and bring all of them out. That's what we are talking about. We are not talking about what this person said about, oh, this is my what I told him in the room on the battlefield. This guy shoot at my. That's not what we're talking about. Those are opinions and fallacies. We can't take that as historical facts that we put in books. That's not what we put as the story to teach. That's not what we're talking about, because it's going to be biased, because somebody is not going to tell you the truth. Like Obasanjo now, he's just going to give his own biased story. Oh, when we went there, it's just his own bias.
You are looking at the journalists as if they are not also human beings.
Hey, Simba, when journalists, the journalists, when they are in a room, right, during events, they are taking, when you see, go to, what do you call it, when president is speaking, journalists are there, they're recording what you're saying, and they pretty much just documenting what is said in that room and everything like that. You understand? That's what we are saying. That's what they do. They document what is said in that room. Man.
Yeah, and in addition to what you just said now, they don't take information from they corroborate it. When they get information from here, they find somebody that reported the same story and see if it matches. These things, I think, are being done by
Abdul. You are talking as if you don't even know what is happening in Nigeria.
Don't do that.
In Nigeria, you hear same story in different versions from the same so-called journalists. Same story in different versions.
Yeah, that's why this thing is gonna be done by professionals. Simba, it's not just anybody.
Professionals don't lie. They don't lie, right?
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Simba, there's two
you have told them to say interview. They cannot tell lies.
So how are other countries doing their own? I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying we shouldn't try to document what happened because we cannot?
Nobody is saying that. But the question I'm asking, how can we go about it that will be acceptable? That story will not be acceptable to all and sundry. That is the question I'm asking.
Well, I don't know how they'll go about it. I think that should be left to the professionals.
We were talking as if something happened like 200 years ago or something like that. This is something that happened 50, 60 years ago. Are we joking? And Simba, we're not talking about a story journalists decide to write. That's his opinion. We're talking about the event. Like, okay, today they were in Aburi, right? Everything go on. This is agreement. They both sign. Journalists take this document. Hold on. Journalists.
You're talking about records. That's what you're talking about.
Records of what they both signed. Signatory records, all those things. The agreement. Because that Aburi document between Gowon Ojukwu, is there. Journalists have it. They keep a copy. The journalists keep a copy. Both sides keep a copy, and journalists have copies. And people bring their own copies. If someone has gone to tamper or to do some kind of what's the word? And then we can know that, oh, this person, he can even go to jail. You know that. He can go to prison if he try anything like that as a journalist. But we're not talking about journalists giving their opinion, because journalists can write fine and they also give opinions and things like that. We're not talking about those opinion stories. We're talking about the facts.
Mike, what was in that agreement, please? What was in that agreement? You know, there are a lot of people that don't even know this history, even though it's not well documented, but at least I know an idea. What was in that document?
You know what's so funny about that agreement? It was pretty much, let's go back to where we were before Ironsi's coup, right? So it was so ironic because Ojukwu and Ironsi, right? They switched the system we're practicing, the regional system, right? They switched it to unitary system, and basically everything comes to them, right? So now that the counter coup now happened, Ojukwu now realize that so everything that's supposed to go on to will not go to go on. So he's now saying we go back to what we had regional before the coup, before Ironsi's coup. Go on, agree. Now the only thing Ojukwu did not take out of the past was the idea that the people can do referendum to have their to break away. Remember how the Midwest broke away from the Southwest, right? The Midwest region, where you from, right? That referendum, they can break away. Ojukwu now took it out, saying no, we cannot have that. So basically, what he's saying is that those South people, those rivers, because those were already agitated. Remember the Adakaburu situation now. So Ojukwu didn't want that to happen. So that was the only thing Ojukwu inject in that agreement, that okay, they cannot divide the East, because he knew that if they go back to exact same constitution before Ironsi took it away, then if those rivers people, which are already agitated, those Iqueres, and the now say, okay, we want to create our own region away from the Southeast, the same way the Midwest did, he realized that he was going to lose control of the oil in that region. So that's where Ojukwu eject. But Gowon was dumb enough that he didn't read the fine print. He didn't realize that, okay, we are going back to the old constitution, except we take out that power of referendum for some people to break away from their region. Now, when they now came back, was when the people of that region now saw it, and our approach go on like, you don't sell us to these people. You understand? So we have sold us we are locked in the eastern region with Ojukwu forever. You understand? That was when Gowon now trying to revisit it by trying to create meeting between Ojukwu and those people. But Ojukwu refused to attend that meeting. He's saying in Aburi I stand. We can't change it, which is right, because Gowon already agreed.
Just wait. The question you want to ask, where is that Aburi?
He was in Ghana now.
Okay, so what led to the choice of Ghana in the first place for that meeting?
Okay, what led to them going to Aburi was that Ojuku's claim is that they don't feel safe because all the Southeast.
Let me tell you the secret. I know. Okay, just go ahead. I will tell you the reason.
What happened was the violence was going on between the counter coup, the northern soldiers just spying the counter coup. So a lot of the eastern soldiers, they all moved back, even Gowon order all the eastern soldiers to move to the east for safety reasons. So now Gowon job was to try to calm the whole situation. So now when Gowon is now calling the leadership, Ojukwu was the governor of the eastern region at that time. He was trying to call him like, okay, let's come together and trying to resolve all this crazy thing that just happened. The claim is that we don't feel safe. Ojuku's claim is that we don't feel safe to come and meet you. Right now, it's going pointing at each other. So Gowon, I guess the elders not to go on. Okay, we have to do this in another country. We can't do it in Nigeria because if we meet, we must start killing each other. So that's why they chose Ghana to go there. So that's why they now went to Ghana to meet and then agree way forward.
Okay, let me now tell you that was not the reason. Let me tell you what happened. When was the coup? That Ironsi coup. When was what was the date?
It was in January now. I think January 6th or so. When
was the coup in Ghana?
What do you mean? Ghana had a coup right in December a few months before Nigerian coup. I know that. Where they overthrew
No. It was February 24, 1966 that they had their own coup.
Was it after Nigerian coup that Ghana coup happened?
Yes. February 24. Let me tell you. Irozi and Kotoka, Afrifa, and Ankara, those are the people that led the coup in Ghana, that dethroned what's his name? Kwame Nkrumah. They were friends in Britain when they went for military training. And that was what happened. And that was what led to the Ojukwu choosing, because they are friends, and they in fact, it was as if they had a plan, even with the Ojukus and co, because they are friends. And let me tell you what happened that time. The military, because the military were the one ruling in Ghana that time. That was what during that period, it was Yorubas and Hausa that predominantly Nigerians that are living in Ghana. Ojukwu chose that place because he knew that he would get a fair deal. And if you know what happened after, when they couldn't get that deal, that was what led to the expulsions of Nigerians from Ghana by 1969. They pursue all the Yorubas and the Hausas that are in Ghana, and they were replaced by Igbos. Go to Ghana today, you see that a lot of Nigerians that you see in Ghana today are majority Igbos. So what I'm saying, let me tell you.
Simba, you're talking on the action point, right?
Achepong, yes, Achepong is even is only the police officer that was part of the people that led that coup. Achepong.
Okay.
You understand? And then so if you look at it very well, even that Aburi, whenever it comes up and somebody wants to adopt that document, I'm very sure that a lot of people, other tribes, different from Igbos, will raise eyebrow against it. It will never be accepted. It will never be accepted. So that is why I'm asking this question. You know all these things that.
I don't know what the guy was thinking. He agreed. So that was. Well, you're right on that. Nkrumah coup happened, I think, in March. It was a month and a half after Nigerian coup. So you're right. All those guys were Afrifa, all of them. They were friends. Yeah, you got a point there. But hey, at the end of the day, go on.
The issue here. Let me tell you, is to me, no. Whether if you want to go back or whatever, I think there are so many stories out there. It's already too late for us to have a unified document on that. Whatever precede, during, or after the war, is because opinions are already formed. People are already made. There's nothing that even that document. Even by the time we produce it, nobody will actually believe in that document. I'm very sorry to say. So I don't know how we want to go about it.
We can use rational minds. I'm not talking about the idiot. I'm just saying that a rational mind.
Mike, stop that now.
So look at the whole situation. The fact of the matter is this: a head of state is head of state. Whether you got that through a coup, once you're in charge, you are in charge. If you decide to challenge the head of state, you are wrong. Gowon was the head of state. All Ojukwu should have done was find a way to do a coup to overthrow the head of state. You can't say you are right to decide to go to war with the states. You are wrong. That's a fact. So the fact of the matter is, he made that decision. He didn't have to go to war. So if he chooses to go to war, and whatever if war happened, it's all fair in love. It's all fair in love and war. So there's no victim here. He chose to go to war.
Mike. Do you also know what happened that time? Ghana was one of the first countries that recognized Biafra.
I thought it was Ivory Coast and Gabon and those French. Well, maybe I don't. Honestly, I need to look more into what Ghana's position was in terms of. Yeah, I do know that at that time those military government at that time
Even if you look at it, you know, Ghana and Nigeria, even pre-independent, they have never been in the same group. Do you understand? Kwame Nkrumah, Zik and Co, they have never been in the same group. They have never worked together for the unity of Africa. You remember those times, they have two groups. They have the Casablanca group and they have the Monrovia group. They never shared same opinions
Nigeria
about
was on
Africa.
the Casablanca group now. I think Ghana was in the Monrovia group, you know.
Monrovia group, exactly.
Yeah. The thing was the Nigerian policy was divided because Nkrumah was more on the Awolowo side kind of thing. And it's so funny. I think he was a friend of Azikwe, but later he got disappointed with Azikwe about, I don't know what their disagreement was, but it seems like he felt like Azikwe was more British friendly because Nkrumah was anti-West, you know. And then that was when Azikwe decided to jail Awolowo. The crime they charged Awolowo was that he was planning coup with the Ghanaian government, with Nkrumah to overthrow the Nigerian government, which never make any sense.
You know, Mike, let me even tell you one thing that maybe we don't know. The majority of people don't know. Okay, I think we've been saying it. You know, the creation of the Midwest states was actually to break the power of the South, the Western region, because this Western region was growing astronomically. They were even borrowing the federal government money in order to now break the ability where the source of the money was coming from. That was when Tafawa Balewa and Zik collaborated together to now create the Midwest states, Midwest region, the so-called bended, where the Midwest and Isaac comes from.
Azikwe didn't know he was going to bite his people in the house later.
Mike, I apologize. Oh, Simba, did you have your book? Sorry, Prince, I apologize. Prince, Simba, you're talking about the story of the Ghana events and the coup over there. How it connects to that of Nigeria. Do you have a book that talks about this? I'm really interested in reading about. So if you have any book that I can read about that event, I will really appreciate if you put the link in the comment section. Okay. And Simba, respect your and Mike, by the way, actually Mike is an elderly person, no, go respect that bow. Oh no, thank you very much.
Oh, it's only that you know, BT, before you run away, I want to draw you to your state. You know, I went to Ogun State and I went to Lagos State.
Let's focus on that.
You know, I was just wait now. Do you know what I want to say? You know, when I was at the boundary of Ogun State and Lagos State, somewhere around Agbado, Alakoko, and what I discovered that is just like being in Haiti and being Dominican Republic. That is how Lagos and Ogun State look like. That state, that Ogun State, Ogun State is like 80 now. You understand? It's like Haiti. It's so dirty, no roads, nothing. It's just a terrible state. I don't understand.
Anyway, before we jump into
where are you going with?
Hold on. Let's. There's a point. I don't want to just boring Ogun State there. There's the point that you're making, Simba, before
Ogun State. But please, if you have that link, Simba, please put the link. I want to read about that event. So thank you.
Simba.
So hold on.
Simba, there was one important point you're about to make, man. I wish you could just land that point.
When Maurice said Ogun State is a glorified village, it was actually right, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Simba, please, before you land it, let me quickly ask you this thing, please, Simba. While you are doing this narrative or whatever, please, the most important thing I actually want to know from all this, whether there is history book, whether there is an authentic one or whatever, the main thing I want to know, if you can drive it towards that area, I want to know for real. You see, a problem, any problem, where we say, you don't already know where the problem is. Now you go feel solve them. Now, where I want you to drive this thing through, because the thing with the real cause problem now, right now for us, for Nigeria, be say, if you feel drive this thing, go reach that point where be say, me, I know already. Say, if Igbo man win election today, they no go give up. Wait till this thing take affect that point, that very point. You understand? We need to know. Wait till it take really affect that point, because I know say if Igbo man win election for Nigeria today, they not go give am. How the thing go take affect that place? Can you please take us along that line so that we go really know?
Those all those assertions, it just to me is they are not true. That if Igbo man win an election, nobody will give him, because of what has happened before. It's just a believers of people. It's not a fact. It's not, and it's not. I don't think. I don't think it will happen. If an Igbo man win the election, well, why not? Why should
Isaac, if you win the election,
don't believe such a thing.
Let me chime in.
Who will hand it to you? Is it not your election? Are we in the military time? Like Abiola?
No, it's what I know. You people might pretend, though. You people might pretend, but
so you saying, hold on now. Remember when Jonathan won the election, like landslide? You know, the Northerners were angry, everyone were angry. So who would have stopped him? Who would have taken the power from him? I mean, I don't get it. So you're saying if Obi would have won that election, who would have? INEC would say, "Oh, we are not giving you." Is that what you're saying?
No, I know that when Obi was vice president to Atiku in their coupon, what do you call it? Their ticket. If Atiku had won that time, and then both of them were there, and then Atiku now died, automatically Obi will become. But ordinarily, running election in Nigeria right now, an Igbo man enter the ticket as the head, takes a vice president like what do you call him, Dati. I know that if he win, they won't give him. I know.
Who's the day that you are talking about? Who's the day that will not give him?
Well,
how?
The guys talking about perhaps some conspiracy, and they don't trust.
Exactly. Those are theories that doesn't exist.
It's almost like we give out an invisible boogeyman out there. Who's this day? I don't get it. Like sometimes when I hear people from.
It can only happen. Maybe we have a military regime like what happened between Babangida and MQ Abiola.
Simba, you know what's funny? It's like some
agree
people
with
it's like some people are still stuck in the military regime where some soldiers are the ones.
So are they going to rig it, or they are going to annul the election?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is it the soldiers that will not give him? Or is he who is that person?
Let's say the Southwesterner and the Southwest and let's say the North comes together to deny the Southeastern, I don't think it's possible. I think
who's the Southwesterners and the Northerners that will do that? Give me name them. The politicians.
Listen, we're just talking hypothetically. It is a permutation that could happen.
But who will be
those are conspiracy theory that they've already put in. Some people are putting out there. It's not true. It's not true. Okay, the question we should ask: as any Igbo man won an election in Nigeria and denied? Question.
It's not true. It's not true. It's never happened.
Has it ever happened that one of them won the election and it was denied? No,
that's what. Hypothetically speaking, it has never happened before.
Sorry, Prince Daddy. Let me answer that. This thing. You see, you ask a question. You say, has any one of them won election and is being denied? The answer is, you see that corridor. They protect it from people like that. They protect that corridor from them.
Who's protecting the corridor?
How are they protecting it?
The Nigeria people. They protect that corridor.
How? Just tell us now.
Let's try to understand. Let's hold on. Let's try to understand the terms they use. That corridor. What is that corridor?
You see that corridor of selection. You know, right now.
What is the corridor of selection? I don't understand. Can you be straightforward?
Right now, the people in that corridor. Let me tell you, the people in that corridor of to be president. That corridor of Obi presidents. Let me tell you the people that are there right now.
Okay.
what Shetima is there. Okay, it's in that corridor already. You see, there is this way.
Can you describe this corridor? I still don't know what this corridor is. Where is the corridor located?
People that are that
Or
are
in line for the power, in line.
Oh no, describe the corridor now. I want to know that corridor.
People that are already in line. For example, TINUBU is our godfather.
In line, which year? You are talking about next election or the previous election or what?
Okay, Isaac, here's the deal. Here's the process of becoming president.
You can see that Isaac is not find it very difficult to explain himself.
Let me clear it. You see, Obi right now is very powerful. You understand? You may underrate him. He's very powerful politically. Now, it's Obi, no matter what he's going to do in this life, want to pave his way to the corridor of APC, to be close to that corridor. They will block him off.
So that's the corridor you're talking about, the political party. The political party.
Yeah, they will block him. They will look for every
now you're
way
making
to
sense.
block him off. Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. I get what you said from the beginning. You guys just getting it. And by the way, I don't think Obi is powerful. It may have a lot of followers. I don't think it's powerful.
Isaac, I'm sorry. APC is a different political arrangement.
How can you say get it from the beginning when you say it was the north and the west? Stop him.
That's what
you get a conspiracy theory that you guys was trying to say that they will prevent Obi from becoming the president. You guys keep saying who's going to start. Where are they? That's the point of making all along.
When you respond on his behalf, you said the northerners and the west and the southwesterners. But he's telling you that
I was giving an example. I was giving an example.
Well, you told us you got it from the beginning, so you didn't get it from the beginning.
Can I respond
quickly? Sorry,
Isaac,
let me give you an example quickly.
Before you go ahead, it's very important.
So that you can add it to it. Sorry, so that you can add it to it. You see, Soludo, sometimes we say on this platform, one man always say it, that the prominent person that he feels that can be, that can go into that corridor might be Soludo, somebody like Soludo, maybe add one more name. Let Soludo try it today. I know, from what I know, they will block him off for real. You say Obi is not powerful. Anybody
Can you be clear on what you're saying, though? I mean, like, when we have conversation, let's try to be clear.
What he's saying is that Soludo is more acceptable.
Hold on, let us speak for himself. Isaac, don't use coded language. Speak time so we clear. Don't use coded language so we have to go. Everybody will be saying this is what you're saying. No, be straightforward with it.
I don't know why he's afraid to even talk. Why? Say it now.
Sorry. Let me say it. I'm afraid of some people. That's why. You see, Soludo is more or less like we mostly agree that it's more or less acceptable in this corridor. Like if he goes there, it will be more it will be accepted by the fathers, of Nigeria.
What's the way to the political party or to the run for election?
That if he can play his politics well, I don't know where he is now, maybe after. If he can play his politics well, he will be accepted. I'm saying that if that Soludo we are referring to today, the Soludo we are referring to in this platform, that
is it accepted by who? By who?
It will be accepted by the people that owns Nigeria now.
The power brokers. Gosh, does that have to say you get everything?
People that owns Nigeria. Hold on. Who owns Nigeria?
The powers that be.
And who has this power that be?
But Nigerians, you are not going to tell me that Nigeria is being governed.
Okay, the question, Isaac, let me ask you this. Is TINUBU well accepted all over Nigeria?
TINUBU is one of the
amongst the power brokers. Amongst the power broker, he has a better chance.
Which is quite obvious. Power broker. Tinubu that made himself plays politics. And Tinubu, where was Tinubu in
let me give you an example. One of the power, okay, let us see it the way it is. One of the power broker in Nigeria is Obasanjo, whether we like it or not.
He didn't support
He didn't support
It's a passing. Hold on. Obasanjo, he talks a lot, he writes a lot of letters, but over the past elections, we've seen that its impact has not been felt or recognized. So don't make
you don't understand.
No,
Prince. It's not Obasanjo that you see. It's what it represents.
What does it represent? And what is that exactly?
It's not about numbers. It's a power broker, obviously, for your. So it's not about political. Before you get,
there is no power broker. That's just the fact. Give me a second. We can say maybe during the military time or right immediately after the military time when Obasanjo was there, he was a power broker where he wants to, when he was rigging the election and you pick this guy and rig him in, that kind of thing, right?
Talking about right now.
Hold on. What we're talking about right now, after all this reform, Obasanjo is not politically powerful. It's not that powerful anymore. It doesn't control the INEC and all these places anymore. He's gone.
Exactly.
You understand?
That's my point.
I'm surprised they don't. Okay, let's before it calls me a conspiracy theory, let's just move on. But it's on.
No, you can explain. You can explain.
BT, say what you want to say. You want to talk about what Isaac was saying earlier on.
Okay, so the point I was trying to make when he said Obi is not allowed to get close to the corridor. APC is a political party. It's a political arrangement. The same way APC came together and defeated PDP. You don't have to join APC.
Anyone else can do it.
So the idea that because he's not part of the APC corridor of power is being it's because his political exposure is limited, and his political.
BC, sorry, you can ask him again, but I can guarantee that he wasn't talking about APC specifically as a party.
Prince, why
he was talking beyond that. He was talking beyond APC.
Prince, I'm not talking about the party.
Why are you?
Please, Daddy, God don't catch you. He said Peter does not even understand what Isaac is talking about, and he's trying to.
No. He jumped in the ship.
He just told you now that I don't understand what he's talking about.
Isaac, repeat yourself.
I'm not talking about the party now. Now let me give you one example.
You heard him now.
Isaac, let me respond to what you said.
No, let me give you one example, brother. Let me give you one example, then you'll not respond.
Yeah.
One example, the person now they are making way for him to enter that corridor is in PDP. But right now, he's working for APC. But he still say he's still in PDP. That man, they are trying to put him in that corridor that I'm telling you.
Don't say we.
Yes. You mean Wiki?
Yes.
Why are you talking in parables? I don't even understand. Talk now. Talk. Not all this thing. Is it something you have to?
No one will arrest you. Just speak straight, man. So we can have people that are watching us can learn and things. Let's stop this. And that's always frustrating when Nigerians are talking some panel. They will be speaking directly, and they will think everybody will get it. Some people will not get what you're saying. Don't speak for that. Speak straight. You know.
Isaac, because the reason why I explained that because the current government in power is APC. Everybody wants to be where power is. So of course it comes with some kind of benefit that they can gain from. My point is that is a mutually beneficial agreement between Wiki and
but he's making it look like they are making
so it's like, oh my God, it's one way they own everything. No, it has nothing but it's an orphan.
Wiki is a smart guy. He's playing his game. Let me say this. Sorry. Give me 1 second. And Isaac, remember when this guy, Damiela, traveled to Rivers when Wiki was still governor to meet Wiki? That's what Wiki for help to help them win election in Rivers. Remember Wiki said it, and both of them said it. Said there's no permanent friend in politics. There's only permanent interest. So Wiki already got the game. And that's the game Tinubu figured out a long time ago. Remember when, before APC was created, everybody thought PDP was going to rule Nigeria forever. The power broker, the Obasanjos, the Babangida, they're all PDP. Someone like Tinubu didn't think like you are thinking. Many people are like, oh, the power brokers have to make me. I can never be president until the power broker. He said, fuck the power broker. My guy said, let me strategize. He started looking around, started thinking. He saw, okay, even Buhari, He was not in the corridor of power. The guy was trying. They keep kicking him out. He was running. They keep losing. The guy was even crying. Hold on, wait, hold on.
See, so
you need to get some time to talk to Mike. You've been done with this conversation.
Guys, allow me to. Can you guys please hold on now? One voice, hold on.
Please wait. You see, when Obi, you talk about Wike being smart. Now, all the
hold on, don't drive me from what I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn something. I thought you were trying to ask me about. Hold on, let me just learn this point. What I'm trying to tell you is this mentality that is some power broker that will make you president. No, it doesn't exist. You have to play your game to get there. And what I'm telling you is that there's no such thing as a power broker. Tinubu was not power any power broker. Hold on, calm down. I'm trying to explain how Tinubu got there. How there was no power broker that made him. Because the power broker of Nigeria back then, when about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, that we all thought were the power broker ruling Nigeria from the background was Babangida, Obasanjo, all these military guys. But Tinubu plays politics where he saw the scene and he saw that, okay, if I get this guy and this guy and this guy, we form a party together, we can take on this powerful PDP and take them out. Now, I'm telling you that Wike is smart. He's one politician I can look in that southeast and south side area where I can say he's only one that's playing his game. I want to play his game to power. Everybody else is talking this, oh, they will not make me, oh, these Yorubas and these Northerners will not make me, oh. I see there's some kind of team up between any region. There's no team up. Even Tinubu himself, even Tinubu himself, Buhari almost stabbed him the last minute. Some Northerners almost stabbed him. So there's no teaming up anywhere. You have to play your card to win. Right. That's the only way Nigeria. There's no power broker.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let me offer my opinion. Yes. And I'm actually allow people to talk too. Actually, I was supposed to come in earlier, but anyways, that's your opinion. That is fine. Even here in America, they have power brokers. So I'm not sure why Nigeria will be any different in that regard.
Do us a favor, stop taking us America all the time, man. But go ahead.
Okay, let me repeat myself. Even in America, there are power brokers. Okay, so I'm not sure why Nigeria will be any different in that regard. And the political parties, of course, when you said PDP said, well, they're going to rule for what, 60 years or whatever, but eventually we saw the friction and the fraction in the PDP party. It's not possible that they can maintain that for such a long time, and the only reason why PDP was quote unquote strong, I'm not sure they were even strong anyways, because they came in. It's like a product first to market, right? First to market, and that's the only party they knew, the biggest party in Africa, and all this other stuff. They were just using the government money to run up and down, but they were not strategic. I don't think they were. If they were, Obasanjo in his greediness would not have chosen Yar'Adua to become the president. I don't think they were trying to. It was all about selfishness and self-interest.
Well, you said there was no power broker. I thought you were arguing that there's power broker. So now you're saying they're weak. I mean, what is your point, man?
No, Prince, if you don't mind. So the point is, I wouldn't use power, but I would say people have interest in any society anywhere in the world. Nobody just rises from anywhere, becomes president. What you can say is that Tinubu was brilliant to negotiate with these people and he won them over. That is, we can have that argument. But just say somebody just because he's politically brilliant navigated the space without engaging any interest.
Yeah.
That is impossible in any society. Any society.
Well, Mike doesn't believe that. Mike doesn't believe. Mike thinks you can just wake up and become whatever you want to become.
Hold on. I don't know. I said you play your card. You team up with whoever.
Engaging these power brokers.
Engaging, exactly. But what you guys are saying is that some power broker have to make you.
Well, nobody's saying that.
No.
That's what Isaac was saying. He's saying that they have to.
No.
He said for you to become president, the power broker have to make you.
Mike, hold on now. I didn't say what I said is there are different interests. Like, so when I brought up an OBJ and he said he doesn't have political power, I said no, but it represents a group of people. It might not be the one doing it.
It's like a block, a power block.
But it's a face. So what Tinubu was, we can say he was good at it, was he was able to negotiate his way through out all those things. That is his brilliance right there. You have to give him that. But to say that there are no power blocks anywhere that he had to engage, on his way to the presidency in any society that's incorrect.
Well, thank you, and I agree. I agree with the explanation,
Babasi. Define the power block so that we understand you.
So power block would be in terms of people that have economic interests in your country. So like look at the oil and gas sector now. There are foreign interest parties.
So it's not political power block.
No. Because they have the money back to shape who becomes what, based on what their interest is in your country. So I'm saying all those groups, even
the power block Isaac is talking about. Isaac,
no, is it local or?
If you finish, I will come in.
So Isaac, my point is that ask yourself, has Peter Obi done enough? Let's even stay local, for instance, for a moment. Has it done enough to engage people that you think can get in the vote? The question is no. It was a regional candidate. He's still playing regional politics up till now. You would think it will have evolved. He will have learned his lesson from what happened last time, but he hasn't evolved at all. Have you guys? Have you seen any improvement in his strategy?
No, the answer is no. If anything,
it's banking on obedience. It's banking on
obedience.
Anybody else? It's even worse. Mike,
it's banking on obedience. We have more babies. We have more babies.
I agree. If anything, it's regret. If anything, Peter B is regret.
He will even lose more.
The guy is losing people every day now. My brother used to be obedient. The guy now.
So he's still bringing votes. So he hasn't evolved enough to even command any respect.
Right.
People, power, interest, for them to even meet him. I think
when it comes to Peter B, yes, he has regressed. There's no doubt about that. Because I don't spend a lot of time talking about Peter because we know he doesn't have that skill, that ability, to see what happened to the Labour Party. That's a golden opportunity for Peter B to become a powerhouse in Nigeria politics. My opinion.
I was even thinking about maybe I can go and start my political career in Labour Party because that was like a fresh,
exactly.
Mike,
so let me learn my point. So
the man has regressed so much. At this point, I even doubt that he will even run for office the way it's going. Like this is not the progress. What are you doing?
I agree because again, it was a golden opportunity for Peter B to put his a landmark in Nigerian politics in terms of his ability to have, we can say, resurrect Labour Party. It has been there for a while, but not a formidable party in the national sense. But Peter B, if he had done a great job, I mean, he had the opportunity to have attracted different constituents. Yoruba, even Northerners, he could have done it. But we know Peter B does not have that ability. He does not have that ability. Yeah, he could have consolidated, right? He could have consolidated, but he does not have the ability, the skill. That's not his forte.
Instead, they were fighting in inside of the party.
I think we need to actually remove this theory from Isaac's mind. This thing that he's saying that somebody is preventing.
Let me ask this last question, please. Let me ask this last question, and it's very simple, and I need a very sincere answer. Is Igbo president a threat to the Nigerian state?
No, it's not. No. Isaac, nobody is threatened by Igbo presidency.
He's an individual.
There is no Igbophobia like OBJ likes to.
There's no Igbophobia, all of that stuff, man. He's an individual.
That's not true. The issue is that, like anybody else running for office in Nigeria from any tribe, you have to convince other tribes to vote for you. It's as simple as that.
That's it.
Do you think I think you probably disingenuous about that response.
Hold on, Isaac. Do you think if a non-Igbo person as nationalistic, everybody knows, someone like Nkojo Iweala or even Soludo, this guy that are nationalistic, they run for everybody, we suspecting that this guy here we break that they don't know, they know you, they know your character. But someone like
ask me the same question. Let me give you my answer.
No. The thing is, but when you have someone that
you ask a question, you want to supply the answer.
Ask me the same question. Let me give you my answer.
What do you mean the same question?
Okay, do you think an Igbo presidency is a threat to Nigeria?
A threat to Nigerian state. Ask me, I will give you an answer.
Go ahead.
It depends. Okay, let
So
me ask
no,
you.
what is your answer? What is your
What is your
answer?
answer?
They have
What is your
asked
answer?
you. Please, I
Yeah,
just ask you the question. What is your answer?
yeah. My answer is yes, because it's very easy for a northerner to approach a southerner, the Yoruba. Very easy for them to approach them for help, for vote.
Do you know
It's
what?
very easy. Wait,
No,
it's
let's
very easy.
please, BT.
Let me
Let's
land.
give him time to
Let
explain
me
himself.
land.
I'm sorry.
Let me land. It's very easy for a Yoruba man to appeal to the northern person, to the northerner, for vote, and they will see reasons. It's very difficult for a southeastern man, is not yet born, to go and ask vote from the northerner, and then they will just, embrace him. The same thing, with the Yorubas. The reason you people are saying Obi one Lagos, it's not because of the population of the Igbos in Lagos. May I tell you, they fool everywhere.
Can you give us a
They are more. They are more than. So the population in Lagos, the Igbos are more than the Yorubas, Abi.
Yorubas
They are more than the other tribes.
Simba, let's let him give us the reason why he's saying the reason for all this.
No, let me tell you this. Maybe you don't
Simba,
know.
we don't know.
You don't know this.
Let him land. Let me land.
Let him give us the reason so we know where he's coming from. What's the
No,
reason?
I just gave you the reason. I said it's because of that insecurity, the fear, the
Igbo man is afraid of them.
the fear that they will they might separate the country or what.
Definitely.
I don't think so.
Isaac, so we don't.
Because let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Hold on.
Okay, please, Daddy, go ahead.
Babati already answered, said it's not a threat. I'm not sure. I think Mike also answered, but I'm not sure what your response is, Sinbad. But I was going to say that, look, you don't think the past history plays a role in Isaac's question? You don't think so? The relationship between the North and the Igbos in the past, you don't think that's a factor? You don't think it's in the mind, especially that of the leaders there?
That is what I want to say. Please,
Simba, I'm sorry. Let me even say this. Isaac, first of all, nobody in Nigeria would think Igbo guy become president. It will split the country because first of all, we're no longer in the military era. This is the Nigerian constitution will not give a president power to split the country. That's number one. So everybody know that. So no one is afraid that Igbo man enter there, it will divide country. He doesn't have the power to do so. The Nigerian constitution, the president is not that powerful. Hold on. The main reason Northerners are not didn't vote for Obi, or a lot of Southwestern even for Obi, is because of the kind of Igbo person is. There are two kind of Igbo. They are the ones that are so ethnic, and people just turn people off. You understand? That a very big kind of Igbo man, Obi kind of Igbo man. If you come to the north or the southwest, when they see you as someone that's aligned with IPOC kind of mentality, the anti-north, they see you as someone that's just anti them. But if you have an Igbo man like maybe Ikoje, where like that moderate people that just align with everybody, they will vote for you. Come approach them and present yourself, give them reason to vote, they will vote for you. They don't see you as the other day come and turn us off. No.
Okay, please, Daddy. Let me talk because I give you opportunities to talk with. Isaac, let me tell you this. If you are talking about politics in Nigeria, you understand? Because this is politics. We are not talking about the war. If you look at when you talk about political alignment in Nigeria, Hausas and Igbos have more political alignment more than the Yorubas. And I hope you people agree with me. And I'll give an example.
Sorry to jump in. Okay, give example. Initially, yes, but not anymore.
Pre-independence, when in 1959, after the 1959 election, they have an allegiance together. I mean, Zeke
it was a marriage of convenience. It was a marriage.
It's not a marriage. It was it backfired. That was it's not a marriage of convenience. They thought they will, because they are not more educated. The Igbos are more educated. They thought by the time they have an alignment, I mean an allegiance with the Northerners, they are going to have a dominant effect on them, which backfired.
Okay, it was a marriage of convenience. It wasn't because they were compatible.
Let him run through I think he's trying to go from there to the present. Let him get to
okay. In 1979, again, it happens between Zeke and Shagari. And if you look at the Shagari cabinet that time, you discover that
Ojukwu campaign for Shagari. Right, yeah.
Exactly. And you discover that the what they call the juicy cabinet were actually occupied by the Igbos, even in during the Shagari regime. You understand? You have not seen any collaboration between the Yorubas and Hausa in the first and the second republic. Even the third republic, which was
even Babangida's regime, it was filled with
even during the military, is more of the Northerners and the Igbos. If you look at the military, because you discover that
vice president was
yes, all the South Easterners will be the one for minister for information, minister for this, minister for that. They are the one there. You understand?
Yes, though. But Simba, tell us why do you think the North prefer the Igbos or vice versa at that point in time?
What did you say?
Tell us, why do you think the relationship between the Igbos and the North was working at that point in time compared to maybe the North and the Southwest? So why do you think they chose that relationship?
I don't think it was political alignment. Also, there was no. They really can't stand. They like to team up against the Southwest in terms of politics.
It's like it was actually the Southeasterners that normally prefer to go north rather than to go southwest, because maybe they also felt that they will get a fair deal having a deal with the Northerners and with the Southwesterners, and that's why they always go like that.
Well, okay, 5 seconds. So, in my view, the Southwest was more advanced, no doubt about that, compared to the Southeast and the Northerners, right? Initially, and in terms of being intellectual and able in development, you can say that the Southwest was much robust at that point in time, and that's why I said the relationship between the North and the Southeast initially was that of a marriage of convenience. Not because the Southeasterners respected the Northerners, not at all. Okay, in fact, I think they see them as inferior. But in terms of numbers, they have to.
So why are we not twisting it? No. So why are we not twisting it now? The way Isaac is talking, as if the Northerners will not actually, vote for them or accept them when
they
that was in the past. They're talking about right now. Can you talk about right now? That was
all the things that transpired over the years has made the Northerners not to trust. Sorry, Oriela, I think, yeah. All the things that transpired over the years has made the Northerners not to trust the Southeasterners. So that's where I think it's coming from.
So when they were having this arrangement and everything,
Simba, let him give us an example of those things he's talking about. What are those things? Example.
When the coup that they pie all the Northerners, the Northern leaders, you don't think that plays a role in the way they see the Southeasterners? And no matter how you want to change the narrative, the Igbos did.
What else?
Yeah,
what else? I think in the 50s, when they had a clash in the north, I think it was in Kanu, where thousands of Igbos were killed. And I think that mentality that they display right now that's your opinion. That's opinion.
So what about the relationship they had after that, after the coup?
What relationship?
They've always had relationship politically.
Which relationship? Tell us. I don't know.
Yeah, but you have.
We mentioned one. We mentioned what happened in 1979. We mentioned what happened even during the military regimes. Even until 1999, it still happened.
It was just to pacify. It was just to pacify. Go ahead, realize.
Right. I agree with you. Your point of view, Prince. But the thing is, they don't see them as a threat. They see them as someone that they can easily, if they can easily like.
Who is seeing them? Is it the southern that is seeing the northern, or the northern that is seeing the southeastern?
The northerners sees the easterner. They don't see them as they don't find them competitive like compared to the way they see the Southwest. Southwest is like
that's a good point.
So they are more acceptable. They are more acceptable to them.
No, what do you mean, Simba? Who's more? I mean, I don't.
It's not. I mean, because what?
I don't know.
The northerners, the southeasterners are more acceptable. Is that what you are saying, Oriola?
I don't
know. No, they don't
know
see them as political threat. That's what I realize. Honestly, the northerners don't see the southeasterners as a political threat because the southeasterners don't play that strong politics like the southwest.
Exactly. Now that's the point I'm trying. I don't see them as they don't see them as competition at all. They know that they can't get to where they want. They still need them compared to the way they see Southwest. I mean, when you look at the politics, like the history, like the Awo and all of them, when they were like the regional governors, you can see like the area that was more developed and the champion. Like when you talk about when they're looking for the central president, the only person actually who started going around to places is Awo. So it's more like they find Southwest very competitive. They don't see them as someone that they can just pass about to the side. And you can see it played out with Tinubu. Tinubu didn't start yesterday. He started like 16 years ago. He's been like, so when you look at it, Eastern people, I don't think they're doing that. And if you're not doing that, someone already said it. You have to have people that you can work, people that have power. Even before Buhari came in.
Do you agree with the theory? Do you agree with the theory?
With the Southwest, he has to work with the big power.
No, just hold on. Do you agree with the theory that Isaac is now propagating, saying that the Southeasterners, because people don't trust them, that's why they cannot be president?
Yeah,
have they played their role politically very well?
Yeah,
before you can draw into that conclusion.
I want him to take out the emotion and just look at it like.
Can I say something for 1 second, real quick? So Isaac, when somebody says Emilio Con, in that context of what Tinubu said, he was not entitled. He still had to do the work. So even if it's your turn to get the presidency, you still have to do the work. You just don't see, like I've always said to you on this platform and other people, Atiku stole your birthright because you're in the PDP, because you did not do enough groundwork as a group of people.
And Babati, I always tell you that he did not see that birthright. They sold it. That's that he asked me.
So Isaac, I bet you. Let me bet you $100. When Tinubu finishes this election cycle and it goes back to the north, when it comes back down south again, if he continues the same way, you will still lose it again.
Hey, Babati, let me tell you what will shock you. You know when this PDP man came here on this show, I forgot Yoruba man. I was one of the PDP members, like your officer or whatever they call him. When he came here, I forgot his name.
That was contest for the chairmanship.
Yeah. When he came here, you know what he revealed to us? He said they had no clue which they wanted to start to run. They had no clue who they were going to. Who they will present. He said Obi didn't decide to even run until 6 months before that election. Like literally, they were not. Then when someone like Tinubu has been planning for it and has been campaigning, everybody, even you, if I ask you guys here, a year before that election, did anybody have a clue who from the Southeast was going to run or who?
Tinubu has been planned to run for office since.
We already have an idea who the Southwest is running. We already know Tinubu was going to run. We already saw he was already campaigning.
Do you guys realize that everybody hated Tinubu for what he was doing? Because he kept quiet whenever there's problem. He doesn't speak up for Yoruba because he's
We knew he wanted to run.
He was going to the north to go and give them condolences whenever something happened there.
Doing everything.
He was already doing the work.
Yes.
My Ola, even my former governor said that my former governor of Ogun said that Tinubu has been nursing this ambition since 2007. He's been nursing this since 2007. He's been nursing this ambition. So if you say you want something in your region and 6 months, the best you can offer, it will be like Mike just said, can't even decide to run for office 6 months of the election. Then how do you win it?
No, you see, his glory came from NSAS. We are
kind of leverage that, Abby.
That's where
his glory came from sympathy. That is their turn. Honestly,
exactly.
The people that voted for him, a lot of Israel, South, and even Southwest. They saw it like it's supposed to be the turn of the Southeast to rule. Even me, if the guy would have won, one thing I wouldn't have been sad at all. I would have said, oh, okay, it's the turn of the Southeast. You know, kind of like that. I would say, oh, well, you know, they really deserve it's their turn, you know. Even though their behavior and things like that kind of made me just turn against them, like, no, I don't want to see these people there. But people that voted for him, it was simply because the power should shift to their region. Okay. But they don't play politics, so there's no one stopping them.
Mike, let me ask you guys a quick question. If Tinubu finishes his 8th term, right, 8 years, and he goes to the north, when it comes back down south again, will you be shocked if they missed out again? Will you be surprised?
It depends on if they continue this ethnic rubbish that they keep doing. Like, forget it, man. Like,
to go to the oil people now.
Yeah. If they continue this, now they are fighting their dues. Their dues are supporting them.
If you ask me, they have not started. No, there is nobody that is actually working towards that now. So it's not going to even get there. That is it. That's the fact.
You must.
It's not something that you get. Worry. You know how? Let me tell you, everybody that become a president in that country, it's not something that you just come within maybe 2-3 years to the election and say you want to contest and you win. There's nobody that has ever won like that except good Jonathan. We knew how he got it. You understand? Look at apart from look at Obasanjo and all those things. Wari contested for how many years? How many successive elections?
To Obasanjo now, the power to be.
Wari ran 4 times.
Exactly. So it's not something that you can get on the platter of gold.
It works.
You have to work for it for years. Atiku has been trying for how many years now? He has not gotten it.
Exactly, but nobody's saying the power is stopping Atiku because he's on the northeast.
He doesn't rub hands with the right
people. Do you see any movement, any shift in politics of the Southeast that will help them get president?
I think that's what I'm saying. That there's nothing that is pointing towards that now, towards realization of what you are saying.
I think Soludo.
Oh yeah, hey now is a free Nnamdi Kanu.
No, Soludo.
Like seriously, man.
Soludo is not doing anything pertaining to that now. He's not doing anything.
No, well,
it's not. What is he doing? Tell us. What is he doing?
He's making moves with the Southwest, the North. You can see him.
No, it's not that. Look at the bigger picture. It's not just one
That's
person.
not the way they do it.
The only politician I see from that south area that's really playing politics is
your big men has to be involved. Even let me give an example of what Tinubu did. Before Tinubu showed up to any of these major cities when he was campaigning, the Kabi exists from. In fact, the Honor people was the head of his campaign when it comes to traditional rulers. They will have made the move to the north, to the emir before he shows up. Where is his own obese? Where are his own kings? This forget your own region. Think about the way they see these people in other regions.
Wait.
Where are your own kings?
Let me say something.
You must make moves, man. That's the way it works in Nigeria. Where are your big men?
But that's how it works everywhere now.
So why is he not doing that?
But the reason why I said I think he's making moves is this, because I remember during the early days, like 2020 or even before that, what I see with Tinubu that I can paint picture is he was going around like whenever they have any event like new whatever, because I saw one of the video that he went to, is it Kaduna or Kano? He was around with other northerners governors, actually touring like some of the infrastructure they built. He was being friendly with them. definitely you can tell that he has some ambition. So because he was definitely friendly, going to every single thing they want to do, and I think this guy is trying to take that step as well. Even though
the borehole method, I be using the borehole method.
No, not him. I'm not talking.
We are discussing the people that actually determine who wins the election, not the people. Forget the. I'm sorry to say, forget the people. We're talking about the people that actually runs the country.
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm talking about. Forget.
If not because BT, if not because people twisted that Emilokan, for somebody to come out and say Emilokan, it shows that he has worked.
No,
he knew what he had done.
He said Yoruba. Only Motinsi Mobo again.
Yeah, but he's not talking to all Nigerians.
He's putting the work for years.
To all Nigerians. He's talking to his political counterpart now.
Yeah, that's my point. They're the one that counts now.
Yes, I know. Because everybody thinks that he was talking to the entire Nigeria. No, he was talking to his political people that will work for him, that will do the groundwork for him. That's the people he was talking to, which I understood. I mean, even
if you have worked, you can be arrogant now. Even if you have worked, you can be arrogant with it.
Tony, remember the famous Eleyi? Can he become governor?
Yes, now.
I put him there now. Can Peter be say that?
Okay, let me even tell you this, BT. If you remember, but right from 2008, that was when it started. We started having that was when we have the Shomalen in Edo State. That was when he started putting his people in strategic position. Oshomole came, Aregbesola came. They started winning governorship election. They won Ekiti State. They started winning the state that they have lost before. You understand? It went into PDP. They divided the PDP. That was when we now have the new PDP, the Sharaki, the what is his name? The five. I mean, were they 5 or 6 that time? Sharaki. What's the name of the one in River State that time? What was Rotimi Amici, Babangida, something Babangida, and all those things. And that was how they broke the rank of PDP, and then the merger. You know, it was a very, very, very tedious and groundwork that they did.
It's not a tedious. It's a teamwork. It's when you have a team and your team know your goal. You guys will be successful.
But for you to go and convince those people to work together, you understand? It's not a child play, Oriola. It's not a child play.
Wait, it's not a child play. But
after achieving that, let me tell you, after achieving that, he did not even request for anything. He kept quiet. He remained at the background.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question real quick. Do you realize that every governors or any political offices that you have in Nigeria or anywhere else, you actually have a team that works for you, that you're together in this, that, okay, this is where we want to go. You can't do it by yourself. Even though you have to work with the political big people, you still have a team that will work with you to make sure you get to that position. And that's why I think
and also, did you see Osolude having that team that you say he has started working?
I don't. Yeah, I can't. Well, I can't be 100%.
Under what platform is he running?
I can't be 100%, but
Obi won the election.
You don't have to. Once you have a team, don't worry about winning election. You can win election now.
Simba, that Obi won the election.
Which election?
This past election now, it will be that one.
How can you say Obi won the election? He lost the election now. What kind of question is that?
Isaac, let me ask you a question.
The new people are not even speaking the mind of the Igbo. Why are you not speaking the mind of the Igbo?
Wait, let's listen to him. Let's listen to
Isaac. Hold on. Please, hold on. Isaac, let me ask you. The Supreme Court case, is there anywhere Toby said he won, like they should declare him president that he won the election? Did you present any proof to say that he won the election? Did you even follow the
See, Supreme Court or no Supreme Court, but that is the mind of
what
the
do you mean or no Supreme
Court? How can you come third and say you won? Come on now.
The guy never look at
him number 3.
Wait, I like.
Isn't that the mind of the Igbos?
So PDP rig him or what?
I like for you to
But
see it
today
from
they
this
are.
guy
But
angle.
today here where I stay today,
Right.
they are still troubling me. You know, they even call me Jagaban here. They still tell me that it should be that one. So in their mind.
Wait, can I ask you a question? How did they say he won? Like, what did they see that makes them think he won?
They said he won Lagos, he won Abuja, he won.
I just
and
asked
so,
you. No, that's
and
my
those are
question.
the only
My
two places
question
that we
is,
have in Nigeria.
how
Don't you have other places?
what did they see? What exactly makes them think? I mean, we all saw the poll, and when the poll came in, he said, "Oh, he didn't pinpoint him that one."
In real time, on this show, we were watching the polls. On real time, we were seeing the numbers.
I want to understand how they determine, because when you bring up a fact, you have to be able to back it up. So, in order for them to be, to be factual to us, we need something tangible that shows.
Did they even come? They have the results. Did they come out with the result and say this is what Obi got and this is what they removed from him?
They were quoting PDP number. Remember, they were quoting PDP numbers in Labour. So he won Lagos. That one is fair, but he lost Kano. That one is fake. So anywhere he wins, that one is real. Anywhere he loses, it was rigged. That's what was.
But Mahmoud got the result in the night.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's
I think you guys you are just being sarcastic. Don't mind.
Isaac is being sarcastic.
You have taught it to play.
It's naughty. There's a lot of people that think this way as well, and he's saying that his people think that way. So you have to listen to him. If some people think that way, there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to be able to bring up. It's just like someone saying that I cure malaria now.
So I think so many people are learning, from you guys, all these things we are discussing here.
Babati, I was ready to bet my life that Obi was going to do bad in the north. My only fear that time was that the guy was going to do very well in Southwest. Yoruba people now. I was thinking maybe the guy would do, but that north, I was for sure that the guy would not do it.
Or not now, but can I ask my
even the opinion poll that we did, not really something. How many people actually knew Obi in the north? You understand? Even in the southwest, is only the elite. The Yashikira or Yamuji in my village does not know Obi.
See, the only
you understand? So
the only people carrying all this information, they are people that live outside Nigeria. A lot of people that live in Nigeria, they don't care.
Can I clarify? Isaac, can you clarify something? You said Mahmoud got the result in the night. What difference does it make between day and night? Can you explain
the
that?
Night and the day.
And what happened during the night that we don't know?
And if you want to do evil now,
they said they are sleeping. They are sleeping. That
you must Isaac, you must learn. Isaac,
I know what Isaac is doing. Those are the things that they used to tell him now. He's not serious about it. Isaac is not serious about it.
Hold on now. Isaac, on a public forum, you must learn to explain in clear terms what you mean. You can't just say day and night, please, because you have to explain what that means to the audience. What does it mean that they got it at night? What does it mean? Don't speak in.
I'm only speaking the minds of some of the Igbos. They can explain better.
No. Speak your own mind. Leave the group. You speak your own mind.
My own mind is that Tinubu won the election now.
Serious.
It's waiting for some for you. Isaac was just being sarcastic.
Then they come in Jagaba here because I say Tinubu win.
Okay, and why
they come you? They even said they go kill me.
So I don't.
But it's true.
They said they'll kill me, will not be lying.
The fact that some people think
during that campaign, the way obedience the campaign, if you enter their midst and you don't show say you're 100% obedient,
abuse collect.
Their campaign was not about winning people. Their campaign was
very
Can I even ask you a question? Let me ask this
environment.
question. Do you guys even believe that what he got from that election? Do you actually
They
believe
rigged it now in the East now. They rigged that vote now. 94% in the state. Come
I
on
don't
now.
think he got that 6 million.
I want to rig it. Southeast here now. Come on now. They rigged in that Southeast.
That Southeast down, I guarantee. You won't show up for Southeast, you won't go vote for APC.
You know what baffles me? Because are they politically educated to the extent that you give them 3 ballot paper? You understand? Even the illiterate can now say, okay, I will vote for presidency, I will vote for Obi. Then when it comes to House of Rep and the Senate, I'm going to vote for another party. And that was what we got in the Southeast. If you look at it very well, the same, what's the name of this former Abiasi governor that won with almost 42 or 45,000 votes. And in that same election, same time, same day, Tinubu got in the whole of Abia State 4,000 votes.
How is that possible?
You understand? That is a senatorial, just one senatorial destiny. That guy won under same APC with 42,000 votes. One senatorial, but in the whole of that same state, Tinubu got 4,000 votes. Are they so enlightened to the extent that they can decide, they can just vote like that?
Wait, if the vote is real, it can definitely happen. We've seen it happen somewhere else where you don't like the person at the top of the
forget APC in the Southeast. Forget APC. I'm saying there's no way PDP perform that poll in the Southeast. Come on, PDP in Southeast. Come on now. Nah, there's something went wrong somewhere. Forget APC. If APC get 1K votes, I don't give a damn. But PDP in the Southeast, no.
But why did you
that was foul? That's a foul play right there.
But why did you say that? Me, I actually believe. I know there might be some rigging, but I believe that a lot of people they saw that their people, one of their person is at the top of the ballot, so they don't care. They just vote for that person. Now they care less if it's PDP or whatever. Once they see their own people, their own person that they know, they just take the ballot. And I think it might be the case that when you go to the ballot, they're already telling you this is the person you should vote for. So I don't.
That was on video, by the way. People being bullied to vote P2B. I saw that video, a couple of videos online. People like coming in, and if they vote for APC, they kind of flog them. But back to what Isaac said about Lagos. Isaac, it was Yorubas in Lagos that gave Obi the victory. It wasn't Igbos in Lagos. I don't know where you came up with that.
Why are you trying to fight this battle?
No, it's not
Since we don't have the data. Of course, we know that the most popular, the highest.
No, he said that it was the Igbos in Lagos that
he said they won because the Igbos are more. That is what he said now. That was what.
That's what always happens whenever you don't have a data to back anything up. I mean, assuming we do.
Don't take us to this. If we don't have data, but you know what is. We know what is.
That tell us how many people and how many how many ethnicity are located in Lagos. All this will be sorted out because there's no sensor. We can't really determine. That's why someone will say such a thing. So I don't believe that, but. I don't think the person even believed that either.
It was apparently it was just trolling me. I thought it was being serious, but it was just trolling me.
Yeah, but that's what people were telling him. That's what he's saying.
Oh,
those people might be listening.
In that group, that echo chamber.
And that's where they used to meet and drink their.
Where we used to gather. We know they drink can there.
Ekpa day.
We drink vino here. Vino. Wine. Actually, what happened in Lagos? Let me tell you. What happened in Lagos? I believe most of the Yorubas didn't come out. The place were overcrowded with the Igbos, and then
the obedience bullied them. They bullied them.
No. Let me tell you.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the obedience bullied them in.
The Yorubas.
Let me land it.
Isaac, they voted for him.
In
Lagos, Yorubas voted for him.
Let him land.
Let me land. let me land it. The Igbos came out massively. Even they imported people from other places, fill up Lagos. They influenced some Yoruba, even give them money, you understand? Buy them. That's why I call all of them Igbos. You understand? I'm not really saying that they are more than the Yorubas there. They were able to buy Lagos. We saw most videos now when they were going with cars, all those agents, those obedients, doing their, they show some, they caught some people now. You know, we are able to, you know, any hungry man, Igbo man come to you, say you must vote LUP, Labor. They bought so many people in Lagos. So that was what fueled the boss. Actually,
But those actually voted for LUP also. Those voted for LUP.
In my state.
In fact, the so-called LUP was actually a video from Edona. LUP 1, LUP 2, LUP 3.
Simba, after this woman threat, you see, help me go.
LUP.
But that when that woman says she won't buy, I believe people. I'm like, these same people wait for be like this. I mean, like that thing shocked me, man.
I don't even know why the those normally fans towards the something. Most of the time they attack them, and I don't know why they still love them. They still love the Southeasterners.
Yeah, I know one thing I know about they love it. Even the Yorubas. If you ask me, the two tribes that show Southeastern most love in that Nigeria is the Benis and the Yorubas. I won't lie to you. Like they are really from what I've observed, the north, even those south side, those rivers, that they really don't they don't do well with, with the Southeasterners, man. But the Benis and the Yorubas, they are the one that tolerate them the most too. And then there are the two people that they hate the most.
We coexist. We coexist. We love them so much.
Nobody, no region in Nigeria tolerates Southeastern and the Southwest, and maybe the Social bend there. That's where they really like people tolerate them the most. They do whatever they, but then that's where the people they tend to dislike the most, and I don't understand it. Sometimes I always even feel like they like it.
We beat Oshomole now. We beat Oshomole for Benin now. LUP. We beat Oshomole. We're not here. When he come Lagos Street, come cafe. Because Lagos Street now Igbo people get them. We beat them now. We pursue them. Then they are brother.
People like Babade, our Jolly Coco them. They love Southeasterners. Our Alexander, all of them. Now they like the Southeasterners pastor.
You know, people.
But the Southeasterners go hit them anyhow. I say, yeah.
Wait, don't you think it's just they tolerate them? I don't like the way they tolerate them when someone is doing you harm or you find someone disrespectful. At the end of the day, you still tolerate them. It's not.
That thing always amazed me. Like even when I was growing up, I used to watch how Southeasterners was in Lagos. They don't disrespect Yoruba people. They will say point out to them. You like these people? What's this? It's like I don't know. It's more like that. It's like a relationship. That guy, we know, really like that girl. The girl like her too much. You know, that's what I always see it, man. These people here, it's almost like I don't like my people, but my people just love them anyhow.
Well,
if me I get shop where I want rent, if I get shop where I want rent for Benin, I prefer to give a people man than Benin man.
Because you believe that Igbo man will pay your money, your Benin man will not pay your money. Have you?
Not really. Not really. Benin man go pay now. Yeah, not for free. No.
So why do you not prefer to give it to Igbo? What is the reason?
Yeah, I don't know because you know we just feel say Nigeria don't too suffer them. You know,
So you pity them more than, and you
So Nigeria don't suffer.
leave your what kind of
But
wait, I
Babati,
think honestly, what are you talking, sir?
when I look at the South people,
That's
Babati,
exactly what I thought when they said Yoruba tolerate them. I feel like they just pity them in a way, which is
they pity them now.
And that pittiness is now
but
becoming very bad, toxic now, because you're not standing up to them that you shouldn't do this. You're just allowing.
That's one of the biggest mistakes Yorubas made for so long. Like you just tolerate.
Wait, they're still making it though, because some people still, when they see another Yoruba speak up, they go against that Yoruba person, like, and which is not good. Like, I hope it doesn't
they are being fair and objective. They are being fair, and that's the Yoruba way. You know, we want always to be fair, and but you can, like I always say, you cannot be fair in the conservative society.
Somebody that's not trying to be fair to you.
If everybody is one way, you can't be liberal too much, because
exactly. It's gotta be 2 ways. That's why I always try to preach to them. Like, guy, your shit gotta be 2 ways, man. The way you engage people, you gotta make sure the people you are engaging in that manner are engaging in the same manner, or at least something close to that same manner. But not like you want to be fair, but the person you're dealing with is not interested in being fair.
Yeah, but the problem didn't start today.
On Ove's channel, there's this girl that usually comes there, and she said, well, she has Igbo brothers in Lagos, and she was like, why have we not had Igbo governor in Lagos yet? Why have we not had Igbo governors in Lagos yet?
Yoruba girl.
Igbo girl, you know her. It's a doctor or something, I'm not sure. So I was not, and I said on the conversation, and I said, so give me Governor Balaya Yusuf of Anambra, then we can talk. You know what she said? She's like, yeah, I know. I'm being hypocritical. I know. I said, exactly. So on your own area, you will not tolerate Balaya.
They are fighting for equal rights in Lagos.
But you want. You see the problem here. It's not a fair
buy land for your place.
It's not a fair exchange. So you can't say, okay, oh, Lagos, they will say, oh, because it's a cosmopolitan, it's a very cosmopolitan society, he should allow anybody.
What does cosmopolitan means? Because I think
that's their own argument. Because
Babati, you see the one they are talking about. Babati, you see the one they are talking about. Oba of Lagos also tolerate them in Lagos, this and that. Go and look at. I can show you tons of videos in the Southeast where they are calling to throw all the Fulanis in the Southeast. So buy all the Fulani people in the Southeast. So this hypocrisy, man, they don't tolerate anything in their own space, man. Like, but they want all the rights in your own place, you know.
But they
come to your place, start fighting with you and becoming victim. Well,
you know there was a video.
What about the sit at home they are doing? They are ordering everybody to sit at home. The Yorubas are living in the Southeast, so those ones don't have right to come out. Abi, so you don't consider that, okay, we are doing sit at home, but if you are not from here, you can come out. It's only for us. They don't do that too. But on other people's region, no, we have right here. But your own place, no one have right.
They say, Mike, you are doing Oro. That's for you now. I should come out on my own. They don't respect your own.
They don't respect your own, but in their own, they expect you to respect their own sit at home.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
But that's the point I was trying to make. That they don't. A lot of people does not understand the word cosmopolitan. It does not mean that it's for everybody. It means that people that welcome accept different ethnicity, they accept different religion in their space. That's what cosmopolitans means. A lot of people are taking it wrong.
That it means that you then lose your culture, your values.
Exactly. It's one ethnicity that accepts other. It could be religion that accepts other religion in their own space, or ethnicity that express, or ethnicity, race that accepts other ethnicity or race in their own space. So he initially just like New York is cosmopolitan, London is cosmopolitan because they accept other race, other ethnicity, other religion in their space. We don't understand what that English means, and we kept using it wrong.
No. When she brought that up, that's the reason why I said, okay, give me Governor Bala Mohammed in your state. And she's like, okay, I know. in our own area, she said she was an hypocrite about the same. Like she knows they will not tolerate it. I'm like, so why are you bringing up Lagos if your own place you will not do it? She said, I know, it's a problem of Nigeria. Like, so when you give me that governor from the north that is a Muslim and is a governor of Anambra State, then we can have that conversation. Until then, no, we're not doing a Igbo governor of Lagos. Chinedu was too close. That was a scary movement in Yoruba history. That guy will have that guy said on TV he wants to cancel the train line. That mad boy.
He will see. We always going to see. We are going to see stuff like that. It always happen everywhere now. It's not just Nigeria. It's always going to happen when you you welcome people into your space, and they have kids, and they've been there for like almost centuries. Now they become they will turn themselves into the main owner of the place, where they disregard whatever those people are, their religion or whatever.
UAE, I was reading about Dubai today. They said Dubai, the real Dubai city, indigenous or citizen, they are only 15% of the population.
You saw that too. I saw the video today.
15, Mike, 15 of the whole country. They are the original owner. People that they are only 15% of the country.
Yeah, but they rule everything now.
They are only what? They are only what? Yeah. Sorry, they are only what?
15% of the population.
15.
1/5.
Abuja, yes. You know the owners of Abuja, the Gwari people.
But they still control the whole thing, Abi.
Yeah, they control the whole thing.
I think it's even better
in Dubai.
No, just hold on. It's even better in UAE. If you go to Qatar, the indigenous of Qatar population is about 2 million. The whole of Qatarians, they are just about 300,000.
Yeah, that's true.
But who's in charge of the country still?
They are the one in charge now.
That is
they are the one in charge. In fact, they will not even accept any nationality. You can only be a resident there. They cannot give you that.
You're right. And even if you buy a property there, you're still not a citizen. You just listen for like 99 or 100 years.
That's the way it's supposed to be in Nigeria.
Yeah.
You can move anywhere. Doesn't mean you can take over the whole thing now.
Well, even people that live in the US, you might have the passport, though. If you mistake, they will take it away from you.
You will know you're not an American. They will show you, man.
The
day I went to Abilene to see somebody in Geodynamic in Abilene, Texas. The guy used to ball out or blah blah blah. They did a babam. American, no American. All deported.
Exactly. The people don't understand that. It's because of the money they want from you, what you're generating to the economy. That's the reason why they're giving you all those
things. Guys served this time and they still send him home. They were wicked though. They spent the time in jail.
Is he not an American citizen?
So because of what he did, let me put that on live. It's because of the crime, not because of that was kind of.
Let me tell you, but if he's a real American, where are they going to throw him? Exactly. He doesn't have any other place. So you know that at the level.
What is real American? What is real American?
No, I mean like if that person was born here, as opposed to being.
Don't let us discuss this.
No.
You do
if you are born here, man, the real American citizen.
Even if you're born here and you go against the allegiance of this country,
they will deport you.
Why would they deport you?
If you came, your parents came from somewhere else. It's more like I have a kid.
Let him learn now.
Wait, it's more like I have a kid now, and my kids disrespect the allegiance of this country, trying to go against it. They know where I came from now. They
can't deport them.
They can't deport your kid. What are you talking about, man?
Okay,
what is Oriola talking about?
I'll find the example and give it to
you. So
you
say they can deport Barack Obama?
France, you remember? France, it happened in France now. That's
France. It's not United States, man.
No, it will. Okay.
Why will it happen in the United States?
What is
this guy talking about, man?
Where did you go to school? Example and give it to you.
Okay, give us an example of American born.
Let me find one. Let me find an article. Then I'll post it.
So he was born in America, but he was deported to where his parents was born, and he was on. Come on, American.
Can they deport an American citizen? What is that?
Why do you think? Why do you see? Even
tell us the law. Tell us the law. Don't stop explaining rubbish. Tell us the law that in America that they can deport an American.
Relax. Just because you don't, you
it's not about you don't.
Maybe we deported into the Atlantic Ocean.
You haven't
Maybe
seen
deported
that.
into Atlantic
Don't tell
Ocean.
me I'm speaking rubbish just because you don't know. And I already told
what do you mean I don't know? I know what I'm talking about.
Relax.
American law. If you are born in America, they cannot deport you.
That's where somebody else.
If they are illegal aliens, is what the law says.
These people are talking about. They keep talking England. They keep talking about European countries. We are talking about United States. United States is not an indigenous. American law is different. In Europe, yeah, because you are born there doesn't mean shit. You are not an indigent. It doesn't mean different countries have their rules. We are talking about the United States of America. It's not land of indigenous or anything. What make an American, full-blood American, is if you are born in the land, you are the full American.
That one is strange to me.
Even Donald Trump, his father was an immigrant. Almost every American, except the native Indians, they are all children of immigrant or children of
that, Mike. I want to see that story that I was talking about.
He doesn't approve. I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know what that. Unless that child is like a illegal when if that child was born on this soil, they can't deport them to that.
Even Davido that was born there and moved to Nigeria, grew up in Nigeria, everything. They can't. If he goes to America, they can't deport him. He's an American. He was born in America, but he didn't grow up there. They can't deport him. He's an American. An American by their constitution is anybody born there. It doesn't even matter if your father or your parents were illegal.
Now, where you are from originally, not where your parents are from. I don't think that your parents count in this. Maybe I'm wrong.
Once you are born in any of the territory in the United States, whether your parents were visiting, the fact that you were born there, you are American citizen. That's the American rule. I had an argument with some black Americans. Those ignorant ones, they don't do anything. They don't know those FBA, those ones don't go to school. I say, hey, they can deport. Yeah, shut up, man. He say they can deport. He was arguing with some Nigerian kid.
Naturalized citizen.
He's telling them they will deport them.
If you do treason or violate immigration law, that was what this party was doing. If you violate the immigration laws or of treason, they can withdraw your citizenship.
If who?
I say, let's say you move here and you apply to get American, and they give you citizenship. That means you naturalize, right?
Yeah.
You can take that away. If the crime is they can take that away.
Yeah. If you're not born here, you naturalize. Maybe that one. Maybe they can take that back. You understand?
But if you are born here, no.
But if you are born here, they can't do anything like that.
Time in El Paso, my people will come to the border in El Paso. Few months to their delivery, and they are pregnant though. They will cause the border with pregnancy. And
exactly.
They can't put that more. That kid will just the anchor baby thing now. They'll just stay in that country. Just because the baby is born in America, they can't deport the now.
So Nigeria used to do it now. They will go and deliver in America just because of making their babies to be American citizens.
I'm saying America, let's say an illegal woman comes in and has baby in the hospital. They can't separate the mom and the child by law. So the mom, even though the mom is illegal, she will still stay because of the baby until the baby is 18 years old. So that will keep the mom here.
Imagine that.
Yeah, America want to have their children, and they believe that that's their children. America believe any child born here belongs to them. You know, there's not. It is our child. If that woman,
people use that route. People use that route.
Yes.
Also
they come and have baby illegally, and they call it anchor baby. So that baby will keep them. So why you're working to get your papers? They can't touch you because you have a kid here. So that anchors you to the country. They do it a lot for Mexico. They just have baby in the hospital and that's it. Until hiding 18 years in the end. You can't import them.
Wow.
So American law is different from but me more Nigerian law. Who's even trying to get Nigerian citizenship?
Yeah, I get law.
Anybody? I know Indians do and Lebanese do, but I don't know about any country.
If I'll be honest with you guys, man, we're not fully a country here, to be honest. Even anybody can go enter that country and get passports.
Hey, now just go to court and just affidavit. and you just give you a birth certificate. Nobody.
They just give you. You're just gonna get your passport. We never get system like that. The only thing that recognize people is just your ethnic group. Okay, where you come from. That's why I was suggesting, like, come, you put this nationality in the hands of the traditional rulers, so they know their people. They can register their people. They know their who's from where. Because the Nigerian states don't know Nigerians. They can't really, determine who's in Nigeria or not. Anybody, because if I'm from, let's say I work in immigration now, right? And somebody from maybe the north or somewhere in other part of Nigeria tell me stays in Nigeria, I don't know how to verify now. You understand? But if somebody, because he may be speaking, because I won't be able to say speaking language or whatever. But in Yoruba land now, if somebody else say, come, I mean Yoruba, I'm like, okay, which Agbole will speak Yoruba first of all. You can't speak, you speak it, and then I can ask you that question. I can just detect if you're from there or not. But Nigeria, somebody can cross border from Cameroon and tell me that it's from Akwa Ibom. I was like, I don't know.
Even the case about even that person speaks a foreign language, you can't know that you have too many tongues.
Exactly, you have too many tongues. I wouldn't know if you're speaking Nigerian language
or Ekpa or whatever. You don't know now. Just Nigerian.
No, it's very easy to get. It should be. I told you the story of one outside guy that stays in my area in London. The guy, when I was asking him, he said he's not in Nigerian. He says he's from Niger. I said, what? And I asked him, but you've been working for me and I've been sending money to your account. How did you open an account? He said he has Nigerian NIN. I claim casino.
Probably the person that opened that thing for him is probably somebody from the south. I don't even know difference,
He claim Abi.
Yeah, I just like, this one Hausa man, you are from somewhere in the north. I don't know where.
Look at the one in Lagos, and that the people are using a Lagos slot to get military positions. Like they're like, you're flying but you are claiming that you're from Lagos, and you're getting civil service jobs based on being from. Yeah, it's just there's no records. No, everybody just claim anywhere. That's it. So if I go to
Babati, what about those kids born in the street of Lagos? You don't know their parents. I don't know where they go place they come from.
That's a good question. I mean, their allegations are
Lagos is only place that we born the kid. We don't know where it come from. Some Lagos, I don't know where they are from. Because maybe their parents buy when they were young, And
then someone reminds me of this the new national. Is it Nigeria We Hail Thee?
You are who?
I swear I don't even know how to sing that song.
The only one I know is
Bang Bang. Sing national anthem. I don't know.
I know.
Is it Nigeria We Hail Thee?
That's the official one. But for me, as the compulsory is what I grew up learning, and that's what is going to be my national anthem.
Exactly, that's what we say. I do, man.
I don't know this. We hail thee. I don't know. Maybe Simba knows
but that hail. The question I want to ask: that hail, as in I hail you, Abi.
What is your question? What's your question, BT?
That is I hail you, Nigeria, Abi.
You trying to know the language now? Shakespeare English, they sing that song. Shakespeare.
Actually, we sang that song when we were in primary school.
Simba, do you know what I don't like? If you say you want to move away from what military gave you, then get the best guys around. And
exactly, sing your own.
You don't go back to the colonial one.
I was disappointed, man. You go bring something.
Maybe Banky W or one of those guys. Just get your best.
Yes, some Nigerian musicians will sing something. Even that name of our country, because that Nigeria, we need to that name. Even people don't. They don't say this like popular. They don't tell the whole world. See now, flourishing.
Most
Black American, the FDA, they use the
country have changed their name. I don't know why Nigeria didn't want to change their name. Most countries have changed their name.
Afrobeat.
Ghana was not a colonial name. Cote d'Ivoire is not a colonial name. Burkina Faso is not a colonial name. Even Zimbabwe is not a colonial name. There are so many countries that have changed their names.
It would have been something we would have keep quiet on, but the Ipobian, they don't tell the whole world. See now, new guy be our name. The other Africans now, South Africa, all of them, and the Black American, they want roast us. It goes, your country was there, why?
By the way, Mike, that girl won Nigerian thing to do.
I saw it somehow in the
Nigerian.
I think they might have give her out of sympathy, you know.
And just to rub it in the face of SA now, you know, Nigerian, they're so petty. Just no point. Just give her. Well, you know, yeah, maybe. But what would be the name then? West African country, something. What would be the new name for Nigeria?
Wait, first of all, who will come up with the name, sir? If Yoruba man come up with the name,
that would be another fight.
Yeah, it will be another fight now. Maybe that's why we'll be keeping the name.
If you say Wazobia, say it's only 3 of them.
Only 3 of them now. I still don't agree with that one.
Nigeria,
No, that in that case, we allow the Igbos to give us the name because that's what the only time we have peace.
They go name us Biafra. People can do Biafra.
You see this Isaac? It's like Isaac has been intimidated, completely intimidated.
They are the only people that will give us 100%.
You know, say Pastor talk say we are all Biafra. So you go conquer of us. You go turn us to Biafra. Maybe we just need Nigeria Biafra. Maybe we go rest. You know.
See, you're already in charge. You own everything anyway. So save you the time. I don't think that would be a bad idea, but.
But you know when I begin to dislike that one name when I was reading one article, right, and they were talking about Niger, and they were like, oh, the Nigerian. I mean, I thought I was reading about Nigeria. I'm like, when is the happen for Nigeria now? They talk so the Nigerian. As I said, they talk about Nigeria. I couldn't look where, so only one letter. Now he changed the spelling. You know, instead of Nigerian, Rian.
You know, Mike, because it's also in French too. It's in French. The Niger is pronounced in French, so it's a bit Niger, but it's Niger. So
what's the meaning of that Niger? Is it really nigga or what are they saying?
I don't know whether you
they don't really name on nigga. Oh, well, that guy really embarrassed Nigeria online, man.
Wait, when you go to the Nigerian embassy next time, if you cannot speak the new national anthem, they won't give you passport anymore.
Says who?
That is the new law. Go and write it down.
I would think
Nigeria trying to get rid of their diasporas.
I will sing. Remy. I will sing. Hold on. I will sing. Bang, 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 bang. That's the one I know, and that's what I'm doing.
They won't give you. They say, go and write the new one.
I think the reason they did that
Are you joking? Are you joking?
I'm just kidding now.
Because I'm very sure that if you ask Tinubu himself does not know how to recite that anthem.
Did you watch
use money buy ammo?
Remy, did you watch when they were passing the bill? They were singing. Half of the people they didn't even know how to sing the thing in the Senate. They didn't even know what they were singing.
Yeah, but the other people know.
Why are you being modest, BT? I'm very sure 99% of them doesn't know how to say it.
Yeah, passing it. They don't even know.
No. The older people know the songs.
They don't know which older people. How old are the older people?
It was during their time now.
I beg, why are you talking like this, Oriola?
No, ask them. Even they cannot even sing that "Arise, O Compatriot." None of us can sing it from the beginning to the end. Even Babati cannot do that.
I know the Tumbaba. No,
you know "Arise,
O Compatriot."
It's not compassion.
Me, I can bet 1,000. I can bet 1,000 euro. Akpabio cannot sing it.
He can though.
No, Akpabio cannot sing it. No,
he can. I saw his mouth; it was moving. When
how can you be using the mouth? It's just the opening the mouth. How can you be using that one, Oriola?
Don't mind me.
Akpabio couldn't pronounce 1 trillion, 1 trillion, 1 billion.
Let me tell you, 99% of Nigerians doesn't. The only people that can say knows that anthem now is actually our kids, the kids in primary schools or probably secondary schools. They are the ones that can sing it because they have taught them. My little daughter she can even say, she can sing the something even right from her sleep. You understand? But me, I could only remember small because of what the one we were taught when we were, because we were still singing it in the late 70s, early 80s in the western region, in the most of the southwestern state that time.
The song make more sense though compared to the new one.
No, it makes more sense than that national anthem, just like a song that you can dance to now. National anthem shouldn't be like that now.
Because it actually lets you understand that we're different.
And it's too straightforward. You understand? You know, it's not something. You see some people singing their national anthem and they'll be crying. You see the emotion.
You see, back in school, Simba, the one we sang the Tungba version of. We should dance to it now. The Fuji version of. We'll be playing Tungba on the drums back in school. The band. That's what my Elu.
I don't even know. We have so many of them. You know, there is also this other one. Oh God of Furation, Director, Noble Cause, Guide our leaders, right? You understand?
That's verse 2 now. It's the same anthem. That's the second stanza now. It's 2. Arise is the first. Oh God of Creation is second verse.
Simba.
You forgot already, Simba.
I need to know that it's writing the name of those who are speaking vernacular of class captain.
Oh no, no. I want to call. But we used to sing the anthem, then the Ogun anthem. It used to be, you must sing the national anthem.
You know, I used to enjoy that, especially when Ogun TV wanted to open very early in the morning. I loved it. I think most of the southwestern state they have their own anthem, especially in Yoruba. Also state also has.
Simba, now you know I said Ogun State is the best.
Ife has the best though.
Ogun FM station.
I go play that Ife. I even play for my car. I love that song, man.
Ogun FM.
No, that's not national. That's not national anthem.
I like that one.
But that's a Ebenezer song now, so isn't it?
That's the. No, that's Ogun's Abeokuta song. It's not Ebenezer now replaced. Just
it's not like a.
That's their history now.
Are you talking about the national anthem? Thomas.
It's an anthem. He just sang it in his songs, not because he didn't write. He didn't create.
He didn't write it. That's their song. That's their independent song. Now when they get out independent from Oyo Empire, that's when they create that song. Now. No, actually, Listabi, that was one that led them to the war now.
By the way, Mike, they have his movie coming up in September on Netflix. Listabi is coming to Netflix in September. Okay.
Oh, they're making a movie about the guy?
Yeah, Listabi.
Yes, that guy was a powerful man. I was hearing the story about they were even using bomb that time. The guy said that was the war between the band or
Listabi Agbongwakala.
Yeah, it's 2 parts, by the way. They have part 1 in September and part 2.
But there was a movie on it before now.
But this one now is a big time more.
Maybe they just want to. There was a movie on it before.
Who's making the movie?
I think it's going to be this Latif guy. The guy that did the.
Yoruba people are one people in Africa that document our history. Like we are probably the only people. And then maybe Benin people to Benin and Yoruba. They are the only people who that document our history going back even the beginning of time.
They even did I saw that.
They can't enter Nigeria now. They don't teach us.
I saw Mike. I saw the Ga movie.
They teach history.
So the movie Ga on Netflix too.
Does it make sense?
They
were trying to use.
BT, yeah. Most of these movies that you are talking about, maybe they are just doing them again. All these Lisa B, Bashononga, they are already in a movie now before.
Yeah, but you know, like I don't, you know, like we grew up in the VHS era now.
Yes.
Those are the era. So for the kids now, for the younger ones, so they can't those kind of things. They have to bring it back. But you know, like some things like the House of God, I had issues with it because they kept showing Ilorin like it was a Muslim stuff. No, time of God, there was no Muslim.
No, was he Ilorin or Nupe?
That was wrong.
It was Nupe.
But if you notice in Yoruba movies, when they show Ilorin, it's always like a Muslim. No, there was Ilorin Yoruba before that.
Yes.
Then they stop doing this.
Wait, but that's what someone just mentioned that we keep our own record. I don't think so. I think they started majority of the history that a lot of people are talking about now is like from 1800.
No.
What is that
majority talking? Of them. I'm saying that
goes back to the beginning of time.
Then.
No.
Well,
how come
wait, what's no?
The Yoruba history goes back to even the beginning of time. You know what they call Olojo? You don't know what they call Olojo festival. When it's done, when time began, gone. Even going to the time when
I would say we are perfect.
I wish you listened to what I said. I said majority of what this history they're telling us now.
It's not true.
No, are you kidding me? This story is not the Ekpa or yours is not 1800.
1800 again.
No, wait. When you saw Ga, wait.
I don't want to change the topic.
When did the Fulani came into the Nigerian region, the area? Was it in 1800 when they?
You mean Mandankodio Jihad?
Yeah. When did he came? When did those tribes, the Fulani, came? Was it in 1800? Wasn't that when they invaded to our area?
Which area?
Yeah, the west part of Nigeria now today. Wow. The western part of Nigeria today. When did they started to try to invade it?
They didn't invade the west. They didn't invade us.
When they came in, when did we start accepting them?
Hold on now. Let me.
What is people saying? Sir, we're trying to understand.
So okay, here's the point.
What does that have to do with Yoruba history? I think Yoruba history began.
It has to do a lot. Listen first. Calm down.
Now.
Just listen
let me clarify
what we're saying.
You said
Babati, let's not understand what he's saying, man. You know,
Babati, you understand? You should not because you're not
present. I'm telling Babati to let you speak so we can understand what you're saying. God damn it.
He understood what I said.
Let me reply him, Mike. Early 1800, you had the invasion, but I'm saying that you said history. But the Ga story is 1600s.
So why are they using them in that movie? Well, why?
That's the issue I had.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying
because
to
maybe the Nigerian producers, maybe the guys are Muslims.
Hold on. I said a part of the movie that they were doing. The learning part was not the whole movie now. There was a part in the movie where they showed Ilorin as being Muslim. The whole movie was still about the 1600s. It wasn't 1800s. But that part when they showed Ilorin was just they were showing 1800 Ilorin, but it was like a main part of the movie now.
Understand what
but the whole story about Ga. Hold on. The whole story of Ga in that movie was centered in the 1600 Yoruba. So that was a history from the 1600, not the 1600s.
Right. I understood what you said. That's what I'm saying, that they didn't really understand the history. That's why they're mixing up what happened in 1600 and mixing up with 1800.
They didn't, that part. No. They had a storyline that they got most of it correct. But when his son went to train in Dahomey, coming back, and you had that part is what they got on. Doesn't really affect the whole hacking of the story entirely. So you can't say that kind of you can't say they imposed 1800 on 1600 stories. I get your point, but that's not accurate.
Yeah,
the
but
whole movie
if they
the whole movie. No.
Don't
Stay
you
with
think
me
young
now.
people
Hey, hold on.
You guys should speak one at a time so you understand each other better. I'm not even getting what you guys are talking about.
You won't even let me talk. Hold on.
Go ahead. We're listening.
What I'm saying is that in the movie, the line they showed was Muslim dominated. that part, but they still got the whole. It was still in the 1600. It was just the way they were depicted, like the dressing and the religion is what they got wrong. Doesn't mean the whole story or whatever they were actually doing was wrong. It was still 1600 accurate. It was just the religious part, the lawani wrapping of the head. And this guy came, I forgot the name of the guy that came from Illinois at the time. That part, that was also not accurate. But that's the only part. Doesn't mean they got the whole thing wrong now. It was just that small part of the whole movie.
Okay, can I respond to you? Yeah. I understood what you said, and you're correct in what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is because you know the history, you have idea of what happened. That's why you're saying this. If a young person, let's say me, for example, I have no idea of what happened. I would think that back in 1600, the Muslims already existed in that part of it.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to pinpoint to you, that we're getting it wrong. They got it wrong, and he's telling us something.
But it's not actually.
Let me land. Let me land first. Let me land. I'm almost there. Because I've saw on Instagram where someone was showing at some festival in the Ilorin part, and they were now saying, "Oh, the Afaja narrative." And one lady, I'm definitely sure she's probably in her 20s, said, "This is what she wrote: nobody owned that Ilorin area. Everybody came in together, meaning the Fulanis, the Yoruba, everybody coming to found that area." That's why I'm saying that.
Oh, okay.
They wrote,
that was
right.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to pinpoint that even those the Fulanis, they came into Nigeria. We accept them in the 1800s. It's not even when this movie was. So young people that don't know these things will accept it. Like, okay, that's how it has always been. But it was never like that.
Right. Like I said, I had issues with that. There were other parts of me that I had issues with, but that was one kind of. I'm like, no, this is not historically accurate. So you're discussing something that happened 200 plus years after, within the Yoruba, the context. But if you're going to show Yoruba, if it wants to go back 1700s, 1600s, anywhere you show, even Kunle Afolayan has a habit of doing that too. If you remember the last movie he did with Basharon, the one, the guy that was dying and waking up people, Anikulapo.
Yeah.
And it was doing that was the Basharon 2 times, even though it was a fiction. The Basharon that the guy was dressed at or down to the pit was the 3 one before this one, before the guy. There was no Muslim. So why do you keep having Ilorin with the Lawani thing? I don't get why they keep doing that with Ilorin.
All right. So if that's the case,
before that.
So if that's the case, that one probably
they're trying to be diplomatic.
Yeah, now.
So that's what I'm saying, and we're not writing things down. Just like
but the issue here, Oriola, there is not actually Uthman Danfodio that brought Islam to Nigeria now. Islam has been in the system before they came.
In the northern part, yeah, we understand.
You understand? Even in the southern part.
Okay.
Yeah, the first people that brought it was, I think, I know. Yeah. We were introduced. Islam people were already coming all over the place. It wasn't through jihad all the time. Even in Yoruba,
but why they Fulani? Because they don't. Fulanis doesn't belong in any.
Well, can you repeat the question? What did you say?
Sorry, lose out. I said, when did they actually came in? Because Fulani Fulani does not belong in the West African region. So when
I have about close to the about 17, close to like 1800s, 1800-ish. That's the first time they first. So if you look at
right,
Italy's, if you look at the Oyo records, they do have records going back to the 16th century. On like go look it up.
Yeah. I saw something like that, but I'm asking.
So I'm giving you timelines now, so you can see what happened. Is once Ga died off, there was a period the empire became weak, right? So if you look towards the end of that reign, 200 years later, towards the 1800s, they had the issue with Ilorin. You know what? I'm gonna have to go to that. So early 1800s is when you had that encounter. So you can say early 1800s.
Yeah, we know that. I'm saying that when did we first? Because I know part of the first mosque that was built, that some Yoruba accepting Muslims. I think Oshogbo was one of the area that they first came. But the question I'm asking is this:
Oshogbo,
is it? Yeah, I think so.
Oshogbo,
From what I read, well, the point I want to make is the question I want to ask is this: who actually brought it first to us? Was he Fulani, or was it the Hausas, or was it us? Some of our people that go out.
Yeah, they go out and they're coming back.
Exactly. So it's us that brought it to us. So it wasn't. So these are some of the things that we need to know. That it will because
people used to travel to Mali because Mali had a great kingdom back then, rich kingdom. So people used to travel there to trade and everything.
No, it wasn't the Fulani or Hausa that brought Islam to us, so they are not.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying too. That we were the one who went and brought it to ourselves. A lot of people don't know this.
So that is even 14th, 15th century the traders. You had, you see, this is the thing. They have this thing on file. They have this thing documented. That's the thing with Yoruba history. It ties. You can actually see links between different kingdoms and timelines. They'll tell you when if you want to go back to
this research paper or something you can just Google online.
Do you know what is amazing? Look at the Jebu dynasty. It goes back to like 11. It is crazy. They had like three female kings before in Ijebu land. Like they go back way back and timelines and everything.
Every part of Yoruba land does what you just said now. Every part of Yoruba land has it because they are all under. I believe that the first big one that we have before the Oyo Empire was the Ile-Ife Empire, or what they call it. Yeah, I think it's Ile-Ife. Then after that, then we now have the Oyo Empire. And definitely, I'm sure what you just said already existed because every one of them, it's just like we have different tribes under one major ethnicity, which our head is the Oni. So I all of these things, if it's just a paper that you have to be someone who's doing research before you get it, it's not something that I can just Google and I'll see all these things.
Yeah, because they people that study Yoruba and like I think it's UI mostly. They what happens is some of these things they don't publish. That's the thing with people that study Yoruba. I know they have all these PhD programs. They actually have programs in all those universities that
maybe money now. Yeah, they're
not
available.
No, unless you hear from them. Like you engage some of these smarty pants in that that have studied from these universities when they speak of public forums and they start giving you evidence, locations and stuff like that, and you wonder how come you don't have this online. It's okay, they have it in a book somewhere. You got to go read the book. Where's your book? Is it on Amazon or is it somewhere? They need to modernize this thing where people can have access to these stories.
Yeah, and I think that's what's affecting Nigeria today because a lot of little kids, they don't know these things. And
this Nigerian system is to wipe out all the ethnic people's history and everything.
I say one Nigerian.
This new Nigerian shit. It's like it's about 1960 and our rubbish today, and then British. I think the British created Nigeria to wipe out everybody's history and then English people. But the generation from now, they won't know shit. All these things we know, they won't know nothing. I'm telling you.
A lot of people actually think everything about us began in 1960.
Let me give an example. Do you know Sungwerido, right? The walls of Sungwerido. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Sungwerido walls are part of what is Ijebu now. These are walls that have been carbon dated. They've been dated. So according to the Yubos that did it though, from about 750 to 1000 AD. These are cities that had gutters, latrines, and water system like waste management, everything. You can look it up online.
See, I won't be surprised because
no. You can see just type in Sungwerido. You will see the whole walls of the city, the old from that 1000 AD. That is Yoruba land is right there.
Yeah, but I won't be surprised because according to like those physicists or people that study the earth shape or whatever, they said like life has existed close to 5 million years ago. So if that's the case, there's no way that all of a sudden of a recent like 100 or 500 years ago we'll be talking about, or 1,000 years ago. It means that we've existed forever, and there's no way that we've been conquered for that long. No way.
Oriola, I was reading some document.
But never conquered.
I was researching recently, and I found out that there are
we
so many
know
inventions by so many inventions by blacks, even in America. In America,
yeah,
every
single thing that's created in this country is done by we just been cheated. We created everything.
It's by black. I was surprised now.
It's
so
not surprising.
Like
every single thing.
Don't some black Americans begin to create a lot of fallacies, man. They create fake and pseudo history about.
Is it fake?
No, it's not fake.
Some of the things I'm saying,
no, it's not.
No,
fake,
I read this thing.
It's not fake.
Some black Americans, I mean, they have been saying a lot of lies about them.
No. This one is not fake.
I've seen some of them now. Black Americans, they are telling a lot of lies, man.
Creating what? Can I create?
Wait, that's what invest. No,
it's not.
No, okay. some things they
invent elevator. I invent
I know.
Black American.
but I know like street lights was a black person at the street lights. The yellow I know some of them and they did something.
I'm Black American.
No. It's on record though. It's on record. It's not like we are also. You can actually
see. I just don't have the time to.
Stop sign. No event. Stop sign. And stop. Yeah, no matter what event. Stop sign. You go just street light.
Yeah, street lights. You don't agree with
okay, when was this?
Black says they do. They do these things now. Even the space that we're going.
But even we heard about that one as part of the history of the Benin Kingdom now.
They're part of the team. So
Mike, even Street Light was part of the story of old Benin Kingdom. Street Lights was there.
Simba. No, also traffic light also.
Hold on. The traffic light, what we call the 3-point signal was invented by a black in 1923. Garrett Morgan is a black guy now.
It's not only that. There's so many. If I want to go ahead and start looking.
No. He came up with the idea. You put a street light here and whatever. This thing.
He did everything. It was him. The 3 light. It's a black person. So they've done some things. What happens is that they suffer from what like some people create, where you come up with an idea, but you might make a wolori. How to benefit your own
no, that's not.
But they have ideas.
They are own. When you own a person, that's why a lot of people have last name in English last name. They're not entitled to
1923
do something. So whatever you created is owned by your masters that own you.
1923. No. This is not 17th century.
I'm talking about that things. I'm not talking.
But I'm saying that in the modern era, the people that created something in the modern era, even when
1923. Have you been to the South in 1923?
The guy was up. It wasn't
up
South.
north. Yeah, but I'm just letting you know.
I'm saying that they have issues where they come up with an idea, but even hip hop. Let's even come to now. Even hip hop. Who's making money off hip hop?
Hip hop is so difficult to invent.
Even hip hop now. We
can always invent dance and songs now.
But who has the money?
But they get. I don't know how you create something, but somebody else is profiting off of it of what you created, and you are blaming that person. You have to blame yourself.
Okay,
so
Babati, who should we blame about the Nigerian one? I mean, a Nigerian is making money.
Let's
blame not
Nigeria.
Being owned by the foreigners.
Let's blame Nigeria.
Exactly. So now you want to blame another people. What about us? Let's talk about us.
I'm not absorbing us
even the past ones, Sonia Ade, Fellas, their masters are not owned by them.
I know, which is sad. Even is being made money by Macmillan is making money. That's how brilliant mind.
A quick question for you. Can you tell us what Nigeria invented? Has any Nigeria invented anything?
Agboba.
No. The Yoruba.
Oh, Yoruba. Oh, Simba, remind him of the name again. That sickle cell thing. Simba, are you there?
Who made
Nikosan?
Nikosan now. Nigerian made Nikosan now.
In Nigeria, not in America.
Yes, no, in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it was made for sickle cell. It was made in Nigeria, made by Nigerians. Anything else?
Only that one. Only one.
Yeah. I gave you one. What beyond you now?
Only one. Oh God.
Wait. There's okay. Me, I will list. Let me list them for you. Okay, one. Your Agbo that you use even before the white people came and started using this English stuff. Who made it? Isn't it us? We invented it. No, number two. Whenever you want to give shout births in Yoruba, who do it? See? Before the Oyibo came. Why are we belittling? We belittle ourselves. What do you mean? We did that.
Sorry, my brother.
That's an invention. That's not
invention. Even the red oil we are hitting is an invention. Even the red oil that we are hitting is an invention. Because before anybody can turn palm kernels to red oil is an invention. It's a process. It's just a chemistry.
Since we've abandoned and become these new people, since independent, become these British people.
Invention is not for the
What have we invented since then? So we
you know what? You should know that somebody destroy your capacity of reasoning. Some people destroy it for you.
That's what they did to us.
They make you depend on them so that you will not be able to think on your own. They attack your
education. That's what they did to us with colonization.
Even though somebody does not want to hear the word conquer, but
that's they conquer your mind, not conquer some of you, not all of us.
They conquer mind, they conquer mindset, they conquer brain.
What does that mean? They conquer your mind. What does it mean?
But not all of us.
They conquer you. Conquering.
Nigeria, we are best at giving excuses.
But Remy, like I said before on this program, before Max said I'm going to bore you guys, I've showed you research on this program that if your language of instruction is not in your local dialect, you cannot develop as a society. You must learn to interpret physics in Yoruba language or Igbo. That is the only way. That language has to be in your tongue. That is there is enough evidence of that.
Realize it's our decision to be doing these things. So we can't be saying it's a woman as conquering. We are the one conquering. Like Babati just said just now. We not to
wait. Why do we need to interpret physics to your our language? Wait, let me land.
That's part of the conquering.
Don't you believe that our forefathers are already doing what physics is doing? I mean, if you remember, a great example is this Ogun. Ogun. How does Ogun know how to
metal?
Metal. How does he know where to locate iron oil beneath the soil?
We are agreeing with you actually that it was stored because your language they kind of stole that from you, that identity. Because like I told you before, don't let me go to this research thing tonight. You have enough evidence that your cognitive development can increase 5 times for a child, 5 times faster cognitive development at that age, 0 to 8. If you teach them in math, physics, chemistry in your local tongue, they will do more. They will function better. Function better. Don't say anything.
Don't expect anything from Nigeria anymore. You know what? Their language of communication now is pidgin English. Anywhere in Nigeria. You know the
funny thing, Babati. You know the funny thing, even the so-called illiterate, they are even the ones that are more complicit when it comes to the language. You see them with their bad English, that's what they will still be speaking to their children at home. They will not speak their local language to their children. I don't know.
But Simba, let me ask you.
They don't even understand English.
They are teaching bad English.
Like we learn it. We don't speak it like
Ola. let's say that physics textbook was written in Yoruba language, and that child is at home. Wouldn't the father be more involved in what they study? Because the on son now, they'll be more involved. That's the whole point.
You know how we cherish this Nigerian English so much, that horrible accent.
Oh, it's
Andrew, if you remember those days, let me tell you. Mike, if you remember those days, those old women in the village that will call you and say, "Oh, mommy, oya, letter kan tegbon re koko wa lati Koni, oya wa ba mi ka." You understand those things? Or they will call you to come and write letter. To ma saka kiri wa ma pe ololodo pe eleyi o teti mo kankan ko. You understand? I think I agree with you that if you are speaking our language, up till now, let me tell you, our literacy rate is still very, very low. And I think the only way we can bring it up is actually to make people understand what majority we are talking about.
Write that chemistry book, biology book in Yoruba. Find your expert, wherever they are.
Exactly. If the parent can read it, they can even teach their children. They can, because an adult will be able to actually assimilate and then.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you one question based on what you just said. So there are other countries that actually use their native language to teach and to learn. Give me, apart from the Europeans, give me other people that does this, that actually invest something. I'm not saying wait, let me learn. I'm not saying people that copy someone invention and try to like expand on that, but someone that actually create from the bottom a new idea. I'm talking about.
Why are you asking? Why are you now flipping the question the other way? I say, okay, you should tell me one country that is speaking another person's language that actually developed something.
No. First answer.
Maggie now.
I know there's none. I know there's none. With
so why are you now? Why are you
teaching? They are all third world countries, man. All of them.
But the question, because I know a lot of people are saying China now. I mean, can you tell us the invention that it's not like they already existed and they are working on top of it?
Yeah, they are working on top of it. That way they're still making something.
Till you make. I think they are doing something.
You know, you are speaking grammar. You can't make anything, man.
Well, I understand. I'm just. I believe that it's all about critical thinking. That's the point I'm trying, because we can actually learn this thing.
Hold on. I just told you. They are saying that if your child learns in the local dialect, that critical thinking skills develops times 5 faster at the cognitive development stage.
Who says where's
I put the, okay, let me find it again. Let me find it.
You know why I don't agree with that? Because Black people smack their kids, and they smack critical thinking out of their kids.
Hold on. I was on this show. I think you were there that day. I did give all the links out. That is academic research from African countries. They've actually studied it to prove that it's true. It's not like I'm making it up. It's actually actual studies by professionals telling you it's better that you learn in your own tongue.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And so what do you mean by like you don't agree?
So I'm talking about.
I don't even know why. I think English language is overrated now.
Real quick. Let me land.
Use this example.
I'm talking about ability.
Look at the Japanese. Look at the Chinese. Look at all of them.
Let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Okay.
Bàbá, mo fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa ọjọ́ ọ̀la mi ni.
Sùúrù ọmọ mi, sùúrù. Rántí pé kò sí bílẹ̀ sí lè sùn tó. Ojúmọ́ mọ́ dandan.
Mo mọ̀ bàbá, mo kàn wulẹ̀ fẹ́ gbáradì ni, mo gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀.
Kò burú, mú kàrẹ́ mi. Ó ń ṣe ọ bí ikọ̀ tí mo ń tọ́ dà lọ́la. Ṣùgbọ́n àìgbọ́n sí ọ̀tá àbámọ̀. Ẹlẹ́dàá rẹ̀ lágbára pọ̀. Òun náà ni ó sì sàmọ́nà bí gbogbo òpin rẹ̀ ó sì tó ọ lọ. Ọ fojú rinjú pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹrù mọ̀lẹ́. Ìbọ̀rà ojú sánmọ̀. Àtẹ̀bọ̀rà mú omi. Àtòfiṣe ògùn rán ni ọ́. ìwọlẹ́ni náà tá a yàn tí ó gbé ògo olúborí gbogbo lẹ̀kílẹ̀ àtọ̀làjú kọ́làjú gbà. Wọ́n ó rọ lágbára tó kọjú òye rẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀ ni ó máa fẹ́ ọ lójú fẹ́ ọ lẹ́nu. Àpòtagìrì ló ń jẹ fún pé èèyàn. Bí mọ̀nìmọ́lẹ́ ṣe ń bára rẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ yìí tó sì ń gbóná lẹ́nu bí òòṣà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lágbára rẹ̀ ó fara pẹ́ ti mú ìtàn àtọwọ́dọ́wọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n agbára yìí kan náà tí ó mú kógo rẹ̀ búyọ yìí náà ni ó gbé ìṣubú rẹ̀ o. Tó bá wá kù wọ́ nìkan kó o tẹ́rù ara rẹ̀ pa. Ṣàngó.
Did you free?
I wish somebody can make like a Shango movie, like a Hollywood kind of level Shango. That would be interesting to watch, though. You know.
Yeah. Shango, I like that.
And the question is, the power that these guys were using, where is the power coming from? And this is another question again. The power that all these Moses were using, where is it coming from? Why those people actually make it to the Bible, and we, our own, cannot make it to the Bible? Our own is fetish, and what is their own? These are the questions.
Why is the Bible? No, who told you that?
Our own is fetish, and we make it. We also they say it's diabolical.
What about
diabolical?
Our people also
So why is the Bible the measuring thing for?
It's we. It's about we. Folly. It's not about them. It's about ourselves. We are the one that make it.
We are not getting it. Somebody actually tell us that their own whatever they wrote about themselves is what God wants.
Is better than our own.
It's better than our own. And whatever we know about ourselves is fetish. And mind you, let me tell you something today. If this Bible and Quran were actually taken away from us today, and they bring another books that will definitely speak about another God entirely, and they didn't allow us to pass the information that we have presently to our children, in the next 100 years, we won't know anything about Jesus Christ and Muhammad anymore. Do you believe that?
Right.
Yes.
100% right. Folly, you see, we kill ourselves. Instead of us to find our root, we continue to do boy every time. And we are not united. And the white people are smarter than us. They have already seen it.
And do you know the area that people are actually using to conquer us? Wherever they see anybody among us that is more stronger and they want to make something happen, and is trying to create a kind of awareness for people, they go after them immediately, they kill them.
Yeah. One way or the other, we need to sit down and fight. For example, look at all those great nations in Asia. They call them the Asian tigers. The Singaporean, the Chinese, the Indians, Japanese, the Koreans, and the rest. They use their mother tongue. And what I noticed in that country, they don't allow their children from 0 to 12 years to play. No play for you. That is the most difficult time for any Asian kid. They load you with a lot of books.
That's it is, yes.
Yeah, they don't, and as you are reading,
and they even allow them to do practicals. They do practicals.
Yes, as you are reading, they also create room for go and learn swimming, piano from age 0. They don't joke with them from that 0
Yes,
to 12
they
years.
teach them how to
No, and you said you
factors.
don't allow them to. No. You made a mistake, Remy. You said you didn't allow them to play. No, they allowed them to play now. How can you say they didn't allow them to play?
To say in Igbo is that they make sure, like an average 10-year-old Asian girl or boy, you will see the library. He has read more than 200 books already. I'm telling you. 10-year or 11-year-old boy. So they have like a room, a library.
In fact, to me, is our children that doesn't play any longer, especially even in Nigeria. We don't allow our children. They don't play at all. Again, the only thing they do is just to stay indoor, do lesson, play on, do some things on computer.
Our own is even worse. They are
Video
just
game.
TV, Netflix.
Video game, man.
No, that is not the way.
And you know the way we are not even now.
BT, can you hear me?
Our talent, the talent of our children now is we cannot even discover them again, because the kind of school they go, they don't even have a playground to even
no gym,
no football, nothing. And you can see now we are finding it difficult to even discover talent. Look at all those areas we used to dominate in athletics before.
What happened to having a house? Back in the days, you must have a house, yellow house. You must join a house and you must do something.
Which house? The school now, they do inter-sport. When they want to do inter-sport, that's when they will move all the children to go to one stadium or one another. So where did you do the practice? Where did you do the practice before the final day of the inter-sport?
That's how having muscle pull up. When you muscle pull
I think we need to change our educational system drastically. Believe me.
We had
quick question, guys, to your previous conversation. So, BT, is the language of learning or instruction different from one's ability to conceptualize an idea? And what is wrong? I thought I've heard this said before, that if you speak multiple languages, it helps you develop faster or make you smarter.
Right.
Please
like, I was talking about the cognitive development age of a child, because we talk about intelligence of the black mind. We had that conversation before the last time, and I was talking about that particular age and between we call it the formative years of a child. That's also when they pick up multiple languages. By 6 in America, people can speak Spanish and all that, like they can do 2 or 3. But the language of instruction still remains English for primarily, right? So what they're saying is that if you want them to develop, right, cognitively, right, the doesn't mean that they cannot add a foreign language to what they're learning. But in terms of learning education, your science, math, and English, or math, science, and biology, whatever it is, those things is better learned in their native tongue. So in America, when somebody learns Spanish, the language is still English, right? To learn basic math, right? Biology is still English, but they can speak Spanish. Doesn't mean they can then talk to you about biology in Spanish. You see the difference? So they can speak Spanish, French, but the primary language of education will still be English.
BT, even let me tell you this. I think our own, we are extending our problem. Let me give you, for example, you will see a child that got A's in all the sciences. Let's say physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, A's, and he had maybe now have a D7 in English. He or she was able to write enough English to pass all these other subjects. But in English, where they are now marking grammatical error, comprehension, and where you're supposed to put full stop and put comma and all those things, they now say, okay, he or she has D7, and they will deny such a child, brilliant child, an admission. To me, why are we overrating the English self? Is it not just for communication? If the child can write enough English to have A's in all the sciences, why are we denying such a child an admission just because he has D7? In English, even if you had F9, even if you had F9 in English,
you cannot, because remember, you go to system of higher learning where you still require comprehension of that language to understand the advanced science, whatever that. Let's say that person chooses to study physics in university, right? So even though they did well in secondary school, you see that basic comprehension of the language because that language, that topic is written in English primarily. So you still need to understand full comprehension of that language to understand what is being taught in that language. That is the barrier that we are having.
Okay, BT. Okay, so how do you define a native language of a child?
So it will be native tongue spoken widely, but for academia, the way it's defined,
it's your first language, your native tongue, your native language is your first language.
Yeah, it's a native language. So, but in academia, then they're saying that everything being written, science, math, biology, then has to reflect that, because translating learning from home to school and vice versa is made easier. Because
a child that grows up in a household, in an environment where they speak English, and the child knows no other language, wouldn't English be the child's native language?
Yes, exactly. That's the point.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
yeah,
in our own case, it's going to be Igbo or it's going to be Yoruba, right? So
yeah.
Okay, so is that being the case? So what is the problem? What is the problem of again? A lot of Nigerians, Africans speak English. So are you saying that those children or those people that grew up speaking English, they still have
no
sort of a decline?
We speak.
You know, let me come in real quick. See, Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me come in right here. Prince Daddy, you know how someone gets to invent or innovate something, right? You start with maybe they give you the basic knowledge, right? And then from there, you start to take that knowledge and discuss about it, interact, socialize with it, you understand? And then from there, begin to discover things, right? So now what we are saying is when you go to school and they present information to you, right? They give you knowledge. But then after you get in, they give that knowledge in English, right? They, in a foreign language. But when you get out of that classroom and you go and start interacting with people you start interacting with, you don't speak that English. So how will that information from that classroom get into social setting where the kids will now be discussing or make it a topic of conversation among themselves? Now from there, they can take it further, right? How is that going to happen?
Beyond the class.
Because that thing they discuss in classroom, that things you go to learn in English, in the grammatic, where they give you all this English grammar, whatever. But once you get back to your community and you're speaking a different language, the chance of you bringing that thing that you learn from the classroom into the environment is going to be slim. That get what I'm saying? The information from the classroom, for the chance of you bringing it to your neighborhood or your environment, your social setting, is going to be slim, because among your social setting, the language you're speaking is different. So the things you're going to be talking about is for you to say you want to bring that thing from classroom to your social setting, you're going to have to translate it to your language for you to start talking about it in your local language. So that's why many people.
What
is the question?
Yeah, I think based on the question that Prince Daddy is asking, I think it's kind of like correct in a way, because if you're all the language or all your life, because you have some people in Nigeria, they only speak English, so that's their native language in a way. So that should not disrupt.
It's not
who's speaking English?
Stop right there. You mean
who in Nigeria speak only English? Who in Nigeria only speak English?
No, you cannot.
That's what people always say.
No,
people that live in Lagos, they only speak
English. Yeah, this is the point here. That is just you and your family. But when you start interacting with others in the society, they don't all speak English.
They don't.
So even that English that you're speaking self, do you even understand what you're saying with our Nigerian phone? And to oversight.
That child that you are speaking only English to, how would that child interact in the society?
Wait, that would not affect. No, when it comes to critical thinking,
that child will be struggling now. What are you telling me? Is it only in school that you learn?
Can you give hold on. I put you asked me about the research about critical thinking and
I'm
how.
looking at it.
Okay, so they have their own thing there. You can. I'll put more there. That is doesn't mean you will not be smart with English. Don't get me wrong. What they're saying is that what they found out that about half of their population were able to critically think with English language, but the other half were struggling. So that they call it your colonial tongue excludes half of those that age bracket.
I have not read the
No. So the point.
wait.
Let me finish now.
Let me say something.
So what they're saying is that when they reversed it to local tongue, they were able to capture the entire that age bracket, and they found out that they even went up 5 times what they could have done with English only. That doesn't mean that some people will not survive with the language.
Can I say something?
Okay, a bit too quickly. Is that a break-even point to what you're talking about?
Please, Daddy, I posted the link. Go and read it, and you see the importance of what you are talking about. There's a link that I posted now.
Okay, I'll
check
check
it.
your link. The thing is, critical thinking has nothing to do with you comprehending anything. It's different. Critical thinking is the ability to be able to ask questions when you see something and find solution to it. So critical thinking and comprehension is totally 2 different things.
I said cognitive. Okay. So if your cognitive development increases times 5 faster with your native tongue, are you more likely to critically think, to ask questions?
I don't think it would affect you. I don't think you will.
No. 5 times the average of what you could have done with English. I'm just asking you because that's what they're saying, and I agree with them.
Where I haven't read the, I
when you have
I
time,
started reading the article. I want to.
They did their own breakdown of that. So
but based on the way you are explaining it to me, that's what I'm trying to object to the fact that comprehension is what I'm getting that you're talking about. But I'm talking about critical thinking.
No. Because the guy, you said they speak English, and I said, do they even Nigerian phone? Do they even complain what they are even speaking? But I said cognitive development at that age is what I'm saying. Age of your formative years. Right? You know what the formative years is, right? Your formative years.
Your early years.
Your formative years is.
I understand that.
So, but it is when hold on now. It's when you said, don't they speak English language in some comment? And I said, do they even comprehend what they are even saying? That all this phone that we speak in Nigeria, like we be speaking grammar, do they even understand it? Somebody will be speaking grammar, we'll be doing phone. Oh yeah, come and take exam, failure. But he can speak, but he struggles with that. So I'm just saying that the so-called colonial tongue excludes some half of based on what they say. And
I understand what you're saying, but that has nothing to do with critical thinking. But because critical thinking is, I'll give you a great example. Nigeria does not have light. Now, critical thinking is, let me ask a question. We don't have this. How can we have it? We'll ask question. Can we use this? Can we do that? Can we do that? That's what critical thinking, basically. Every solution that has been solved in this world has been solved by critical thinking. I see something that I think is not going well. I ask question. Okay. What happened? Why is this? Why is that? The point I'm trying to bring in today is, don't you think let me land.
No,
don't you think that critical thinking has been beaten out of kids when they're younger?
There is let me go deeper here. Maybe you don't know. There is a direct correlation between cognitive development and critical thinking. So they call it pre-operational. If you know what pre-operational is, I didn't want to go there. You have what is called pre-operational, concept stage, and formal operational stage. So you have your adult childhood stage. So 2 to 7, 7 to 11, then 11 above. So that is part. So cognitive development actually is directly linked to critical thinking skills. It is science. Look it up. Just type in critical thinking and cognitive development is linked. So I don't know what you are arguing about.
Okay. No. If there's been a research on it,
no. It's not. It's been no. Come on. You took psychology class now in college. Now you should have. Come on now. You know what pre-operational is in college now. Come on.
Yeah, but I'm just the way you are saying it is okay.
No, it's not.
But I just didn't see it that
How
way.
can you
That
critically
there's a
think
correlation
when
between.
your critical cognitive development is low? I don't know. That is just
So you're telling me that because
that even reminds me. I had to look it up. It's been a while. It's called the Piaget theory. Piaget theory now. Piaget theory of cognitive development. You remember that, right? PIAGET. That is college now. Formative years, cognitive development, critical thinking skills is linked. Everybody learns it in development psychology class, basic first year of college. It is there. I'll type it there. You can look it up. I don't know why you even asking me about
that. Wait. Okay.
No.
I already forget it.
Oh, it's been a long time. I know. I actually remember. It's called Piaget theory of cognitive development, and it's part of the critical thinking development, formative years of development, psychology 101. It's been a long time, I know, but it is linked. So what they are saying is that if I can boost that one 5 times, of course you can think better critically as a child, which affects you when you grow up because your brain is already developed times 5. That's the point I'm making.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you cannot function with English, but you're better off with your native tongue. And number 2, you don't exclude, like Simba was saying earlier, that somebody got A parallel in physics, but they are failing English, so therefore they couldn't get into university. That person could have done better if it was Yoruba or Igbo. That's the point.
I'm not discounting what you just said. Well, I have to look this up just to remind my own self as well. I was just like, the question where I was questioning is the fact that, are you saying my ability to see something and question that thing, which a lot of little kids, without a doubt, they have that mindset. Like when they get to like maybe 3 or 4, every single thing that they start saying, they start to start questioning that. Mommy,
yeah,
Daddy,
but
what is this?
I'm saying that critical thinking skills start from your cognitive development years.
I hear you.
That's the point.
I'm not discounting that. I'm just saying. So you're saying that because of the language barrier, it kills. There's a correlation that definitely that thinking there might be a problem with the thinking by the time you start developing.
No, I'm saying that if you can go level 2 with English, and they're saying that you can go level 10 by speaking your language, doesn't mean you cannot develop with English language. You're just better off with your native tongue, is what the point is. You can do, if you want to use English, you can use English at level 2, but if you want to go to crazy level 10 shit and just tear this shit up, use your native tongue. It's a different level. That's what the point is. So Piaget still, thank God, this has been almost 20 plus years. It's been a long time I even did this Piaget theory of critical thinking. So I post the link there. You see they put Piaget and this other guy too. I forgot the other guy's name. The French guy that was into,
Well, I think this is an assignment.
That was college
this
stuff
is
now.
an assignment to kind of look into, because
No.
I
Sigmund Freud. It was Sigmund Freud and Piaget's theory. Come on now, have you forgotten this thing in college?
See, me, I already forget anything.
And now just look them up now. Your attraction level to all that kind of thing. It's there now.
Yeah. Okay. So even with having, okay, if let's say me, I grew up my entire life is just Yoruba and there's book for all of that, there's a high chance that I will be able to question anything.
If the language of instruction is in Yoruba language, that's what I'm saying.
And you don't think any parenting would affect any form of critic to be able to question things?
Like, you mean like the cultural barrier to being open about something? Is that what you're saying? Like,
no. Meaning that so I'm able to like see something and question that thing, that okay, why is this and why is that? Do you think parenting in general cannot affect that in a way that, like when majority of us grew up. It's more like